Hello, everybody, and welcome to Championship Sunday. Is where we find ourselves here for the Thunderpick World Championship South America Series 2. It is myself, Mr. B-Dog, and Mr. CMD64. Command prompt 64, maybe? Is that it's like a thing with Charlie? I don't even know how you came up with your name, and maybe that's a conversation we can have another time, mate. But either way, we are going to be moving things forward here. Got a couple semifinals lined up. It's BESTIA versus Keystars to begin proceedings. Now, Brandon, I feel like this is honestly, there's a significant favorite in the series, but Keystars as underdogs seem like a kind of dangerous team.
Yeah, that they always can be, but I think BESTIA, the way they've been playing recently, I was a little bit concerned, but also at MIBR Academy, we're playing brilliantly, and then Dust 2 was a no contest, so it's interesting because you take a look at just the bracket and it's like, okay, like Imperial BESTIA, like these are the two teams that should be like trying to step up and should be trying to cement themselves just back towards the top of the region. We were having this conversation on the desk yesterday about whether BESTIA could actually make a major run ahead of Singapore, and I was like, do you know what? Looking at all the teams, I reckon they could, but I also think that they'd need to sort of do like a Sharks run and go to EU.
Yeah. I think that would bode well for them, I think, in terms of even just getting more experience as a team as well. Let's bring up some rosters. Obviously, LP versus Imperial going to be our second game of the day. We can continue the conversation with BESTIA for now. Charlie, this team hasn't played a whole lot of Counter-Strike in the past few weeks. They're getting back into the swing of things now. Obviously, there has been some changes in the past few months, but I feel like they've now reached a point of stability. You know, Buda's come into his own as the IGL. Thomason is a dangerous star player. How do you gauge this team at the moment in their current state?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it feels like I've been lucky enough to sort of watch near enough every other team at a similar level to BESTIA, if not slightly lower in the sort of South American region. This has just been the one team that it feels like I've been avoiding actually getting to cast a lot of. Obviously, been following along with some of their results, but haven't got to watch a huge amount of them. It does feel like we've seen the Tuna editions at least cement themselves. It's difficult to know what's being done necessarily for them in that sort of month and a half break or so. We're still going to have to wait to see that. They were making some deeper runs beforehand, of course, a couple of second place finishes. They were losing to your sort of LPs. Obviously, they ended up losing debate at the Parking Challenger Championship as well. But this is a side that I do think we can see so much more from. I'm very curious what they start to deliver in events like this here, when you do have sides like LP constantly making deeper runs, Imperial on the other side, that, I mean, depending on what version of them you see, can be a really threatening team as well. It's just, BESTIA, for my money, I mean, particularly in this series, well, the Grand Finals now has to be a bare minimum for them. But I do want to start to see them actually winning some of these events, getting them over the line, because it's a team that I think on their day can 100% rival some of the best in the world, to be honest. And I think the talking point that you were saying in terms of a major run, Brandon, I think that could be a very exciting one to have sort of down the line a little bit more, to see where they're looking at potentially these next few weeks.
Look, I think this team should be winning the event, to be honest. I think I've got more confidence in BESTIA than I do Imperial. It's been interesting to see Buda stepping up as a really good in-game leader. Nacho on small site anchors has been really nice to watch it as well. And Timo Deagle has been a delight. When it comes to Keystars, Mr. Hayes, I've, again, hilariously, not watched a bunch of them. All I do know is that CK's out is washed, and he needs to maybe reevaluate some options. I think Zariba's doing pretty okay. This team's fine, but it's just fine.
Okay, I'll give a little bit of pushback on the CKZR one. For me, I think that he's still got it. I think he's definitely like over the hump. He's 29 or 30 years old now. I think he started his career pretty late. I think when he's on his day, he's still a dangerous rifler. I have no idea the IGLs of this team. When I was casting them last time, I was actually trying to figure it out. I'd kind of settled on like Zariba, maybe. I think Lash has been loaned to the team. Zeddy's the AWP, maybe Matios. Like, it's got to be between Zariba and Matios. This Keystars team, Charlie, have been through 15 different players in the past 12 months. Do you think that this group of players they have here is the group that they should look to settle on?
I mean, that's really what we need to wait and see. With CKZR coming in, obviously, we did see earlier in the year, and that's been pretty insane numbers. Probably in a, I mean, not necessarily at a level that Keystars want to be, but I mean, there were still very good numbers against a lot of teams that they will be facing in sort of Swiss stage, early stage of the play-ins, things like this. And I feel like it was an interesting roster move bringing him anyway, but since he's come in, it's not been a huge amount of maps played, but it does feel like he's not quite being able to bring over that individual level, and it almost feels like Keystars were hoping CK Zhao could continue to perform like he did on that sort of Fake at the Biru side. Not really doing that so far. Has been very underwhelming in the games that I've got to watch from Keystars so far. It feels like there's sort of one player, whether that's Zeddy, whether that's Lash, whoever it is, having a good game. The rest of the team sort of underperforming in terms of firepower. Did get to watch them versus Bounty Hunters. I mean, look, it's a good win for them, but it's not been a necessarily clean run for them through to this point. MIBR Academy, that game came very close. Yawara, a few ups and downs. The Bounty Hunters game, I mean, I put it down to a little bit more. I thought Bounty Hunters on that day made a lot of mistakes that Keystars understandably punished. So I really want to see more from what this CK Zhao, how he's going to be performing in this next month or so, really. Because, I mean, if it does continue to perform this way, I really don't know where you want it.
Interesting. It looks like Keystars are boot camping together right now, which I think will help them. I'm also trying to find the in-game leader, and I can't. I've just been down the rabbit hole. Yeah,
me too.
I have no idea. Maybe I was a bit harsh on CK Zhao. I just think because he's 30, you know, and also every single time I've watched CK Zhao, he's just kind of been mid. So sorry, CK Zhao. That one wasn't supposed to be personal. I just took it out on you. Ancient, Dust 2, Mirage. Like, these maps are fine, I think, for Bestia. Apart from Ancient, they've not been playing a lot of Ancient, and it looks like you must have covered them the other day, Matt.
I did,
right?
Yeah.
How did they look against Sharks? Oh, awful. 13-3 loss.
On Ancient, they got completely destroyed. Like, they weren't even in the contest at all. To be fair, Doc and Max Core just had, like, an outstanding game as well, where they were in that flow state. And then Koala on the A-bomb side, that might be, like, his best bomb site that he anchors. Because he often anchors small sites, but on Ancients, he's the big side anchor. And, yeah, he's really good in that position. So, won't fault Bestia too hard. I think it also was maybe a bit of ring rust for them, coming back from the inactivity that had cost them. But they're a very dangerous Mirage and Dust team, Charlie. They've got both of those maps featuring in the pool here. So coming into this as favorites, I mean, there's top 3 maps for Keystars as well, right? In Ancient, Dust to Mirage. So I think both teams will feel pretty comfortable with the map pool coming into the semi-final.
Yeah, I think for Keystars, it's sort of as good as you can really hope against a side like Bestia. Obviously, you know there's going to be no easy map. I even think Ancient, I don't necessarily think it's going to be as free for Keystars as maybe Bestia's game versus Sharks might suggest. I think Keystars, maybe it's just a game that I happen to watch them, but I've watched them like 3 times this last week on Ancient. I mean, their teasers have been really disappointing every time I've got to watch it. They've only been able to get a maximum of 4 rounds, and even then, it felt a little bit lucky for them to do so. The mad thing is, they've always ended up making the game pretty close on their CD side. They've actually got a pretty good defense, but it was just their T side that leaves a lot to be desired. So it'll be interesting to see what Bestia. Basically, I feel like if Bestia have a pretty good T side, chance out they can steamroll them once they move on to the CT. So I think Ancient could be a really interesting one. I'm still thinking Bestia probably will take this, whether Keystars can manage to go on to win map number 1 or not. I agree with you. All 3 maps should be pretty decent. We'll have to see what Bestia are looking like after a long period away. It'll be interesting to see what Bestia have actually done on a map like Cash as well, whether this is going to be something that we actually see them maybe a little bit more willing to sort of allow through, that a lot of teams feel very reluctant to play it. But unfortunately, you're going to be forced to very soon, unless you're permabanning it. So, yeah, interesting vetoes, but I think at the end of the day, even if Bestia have a bit of rust on them, they should still be taking this one with no question for me.
Having a look at that head-to-head, Brandon Thomason and CK Zhao. Now, Thomason, I feel like his time will come for him to get a shot in a big team at the higher level of the game. He's just an extremely talented individual, and I think he's going to be the best player on the server. Let's see what the game has in store as we're going to jump into the first map of the semi.
Let's see if Tomatin, oh yeah, is going to be the best player on the server. God, that lucky boy. Mr. Hayes throws it to the game, only for it to actually not start.
Yeah, sort of. How I go. To be fair, I've been relatively lucky with delays recently. So
oh, have you? That's nice. That's really nice, mate. Just I can't relate to that at all, actually.
Yeah, I had a little joke on the cast yesterday about some of your luck that you've had recently. So hopefully mine can overpower yours. I mean, it's still had a few longer days, but
It won't. Just let you know. Let you know now. It won't.
Well, we'll have to buckle in then for a long ride between these two. I'm looking forward to actually seeing Bestia. It's been obviously a long time since we've actually watched them play a huge amount of Counter-Strike. But it's just the fact that I've unfortunately not been able to get to watch them since they've come back. I mean, it's only been a handful of series. So, I mean, even before the break, didn't get to watch a crazy amount of them. So very much has been sort of watching events and just seeing them sort of on the other side of the bracket, or picking up a few of their games here or there. But yeah, for this side, I haven't actually got to cast them since their changes, so I think I'm excited about these two. But Brandon, we've just had a word that we're going to be throwing to a quick break, actually, before we get started with Bestia versus Keystars.
And we're back! Woohoo! And we had to put Keystars on the T side. Naughty. They tried to go on the defense. I'm just joking. That was not their fault. But we'll get to see what Bestia can bring here on the defense as they kick things off here on Keatstar's choice in our first semi-final of the day.
Yeah, I did say I wasn't massively impressed with Keatstar's T-sides when I've got to watch it recently. Hopefully, for their sake, something will change. You can see the odds certainly are going to be favouring Bestia, as I think all of us and near enough everyone at home probably will be as well. So, Keatstars definitely need to kick off, have a good start. It's an empty bomb site for them to take initially. We'll just have to spam through these smokes and hope for a bit of a miracle for something to connect. Not going to be the case. Bombs carrying over towards this bomb site. And we'll have ourselves a 5-on-5 retake. No utility remaining, barring 1 HE grenade for Bestia. Going to send this in. 3 players swinging towards Temple. That's a nice couple of kills, and very quickly, in fact. Look at the space that these have now. They're being forced back into towards A main. This is unreal for Bestia.
That's beautiful. That is really beautiful. I'm going to talk like the round is over, and that's because it is. The one piece of utility, that nade thrown in does 2 things. Number one, it obviously does damage onto the player in the corner, but it also just puts up a puff of smoke to the player that is holding over at Brokey, so he can't see how many players are directly going to be there. Immediate triple swing, all of the kills locked in, every fight unfair. That's some really good fundamental Counter-Strike coming out early from Bestia. We love to see it.
How clean they were as well with those pistols. I mean, didn't even give a moment for Keystars. Feels like for them to breathe. And it's going to be this second round eco from this T-side. Good thing Desert Eagles invest in fact. I mean, a bomb plant will allow for that, I suppose. But Nacho already finding a couple of kills with this mid-smoke. You've got to assume the boost was coming through. A little too easy there as Nacho snags down a couple. Keystars, this is going to be a slow play round. Just got to hope to do a bit of damage. This is a pretty well future-proofed round from Bestia, so you don't want to give up too many of these rifles, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see Bestia sort of ego swinging a few of these things if they get off to a good start on how good these players can be on their day. And it feels like this is going to be a round that falls pretty limp for Keystars.
As it should. They got no money into it. And the bomb is over at elbow. Smashing will just about claim this kill. Never mind, Nacho will step forward, but it doesn't matter. No casualties. That's the main thing here for Bestia. They start as they mean to go on. Makes me happy.
Obviously, for Bestia on their Ancient, this very much is their only game that they played. Sorry, they've only played one game beforehand of Ancient. Before this one was that Sharks game that YouTube have alluded to in the pre-show, where they sort of got hammered by Sharks on that occasion. But we'll see if a bit of that ring rust is gone now. Got into the swing of playing a few more officials. We do have CK now searching. We're playing a double, in fact, towards middle. Keeps himself alive as well. Might even be going for more. CK's out of ammo onto the sidearm. Will actually lose his life, but he's done so much damage. Found 2 kills, and he's given all of this room basically over towards beds. He's drawn attention. Rotates away, and CK's out. Might have just called this one off now for Bestia. Might have to see the CT save. Actually looking somewhat curious about this. With the bomb going down, it does look like they will try to back away. Keatstar's on the board early. First weapon round coming through. Zeddy's tagged down heavily. One push through a smoke on a time and just is the difference maker, it seems.
Fair play, CK Zhao. You're making me eat my words already, and we're only 2 rounds in. So respect. Brilliant round out of him. Bestia. Makes sense not to completely ruin the economy, especially the Buddha HP. So get out. It will all be nice and lovely here for Keatstars, and this is a good break point, which sounds a little bit silly. It's important for them just to rebound immediately, get the guns out, start winning, immediately put pressure on Bestia. Because remember, this is a map that Bestia haven't really been playing all that much. This is a map that Bestia should be good on, hypothetically. but only playing it twice. You won one game 13-0 and you lost another game 13-3. I've got no idea where you stand.
Yeah, it makes it pretty difficult to get a gauge of this ancient aggression from the CGs though. Zeddy is sitting in the smoke waiting to push through on a timing. Has to be cautioned. It feels like he is going to be a bit more reserved as he backs away further and further into the safety net just behind this wall. Buda will spot one out over towards B, but it's casting the ball, so that rings out first. Shot not connected though. Remains as this 5-on-5 as Zeddy finally gets his reward. Nice in though. Mattios getting taken down towards A. There's only 2 players towards this A main position right now, so they might not feel confident pushing out, so instead they're going to back away. Still a minute on the clock. Enough util for another XX, so they don't need to force their hand in any position just yet. And one of those smokes will be thrown in towards Red Room. With a couple of players actually out here, the CT should be able to recognize that someone's actually out behind this. They could even look to re-aggress onto someone like Zeddy when you've still got a Timo who can watch this deep position towards Ramp. He is actually just going to back away now. I was going to say we could have some very early info for Bestia. Right, it's going to go against them. Contact out towards this B bomb site. Bestia, it's going to be in the back of their minds that this could be a possibility, but until some util's thrown, this is going to be their warning sign now. B bomb site's taken, a 4-on-4. CT's not quite in position yet.
Look at Zeddy. Like Zeddy's holding this lurk already, so he should be able to catch Timo. Timo though crouches and reads it. That's a really important kill. CK Zhao might look to change the tides, and he does. Pushes through on the reload. Mazin able to find one back, goes with the USP ridiculously, and that allows Katin in. And suddenly it's a 2v1. Zariba, who hasn't got a kill yet, needs to double down. And now I know exactly where he is. A swing out for Zariba, but the bomb is just being stuck by Timo. The Bestia will be able to retake. And I'll be honest, if Timo doesn't get that kill on Zede, that whole round falls apart.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. Huge kill for Timo Divine. I mean, puts his team in a man advantage as well. I mean, Zariba, as soon as that smoke goes down, the round is so difficult for them. He needs a real bit of good luck coming his way. He needs to find that kill on that play. He should actually throw in the utility for him to have a chance there. Goes against them. And Bestia, despite falling short in the last, will instantly respond with a round victory of their own. Key stars having to play with 2 pistols due to this. Mazin looking to get stuck in. Could be in the crunch point in between both groups of T's right now. Still just being traded for now. These stars look like they are just going to wait out this smoke. Damage dealt is significant. CK down. The Molotov lands, but guess who's in towards Jaguar? Buda there. Spams him down. And it looked like there might be a brief chance for CK Zhao to try to turn this one, but it gets ripped apart, and Zariba and Lash in a 2 versus 5. Util being limited now. Bodies of their teammates all around them, and the bomb lit from Zariba as well. So they're going to have to look to slow this one down, group together, and hope for a bit of a hero to step up, probably in the form of Lash with his AK. But this is a good round from Bestia. It looked iffy there towards middle. Looked like maybe there was a time where Nikita sort of could have maybe smoked off towards that K position and crunched onto the mid players from sort of both that B lane and middle, but Bestia sort of just played it perfectly, to be honest.
They are playing like the team that are the favourites. I love the control. I mean, getting in towards mids, then the bait and switch out of the cave players as well. Like here, it's just dominant. Bestia just know exactly what's going on. Buda just deletes. His individual form has been growing in this tournament. Been really impressed with what we've been getting out of Bestia in these last couple of rounds. Like that retake was exceptional. This round is completely dominant. Like Keystars just don't have a chance. And if this is how Ancient's gonna look, if Bestia can keep up this form, you get worried for Dust 2. You really do.
100%. I do think Keystar's best chance in this does feel like an Ancient to put themselves on top. Still I mean, I'm curious in terms of how many rounds Keystars will walk away into the second with, but depending on what they have, I will still hold my tongue a little bit because I have liked their CT size. Captain finds the opening pick. Spots that there are a good few other players here. I would say Chief and to soften, also obscures their vision.
Oy.
I mean, I love the confidence, but he will cost him his life.
They can't recover that, so it's fine. That's how I'll view it. Mazin. Well, now Clematios and Lash is just going to walk through the smoke to his death. AWP recovered. That does come at a cost. You do lose the AK. But that is Bestia winning 3 rounds in a row.
Yeah. Yeah, had that sort of slight round where they staggered to a degree with that CK Zal double through the smoke. But apart from that, it's been all Bestia. Most of the rounds haven't even become particularly close either. It has been more than one-sided. That's where you can start to see already Bestia's economy's looking pretty good. More than enough money to buy the next if you need. More than enough money for Orps galore if you want. Round number 7, Keystars. Need to start to get some rounds. Reba, yet to find a kill. Mathios said he just on 1. And he'll be sent towards mid. Do have Mathios and Zeddy sending out this huge hill, and we are going to see Zeddy push behind this. That's much better. Opening kill found in middle. No CD, CT to support Thomasin. He will fall untraded for now. So man advances for Keystars with Bestia having no avenue to get this kill back anytime soon.
I like the reaction, though. The double push it in towards mid, trying to take the space, link up with the donut player. But Buddha recognizes that all he needs to do right now is just live. So, I know it's easier said than done, especially with this molly. You're going to be forcing him back, but it's important he doesn't take a tick. Now the pressure can come in from mid from Bestia, or even just a heavy rotate. Try and bolster up this defense. Timo slides over. Buddha still not taking this contact, and that smoke is really well timed because now Keystars can't progress unless they go up ramp.
Very close to this smoke in case anyone dares push through, which we know is unlikely. Instead, he's going to go through himself. Waiting in this corner, CK Zal will connect a shot, but it doesn't look like he's actually blocked that there's a player nearby. Also picking up this position, just a slight part of Timo's body, spotted base Buddha in perfectly. Back to a 4-4 now. Timo on this bomb site, Zeddy ready for it. Time it goes against him. Nacho's rotated in as well. And Bestia, they might have been the team disadvantaged from the get-go, but you wouldn't believe it as every other gunfight goes their way. Buddha, they should have recognition that there could be another player here. Nacho will walk past. That leaves Zariba. Now 1 versus 2. 0 kills at the start of this round. Needs 4 to complete. The 1v2 gets taken down as Buddha instead gets the triple himself. And Bestia, they come up with the goods. I mean, it always feels like, considering they're disadvantaged, it always felt like they had the extra man exactly where they needed it.
It's men v boys is really what it is, to be honest. Like, this double swing's lovely, and it's almost self-inflicted by Keystars. You put the molly down at default, you've got to be ready for a swing there. And then completely overlooking Buddha as Mathios. 7-1 for Buddha. In fact, no one's died more than 3 times for Bestia. That's how dominant it's been when it comes to the kills.
Aggressive from CK Zal. Does some decent damage that is traded out, but Timo's nearby. Support Buddha just to make sure he doesn't get overwhelmed in case he's given up too cheaply. Dealt up towards the round. Flashbang is right-clicked out. Timo's able to find 1 before the molly chips away as Zeddy. Oh, just about clings on to life as Thomasin for a brief moment so he can set through that smoke there. Will go down. Zeddy's been spammed down, as has Reaver. Lash ammo being his biggest issue, and Bestia. I mean, they are not giving Keystars a moment to breathe. In rounds like that, sure, they've got the bomb site. Sure, smokes are down, but they're not letting that bomb plant.
This is my favorite. This happens quite a bit in South America, where you lose a bunch of rounds, and then one player just DCs. It's like, right, we've got a tech issue. Like, actually, guys, currently it's a skill issue, and we need to lock back in. Hopefully, we get CK Zal in immediately, but we need all the Keystars just to reset themselves. I'd love to see a faster play, just over towards A. Maybe if you want to fight for middle, way out that early utility. the Bestia have been putting forward. You know they're going to get aggressive. You know you're going to fight them. Doesn't have to be all in all the time.
Obviously, last opening kill we saw from Keystars was that aggressive play from Zeddy out towards middle. Found a good pick there. Sent out Util. They were able to reclaim that space. I mean, sure, they lost that round, but that was just some really good rotation and decision making from Bestia. I mean, I did point out I feel like Keystars T-side has been poor recently, but that's not an excuse for potentially being 9-10 rounds down when you swap over to the CT side, when you only potentially have 2-3 rounds to play with. You're going to need more than that, because it feels like there's no chance Bestia just sort of hit a brick wall and don't find anything this half. Keystars have been managing to make comebacks with sort of only 4 rounds on their T side, but they can at times look a little uninspired, and perhaps their playbook being a little shallow considering how much they played this map. And it's maybe not having the contingencies in place when plan A and B don't necessarily work out, but I have a tough time seeing any plan work in the way that Bestia are playing, the way that the individuals are shooting as well. And like you pointed out, if Ancient potentially is a bloodbath, I mean, even if Ancient is won by Bestia at all, you do really fear for Dust 2. Like, sure, it's a map that Keystars play a lot, but recently we've obviously saw them when they play some of the sort of higher level teams in South America, your LPs, they can get absolutely shut down. I mean, even Bounty Hunters, they lost 13-5 in their most recent game that they played. But even then, talking about a recent game for Keystars on Dust 2, it was still sort of pushing a month and a half ago now. So they're a side that hasn't played a crazy amount of it recently, despite playing a little bit more Counter-Strike in recent times in these last couple of weeks than Bestia have. So, yeah, it could be a bit of a rude awakening for their return to Dust 2 if this one continues this way.
This has just been incredibly one-sided. I think that's just... I'm really excited to hear the analysis, because I feel like the analysis is going to probably be about 30 seconds, because what can you say? Bestia are killing over and over again. Keystars can't get a kill. Like that is genuinely what is happening right now. It's just message being put, yeah. I mean, fair. Like, you can't say an awful lot. It's just been excessively poor from Keystars. This is a semi-final, by the way.
Yeah, grand final spot on the line, and Bestia. I mean, look, we were expecting them to be the team in that grand final along either Imperial or LP, which actually on the other side of the bracket would be quite a fun rematch between those two. Obviously, LP falling short to Imperial in CTT South America only a handful of days ago, so that'd be a fun rematch between those two teams. But I wouldn't be surprised if both those rosters are looking at this Bestia and thinking, I need to bring our A game back into things, though. DK's out in the server. So we'll just have 4 rounds up for grabs. Suito sent out towards middle, and bodies are going to be behind this. Everybody blinded in the smokes as well, and they might have had a tech pause, but it's seemingly not messing with Bestia's momentum whatsoever. 2 kills found in middle. There's 3 players there ready to fight tooth and nail for that position, while you just had Cassin playing more passive and disciplined towards his B site. Keystars, they've got no control towards mid. Sure, they've B lane. We're having Buddha aggress through A, so Bestia have a lot of intel on this. And Keystars, I don't quite know how you can manage to find all too much in this one now. When there's 3 players on this one site, that might be how it starts. CK's out. That's a great find on the Timo.
Potentially, but you've already got a quick flank in. You've already got 2 players that are somewhat of a crossfire. Cassin's holding cave. CK's out. Has to hit this instant shot. Can't do it, but Cassin actually allows him in to Massin. Now stuck in the corner, but getting by him is proving a little bit more tricky. Lash thrown into this situation. Has to get by Cassin. Can't quite do it. It's a leg and then a follow through from Nacho to Massin, the saviour, you feel, as Bestia remain basically undefeated in every round. They've only lost one gun round all game.
Yeah, and that's been one hero moment from a Keystars player, and sort of asking for a bit of a time in play. I mean, something that's difficult to replicate. It's sort of as simple as that. It wasn't necessarily strategy from Keystars. We could have really easily in round number 3 just seen CKZL held as he pushes that smoke and just gets killed, and then we could have seen a 9-0 game right now from BESTIA. Lining up outside towards B. It's going to be a big play from Keystars. Timo in the flame. Headshot. Buddha rotates in. Only able to find one man advantage now as some of these weapons can look to be scooped up. This nade.
Oh.
Pipeline CK now. Directly on his head. Player fast in the flank. Cassin onto the sidearm will get dispatched off by those 3 Ts on the other side of that smoke. And this one, I mean, it's almost guaranteed that you do have players that have been chipped away at and some decent positions actually of the CD, particularly where this bomb is planted. Astro finds another. This is a 2 versus 4.
Oh, no way.
It's a 1 versus 2 for Matios. He has to spam this smoke in. The orb will find Thomasin just waiting, hoping, and Matios saves face for Keystars here. Thomasin almost hoped he's going to push the smoke, but instead it just affords him the time to spam instead. BESTIA won't find their 9th yet, but Keystars, I mean, how easy is that to try to replicate?
I mean, they win that round if Cassin doesn't troll at long. They win that round for a lot of different reasons, and it's just fortunate for Keystars that Matios is able to get the lineup in. That's the first instance of them going very quick. ZA not cleared. Guys, that's silly. That's really silly from BESTIA, and now they are just running into the gauntlet. Well, 8-3 can become 8-4, and if that happens, Keystars are right back in the game.
Yeah, 100%. That would be a really remarkable turnaround from a team that's certainly been absent. It has just been BESTIA at the races, but has been a lot of games, particularly in South America, where you can see some of these higher ranked teams play against those that are sort of trying to make a bit more of a name for themselves. And you can see them sort of just absolutely dominate and then just get really complacent and just way too confident and start to become a little bit silly in terms of some of the moments and what they do. I think that Cassin a sidearm push into 3 probably screams that to a certain degree. But there will be 4-4 Keystars. BESTIA still can certainly put themselves in a great standing if they find this final round as well. I mean, 8-4 with potentially pistol victory as well. I think we'll still be looking at this game the same way that we always have been. But it's the fact that, like you were saying, if Keystars can manage to find 4 and then, who knows, win the pistol in the second half, then, yeah, they're only a handful of rounds behind. And they're right back into the thick of it. On around, though, of this half, BESTIA money has not been an issue for them this half whatsoever. No problems in terms of getting these buys out. Cassin back on the AWP. We've got 3 players on double digits for BESTIA. Yet to have 1 for Keystars yet. Yet to have 1 even breach the 8-kill mark. So it looks like we will be seeing Keystars slow this one down a little bit. We do have Zeddy once again looking for something out of the middle. He's been good at doing so. Flashbang is dodged, and he's somehow able to look back. I don't know if Nacho gets caught by that flash, but if he doesn't, I have no idea how he can find a kill on Zeddy, who looks away from him.
I think that was a team flash.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like it might have been. And that's a really unfortunate way, considering look at the damage that's being dealt to CKZL and Zeddy, but Keystars are still ahead. Not for long, though, as Reba is found by Cassin's AWP. And it's the 2 of the low HP players here pushing out towards B. Zeddy. Flashbang is so good. That's what you need to do to make his life a little bit easier. Cave still in the control of the CD side, but last move to drop a molly in towards this position for now. Zeddy's looking for something more. There is a smoke down, and this will just force Cassin to slow things down a little bit as well. Boom,
okay.
Cassin actually simultaneously find picks. CKZL's AWP on the bottom site While you've got Matios position made nothing now. Thomasin just shifts through the smoke. CK out, Zhao will find. And despite the HP, it's going to be a difficult one for Cassin. Missed shot from CK. Zhao helps him out. Pistol will connect one bullet, but Matios reposition is excellent. It's another round where Keystars somehow managed to win, being disadvantaged there, particularly when you look at the HP of those final two players. And Keystars actually recovering an 8-4 half.
Considering where this is very impressive at Keystars, and it puts more of a slight on Bestia. The good news for Bestia is that they can still just put this game beyond all doubt. Like, it feels like they've already done a good number of that. Like, even though Keystars has made a bit of a comeback, what max is 4 rounds. You definitely have a say in this if you're Keystars. You've made it feel a little bit easier, which is really nice to see. The danger right now for Bestia is letting this slip away, because you had it.
Big there from Nacho. Lash able to fight in the flames. Gets one, but more impressively, gets out. Reverse for this round. Do they realize how many keys are nearby? CK Tower will get a double. Still another player towards ramp. Buddha. Have to be cautious of a player in red room, and Keystars can flip another round pretty one-sidedly, in fact, as CK's out triple the dualies. Allow him to breach the double-digit kill mark and allow Keystars to creep even closer. Despite it looked really good, actually, for the T's for a brief moment there. There's 2 players pushing around. There's Reaper's just been found, and there's 4 T's lurking around, but CK's out just instantly finds. You see another player repositioned from Cave. Helps out CK's out to a degree. And it will be a second round eco from Bestia, as, I mean, just like what we were sort of prophesizing could be worst case scenario for Bestia, as Keystars, without a doubt, will find themselves 2 rounds away. In a map that just 3, 4, 5 minutes ago, they were 8-1 down. Work far from over for Keystars, but they're certainly in the conversation at the very least. SMG trying to farm up a bit of cash. Already seen a couple of kills, both of which from the rifles for now. Matios will be able to find Nacho. CK Zhao on the Timo. And Cassin on his lonesome. Chance to find that anything is slim. Does get a dink onto Matios, and smartly won't give the pistol a chance. 3 players watching Cassin and will be found. So no casualties. And the first look at Bestia's T side on this map. See, in that game that they did play up against Sharks, it was the T side that they struggled on mainly. I mean, they didn't find around on their CT side, but they only had 4 rounds to actually play with. It's just in the 12 rounds that they had on their T side, they only found 3. If that T side is actually an issue, you really have to question even more the final few rounds of the CT. Zeddy picks the team on through the smoke. Flashbangs are decent, but it's all blue in the kill feed as Keystars are ramping up into this.
Keystars are doing to Bestia exactly what Bestia were doing to Keystars, and currently Bestia look like a complete and utter mess, and it's just not good. Like, it's not good viewing. It feels like they're trying to take their timings in towards mid way too quickly. You should be anticipating that Keystars are going to fight for this control, and yet you're just walking into all the flashbangs, you're walking into all the utility. It's sloppy. It's not what I expect from this team, and considering they had all the kills, they had all of the opportunity to now look at this and go, well, this is about to be 8-7 when you were up 8-1. It's embarrassing.
I mean, it really is. And for a side like Bestia, yeah, it's definitely not the greatest look from them. I mean, 40 seconds on the clock. Every single bit of map control is basically under the CTs. I mean, look at just a line of them on the mini-map. One overstep from Bestia costs these 2 players their lives. Mood has been spotted. Being heard back and away now. He's been tagged down. Cassin's able to find one as he's feeling some of the pressure. Lashes ahead of this molly. somehow still managed to find another pick. Okay, this is getting really costly, Keystars. You got a low HP CK Zao. Buddha will be found after time here. He's not ready for CK Zao's position at all. So, I mean, you take down one weapon for the cost of 3, but more importantly, you take one of those weapons down after time. So Buddha's got no weapon and no money. So, interesting decision for Bestia to make now. It is full loss bonus actually, so they don't need to fully invest this.
I think you force. I don't mind this. You just killed a lot of players. Yeah, I don't hate it. I just want to see them all group and go together. Like that's the only way you win this round. It looks like they're doing that over towards A, thankfully. But that means going up it against Lash. And information towards middle has just been gathered by Zariba. So all eyes on Lash as they head their way to A.
That's opening big. Zariba just find everything alone. Quad kill from Mathios as Keystars level up this game with 7 rounds in a row. And don't forget on the CT side, a lot of the rounds that Keystars won, they probably should have. It was mistakes from Bestia that really did cost them. Finally, we're seeing a tactical pause from Bestia as they realize how has this game slipped so far out of our hands. Now what looked like a sure thing on Ancient and moving on to Dust 2 with all the momentum. And Keystars where they can take down the lesser teams on Dust, no problem, but have a few issues against the slightly better sides. Felt like Bestia potentially even had nailed on 2-0 with the way they were playing. Now, only a few doubts are creeping into their minds, perhaps, and certainly my mind. In this final third of the map now, though, or at least for regulation, will just be this half-by from Bestia. Chance for Keystars to take the lead, and they finally got a few more players activating. I mean, we obviously saw first 5 rounds of play. I think it was Zariba, Mathios, and Zeddy had combined like 2 kills in the first 5 rounds or something. Just saw Mathios get a quad kill. CK Zao started to ramp up, similar with Zeddy. Empty A bomb site here though, so a bomb plant will be a bare minimum that Bestia can get, and they can actually take this space towards a donut for free too. So they do need to be cautious about these rounds if you Keystars. They can spiral out of control. Time is ticking, about a third gone on the bomb, approaching that halfway mark. Mathios starting to push in towards Donut, where Timo resides. Won't be cleared initially, but he doesn't confirm the kill either. Eventually pressure is being applied, but Buddha in the back line helps out Timo to a massive degree. And someone needs to get on this bomb now, times.
I don't think they've got it anyway.
Yeah. I didn't think they did either. I think they were just slightly too late on that one. I mean, Bestia win a round. They finally break this 7-round streak. It comes from a half-by. It comes from, honestly, maybe Keystars showing a little too much respect to Bestia there. I think they were just too slow with that retake. And then obviously Buddha with an excellent flank to sort of confirm Donut as Bestia territory. Bestia keep themselves on top, but you're going to need to see a lot more from them if it is to save face on Ancient here. Out towards mid is Thomas. And we're instantly going to see some re-aggression down towards this ramp for Keystars.
But also in Cave, that's where Bestia are. So this is going to be an interesting and weird timing for everyone involved, because Cassin has let CK Zao walk past Zariba. Cleared. But now you know about CK's out. And if you know the 2 players are here down the ramp, you probably think you've got control over towards the site. And that's exactly what's happened here. When do they consider that CK Zao can be behind them? Right about now. Tomasin clears everything and CK Zao. Then Timo steps forward. Zeddy's been able to get a kill. But his teammate was able to get the dink on Tomasin. This round is not clear-cut as you think, despite it being a player advantage.
Oh, Zeddy goes in front of this Molotov. He's past this. He's smoked off now, though. So he's just going to have to come down to spam. We've still got Lash on the other side of the map now. Only going to be rotating in 1 stray bullet. can connect onto Thomasin, and he goes down. I mean, they were sort of pixels away from finding Thomasin. Again, he's only a bit with these playing behind these smokes, asking for trouble, but Keystars are going to concede. They do have a diffuse kit, but half the time ticked as the smokes fade. Thomasin's actually gone on a journey. He wants to find these players. He hears them saving. Is being held by Lash. The AWP will find. So Keystars will be able to walk away with these 2 rifles. But Bestia, I mean, when it rains, it pours. Not just a flash in the pan moment there. I see able to continue that 1 round into 2. And will hit double digits, which it, I actually felt like they probably could have done so in the first half. But
yeah, maybe about 8 rounds ago.
Yeah, exactly.
And now Key starts to take a pause because they feel like, oh, okay, well, we're actually somewhat in a game now. We fought our way back, and now it isn't going the way that we anticipated. We actually have to take a pause. And the difficulty with this now is if you lose this next round, you know how important this next round is. If you lose it, you have no money. Bestia will probably just win the game. If you win this round, Bestia have no money, and it's 10-10. You're right back in it again.
Easier said than done, though. Number 19. Well, on both sides. Lash obviously saving his across. Reba, watching unlike the rest of his team, isn't quite turning up. And that's one thing that Keystars will need to do to best. Yeah, you are going to need players like CK's out to sort of bring some of that fake it to Biru form. Have players like Zeddy, deliver Lash as well. I'll look over towards A. This is nothing fancy. This is an early call for an A-pop. Smoke will be thrown. The T's used a fair bit of utility, but they are just going to call it quits there. As soon as the smoke lands down, they're going to reevaluate their decision. And they certainly did burn a fair bit from CTs as well. Obviously, with no information over towards B, they're going to need to do their due diligence in terms of clearing all of this out. I mean, of course, we can see Keystars haven't actually aggressed that far down. "45 seconds on the clock in Bestia. 3 outside towards middle, 2 just approaching this sort of B ramp now. Steps would have been heard from Mathios, so this play is in middle. 30 seconds. Time is ticking. Util sent out towards mid. Flashbang in Donor, but it will be this play in towards B. There's been no movement from Keystars. None of these B plays have rotated off. Util landing down. 10 seconds. It's going to get 10. We land on the bomb site to try to delay. Digits need to get stuck in. Reba, his spams are not going to connect. The bomb is down. Bestia have the advantage, but then brings it away. It gets chaotic as players spam both sides of these smokes. Bestia actually going to regress.
Yeah, Thomasin will find one. And he's ready for Zeddy as well. Okay, Thomasin's just killing everyone. Fair enough. That is a win condition. Thomasin steps up in a monstrous way. It does get a little bit touch and go. Just because of how spammy it was from both Bestia and Keystars. But Thomasin, he's that difference maker. He's exactly what Bestia need in this moment. A little bit of individual brilliance, and that is the money shattered. Now for Keystars.
And I suppose we'll definitely have a little bit more to talk about on the analyst desk in map number 1 than we thought it might have been initially. We can now talk about perhaps the slip-up and the recovery of Bestia. Like you said, money's broken. Decision to be made from the CTs will just be this half bite. DK's now selling his M4. Wanted to make sure he matches the cash of the rest of his team. So Keystars, obviously not for sure giving up 12, but they are essentially doing so. They've only got 2 players with armor. There's not a huge amount invested into this round. Bestia should find themselves with 4 opportunities to close this one out. And I mean, you can actually see how it very much does feel like this is a team that got really complacent, overconfident, and then you actually saw 8-8. They call their first tactical pause, and from there, when they sort of play like Bestia should, it's back to winning ways. Flawless from that moment on. That's in. Remove CK's out. Sets this one into motion. Just need to make sure you don't overcomplicate things against these pistols. Timo will push in towards Jaguar. Is he going to clear out Zariba? Almost a chance for the double, but a trade is seen at the very least.
Look at Smassin. Observer is. He's already in red room. The bomb's just now going to run its way over towards A. Makes sense. You can just flank Matios. Sit and duck. Why on earth would you have the idea that Tomassin's going to be there? He's just won the round on the spot for Bestia. As he so often does. And now for Buddha. He'd love to punish ZA overextending. That might not necessarily happen. Oh, no, it is. Don't drop the AK, ZA. It is not worth it. In fact, it might even be your choice in a minute. Because Tomassin is hunting. That just means that you are never safe. No AK saved whatsoever for Keystars. And they are now running out of oxygen here on their choice of Ancient.
Yeah, I mean, very much feels like it's been a game of momentum here. We obviously saw 8-1 start for Keystars, 7-round streak from Bestia. And now 4 from Bestia. Sorry, 7-round streak from Keystars. Now 4 from Bestia. Hoping to find that 5th to wrap things up here on Ancient before moving on to their map pick of Dust 2. And it could end with a mid-fight. Nacho sent out here. Won't quite clear this cubby, so then he gets the easy pick. Do have Thomas just playing on the edge of this smoke, biding his time, but as the CT's back away, he can reclaim this space in towards middle, but gonna have to do so with a man down now. Ooh, could have even more pressure applied.
Just go B. Just go fight Zariba. He's only got 4 kills. That should be the mentality, I think, here for Bestia. You now know the AWP's over here as well. If you're Keystars, you just heard Cassin rattle that one off. Wally goes forward, pushes Zariba back alongside the spam. There are still 3 players here, so you do need to be careful if you're Bestia. But it feels like this is going to be the commitment. This is going to be the final stand. Bestia are going to try and accelerate up B.
Zariba will deliver one at least. I'm saying with a trade, it's CK's out to find a double and keep Keystars breathing here on Ancient for a little bit longer. Denying them wrapping things up in round number 21. Cassin just need to hope they can try to save this orb. I'm sure it won't be the end of the world if it does go down, but this bonus is so low anyway. You're giving up so much equipment. It's easier said than done, but Keystars might not be too curious about this. Time does tick down. It looks like this all will be able to be saved. So, Bestia have no issues in terms of buying in the next. But Keystars, there's 1 out of 4 needed. First step complete. 3 more to come.
There's no AWP here for Lash. Cassin's got his steal. I haven't really been that impressed with Cassin. I know it's Ancient, and I know it's not like the best AWP map in the world, but still, it has been a little bit underwhelming. Best to put pressure in towards mid, but it only comes at a cost of a couple of flashbangs. ZA now starts to make his move, and you've got rotates here. Keystars have got a pretty good understanding that it might end A, and they'll be right.
Both from the CTs give Zeddy a bit more room out the donut. You've got Nacho boosted up. He spams his smoke. Will spot out Zeddy, but equally info goes both ways, and Zeddy finds. Thomasin's in a really deep position, and Matthews just missed the timing. It's all about what can Thomasin do. I mean, what can his teammates do to keep this pressure and keep this attention away from him?
The thing is, he doesn't know how much space he's got right now. Obviously, he doesn't understand that he's hit that timing. Oh, he's going to walk back to Donut. This is the wrong way. Matios will catch him. Oh, if only they'd gone forward. But as a consequence of that, Keystars actually leave to retake middle. And now, Matios has been able to get a second and a third kill. Okay, maybe all you need is Matios. Bestia are now going to retreat. We're going overtime, aren't we?
Definitely does feel like that. We could only have one last real chance for Bestia. This orb is not going to be saved, unfortunately. Cassim finds one. Reba will find his fifth kill, or sixth kill, sorry, of the map. And yeah, gonna have to be the eco here. So Keystars needing 4 in a row. Obviously, Bestia found 4 in a row to put themselves under 12. Keystars needed 4 in a row to keep themselves alive on their map pick. To be fair, I haven't watched a Keystars map of Ancient that hasn't been super close. It feels like regardless of where they finish, it always comes right down to the wire, even if their first half isn't great, even if it is good. More often than not, to be fair, their first half, every time I've watched it, hasn't felt particularly good. But, I mean, got enough resilience to bring themselves back into the conversation. There's Reaper opening kill here, but this certainly is not the round that we're expecting to be the competitive one or the two. Should sort of be the calm before the storm for Keystars.
Here's the calm. Who's going to be the storm for Bestia? Because currently it's been Thomasin. They're going to have time for all the AKs. They're going to have the money for as much utility as possible. Give that man an AK right now. Timo, Nacho, Cassin. Give him an AK. And when he says no, give him the AK anyway.
It really does feel like he is the one you want to. I mean, there was a couple of rounds in that 4-round streak that Bestia won that was single-handedly by Thomasin. Big multi-kills. Early looks to be being tagged down to 14 HP from the get-go. Oh no, it must be in the spam from CK's out, you would assume. CK's out early on in round number 24, has been solo defending towards B. Now got a bit of backup in the form of Zariba. Base towards A main's been taken from Mathios. He's pushed through deep hit. Got hold his nerf for now, but eventually, you know, as soon as contact's made elsewhere on the map and enough of it, he'll start to activate as this far flank. Just the trading of utility.
Oh, this doesn't look good. This doesn't actually look good for Keystars right now. I mean, you've got util if you're Bestia. It's going to be B. Your flashbangs need to be spot on. And now you're on a timer. And I think they know it. They do. Keystars going to have 4 players here. This should absolutely be overtime. Oh,
nice shot from Lash, and it will cost him his life. Zeddy finds one as well. Still
oh, dear.
With the Galil to find, and despite Keystars having all the manpower here, the round still falls short. Look at the HP of Bestia. 1 bullet on each of these players could have been the difference between Keystars surviving on this and Keystars falling, but it's all on Matios now. 1 versus 4 to save the hopes and dreams. Thomasin gives up this intel. There are 2 low speed players looking to fight, but they will manage to do so. I mean, Bestia win it, Brandon, but that is far from being a clean map.
No, that was not clean at all. First half was, and then it just got incredibly poor out of Bestia. Keystars, I think, are made to look a lot better than they were actually being on that map. I'll give them some credit. Like, they did play some nice rounds. Like, we got to see it out of Lash occasionally. But Zariba just wasn't there on an individual level. Bestia weren't there on an individual level when it came to that T side. But the good news is we don't need to break this down anymore because we've got a man on the ground that can. We've got Hayes taking you through what on earth happened to Bestia Part 1.
Yeah, cheers, fellas. It was a lot more of an arduous game for Bestia than it probably should have been. I mean, a really brutal way for Keystars to be denied actually getting the game into overtime, looking like they had all their numbers on the correct side of the map. But let's draw things all the way back to the beginning of proceedings as I open up my notes. So Bestia were just indomitable on their CT side. They were really just bossing middle for the most part. There was just so many rounds where Keystars couldn't even get a foothold in middle. They were constantly just losing like 2 or 3 players at the start of the round. It's that duo of Thomason and Nacho for Bestia. When those two are online simultaneously, they're actually just an exceptionally powerful rifling duo. In fact, I was even running through my mind in the break and thinking, what other rifling duos do you have that could either be better or match this duo when they're at their best, right? Obviously with Furia, top of the region, you've got Yuri K. Serato. That one's going to be their duo. You could maybe make a case for your Kindar, but it's Yuri K. Serato is the classic. And then Legacy, you've got Dumao and you've got Lato. For me, that would be the duo. That would be my top 2 for Furia, Legacy. And I think if you get Nacho and Thomason at their best, I know this might be a hot take, but I think there's actually a world in which they may have the 3rd best rifling duo. I'm thinking like, sure, MIBR has Insani, but Insani and who? You know, you get Sharks. Okay, maybe you could make a case over in Sharks, but I don't think any of their riflers have a ceiling as high as Thomason and Nacho. And we saw that here in middle where Thomason and Nacho just combined brilliantly. Bestia then maybe let it slip a little bit towards the end of the half, and I think Keystars cottoned on that. The more direct that they're playing, instead of trying to fight into middle, rather simplify the approach and play aggressively into either extremity of the map. Mostly found more success with their aggressive pushes into the B bomb site. That actually did improve the optics, and they seem to find more success in that regard. So they did kind of catch on, maybe a little bit late, but it did save their campaign in the first half from what was 8-1 at one point, and then 8-4. And they continued that form into the second half. Funny enough, Keystars were never able to get a lead. They came back from 8-1 to 8-all. Then Bestia, they call that tactical timeout, and that's where we see the switch getting flicked. We see them coming back online, slowing down the approach a little bit as well, because they're trying to play quite quickly at the start of their T side. They realized, okay, maybe we need to just take a little bit more time to build ourselves into these rounds, and I think that did also make a difference for them. They've got a deep playbook. They've got experienced individuals as well. And they didn't want to just rely on firepower alone to try and get this game across the line. So I think that was a good decision, a good choice made by Bestia. A good kind of like reaction, accommodation, whatever you want to call it. It still does get squeaky bum time here right at the end where Keystars are stacked up on the speed bomb site. But ultimately, the firepower does prevail as they're able to get the kills necessary. Good performance there from Zeddy, I think, and Lash as well. Even CK Zhao, right, all delivering in some moments. You know, Matios had that big moment in Donuts, and he had a clutch over on the B bomb side and a post plants in the first half. So, yeah, overall, Keystars will be content with the fact that they were competitive, but that was their map pick, right? So now we go to Bestia's Stronghold of Dust 2. You know, Casson didn't have the best game on Ancient, but he's an extremely strong AWPer on Dust 2. You'll see him fighting through mid doors a lot of the rounds. He loves a re-peek as well. Keep an eye on how quick he is on the trigger as well. Casson is just like lightning fast with this sniper rifle. So Lash is going to have to be, Zeddy's going to have to be at his best here coming into this game if he's going to stand a chance of actually matching what you're going to get out of Casson going into Dust 2, because I think it might like arguably actually be, it is Lash, right? It is Lash, not Zeddy. Anyway, point is that I think that Dust 2 might be Casson's best map. So Lash, as his counterpart, certainly has his work cut out for him. I've noticed in the past, Bestia like playing quite aggressively on their T side, maybe starting with a few quick B hits, trying to condition their opponents, and then evolving as the half goes on. So let's keep an eye on that and see if that's something that they look to try and implement here against Keystars. It is the first semi-final of the day. course, now Bestia up 1-0, having won their opponent's map pick. If they win on Dust, they stamp their ticket into the grand final. Keed Stars have got to get it done here on map 2.
we're back. Bestia versus Keystars, map 2. And it is Dusty. Bestia just about won on Ancient, but Jesus Christ, like how much of a throw was that? Nearly. Good news for them is that they didn't throw, and now they're here on their favourite map. Charlie, I think it's going to be a lot different. I hope it is anyway.
Yeah, I mean, you hope for their sake. It feels like on paper it could be a little bit more like that initial portion of Ancient. Yeah, a bit of a shaky time. Certainly made Bestia sweat. Probably they themselves made Bestia sweat more than Keystars, but look, at least Keystars managed to find a good few rounds. Hopefully a few more players going to be delivering, like CK's out in particular, who is going to be so key if there is any chance of Keystars winning this. 1 point initially, Nacho does spot out Zeddy, but that's both the dualies going down. That is the B bomb site to be opened up. Matios, Zariba is going to have to rotate across. There's a mid B smoke. But Bestia aren't actually rushing things. We'll see how this pans out. Sometimes it feels like you can watch rounds like this where maybe teams kind of overcomplicate it. Like, kill 2 players in towards lower tunnels. What do you think that means, guys?
Yeah, guys. What do you think that means?
To be fair, they've actually waited so long that they actually will be pushing into the... I said a less man bomb site. Keystars are all pretty split everywhere right now. You've just had Lash head on out towards this B bomb site. Matios is found early. May as well pack up shop here. He does decent enough to find one, but Nacho's been tagged down. It won't matter. He still continues to find this impact triple from him. Both Keystars players advancing on towards short. The Bestia man advantage as there's no diffuse kit for Keystars.
There is.
Wicked kills.
Sorry, there's one on ramp. He dropped one. Matios dropped one.
So there's a bit more time to play with.
Yeah. There is one, but they have to kill all 3 of these players, and they aren't moving actually. Now they will. And immediately, Tomasin will fall. Nacho is low HP, but time is fleeting. There's that kit scooped up, and can they get on it? Yes, they can. Zariba, this needs to be knocked off the bomb, which he won't be. What?
Right. Definitely a way for this map to start off. Pick up the defuse kit, just pure body blocking. He's couldn't quite seemingly play off one another. I feel like, I mean, we ended up seeing an instant kill onto the player on towards the bomb site, and you've got a low HP Nacho and a Glock from range isn't offering a crazy amount of support there. It didn't really seem like Keystars actually tested too much in that retake. Got opening kill, and from there, just body blocking the bomb as the Glocks, and tough times connecting those shots. Bestia, we have actually seen them play Dust a couple of times since coming back. Just a nice swivel from Lash after having to back away from the onslaught of the util, but Bestia aren't actually slowing down here. From long, Timo's Deagle will ring out true. Matios found. Still got TK Zhao going to be elevating up. Will find one. Kick down the bomb plant. The CK Zhao is still alive. In a 1 versus 2 as the smoke fades, he's going to be exposed, will be found. CK Zhao, what a triple from him, though.
I mean, he gets an amazing triple, sure, but also Bestia, like, how are we not looking at that angle? Timo's just hit the Deeg shot on the guy long. The next angle you are looking at, especially when there's space being given on that site, is the jump up. Alright, that's now 2 rounds where I'm actually just so disappointed.
It's a little strange here with Bestia, though. They're going to be forcing again. I mean, you understand why, but once again, if this round doesn't work out, Keystars just continue to find more and more, with Bestia still yet to have an actual perfect buy. I mean, I suppose at least, regardless of, even when they have these weapons, they're cracking open bomb sites, they're finding kills, finding opening kills, or at least early picks. So you hope for their sake they're able to actually get one over the line. Spoke obviously about Keystars' previous maps that they've played on Dust, losing 13-2 to LP, 13-5 to Bounty Hunters. So they are very much going to be hoping that they can rectify that to some degree here. Is Lash alone on this bomb site? Nade will be sent in. Util down on this round. He's getting ticked by this Molotov every now and again as well, but no one's quite swinging onto him. At last, CK's out to find the first pick. Lash playing behind this smoke now. There is a bomb site. He just jumps down into CK's. Oh, was the bomb drop down
That's
there?
the bomb. Yes, it is. Oh. Oh, I'm going to get angry. I mean, you can't win this round. Look at them all. In CT, there is nothing you can do. Where's your Guto? Oh, wait, you don't have any. Okay, Cass's got a flash. In it goes. But, I mean, you can just stand your ground. They will just get a double. What are you doing? Like, actually, what are you doing?
Yeah, this is certainly going to be a bit of a rude awakening from Bestia. I'm hoping they call a tactical pause so the coach can have a bit of a go at them. Because they're doing, like, it's another round where they get onto the bomb site. Just silly decisions have massively screwed them over. And it's happened pretty much in each of these rounds so far. That there's more than good enough chance that they could have been the ones to find it, but instead they finally got to take this eco in round number 4. We keep stars just getting gift after gift from Bestia. Demons are all being picked apart from Zeddy. He finally will go down. Nacho shooting at shadows. Timo's able to find 2 though to at least damage this economy. And I suppose considering this is an eco, keeping their economy relatively humble. If Bestia finally can win a round, they will be able to break that relatively soon. But yeah, need to see them actually deliver here a bit. Cassin's got the AWP, finally got AKs in plays on some of these guys. 4-0 to Keith Stars. Feels like it's sort of like we're playing golf here, and Keith Stars have a pretty decent handicap. And Bestia are like, all right, we're the better team. We'll give you these 4 rounds to play out, and now we'll actually start playing. That's a weird analogy, because I've never played golf and know nothing about it.
No, I understand what you're saying there. You're like, they're giving them a handicap.
Yeah, exactly.
They've been given a haircut. Lash is here with the AWP. ZK's steps in towards top middle, but meanwhile, Bestia out long. They've also got tunnels control, so this gets a little bit weird. The only defender on this A bomb site has an MP7. And somehow he's nearly won out the fight on Buddha. In fact, he has won out the fight on Buddha. I am lost for words because Tomasin's out B. And he's being helpful. How are you holding for him?
So much damage has been dealt to these Keith Stars players. If this bomb goes down, I mean, really wouldn't mind if they just sort of called it quits. Just because you've got 2 players, Lashes on the AWP. Has to swap that over towards someone else if they are going to give this one a crack. They're going to win this.
I believe in them.
It's tough to bet against them the way that some of these rounds have transpired.
No, they're leaving.
Molotov will land nearby towards Timo, but he's able to dodge those flames. The Bestia finally there on the board. As soon as they got full buyout, it does go their way. I mean, it could have been even more one-sided. But Lash pivoting towards B with his gaze. Mateo somehow finding one with the MP9 and Nade combo. But there's something for Bestia to work with now.
Terrorists win.
Saw Bestia play Dust against Flux, so they won that one in a double OT victory. And a pretty simple victory against MIBR Academy lately. And MIBR Academy can cause a fair few issues. In the games I've watched, they can be quite a difficult team to actually take down in some of these series. Normally do go out swinging at the very least. Aggressive stance from Lash with this AWP. Play it out towards lower tunnels already, but Lash isn't going to quite be able to get a grasp on this. And instead, he will just back away. Stuck around towards was mid for a fair bit of time, first 30 seconds of the round, but no one's showing anything. Leanne flash to give Thomasin a bit of space to clear this initial angle at the doors. Infiltrated in middle.
Hey, watch just throw at you two. Finally, Bestia will start to take some space up Cat. To mass in weight. Timo will now get smoked off at the pass at long. That's well timed. Will Matthias step into this? I hope not. Instead, he's just holding the angle. 40 seconds left. The move is Bestia's to make. The only control they really have is in towards short. So they're going to take the bomb long. It's either going to be genius or horrendous.
Ooh, Matthias double before Timo trades. Flash from the angle as well. Now, missed shot though will cost him his life. And it actually denies CK's out from pushing up all too much. 10 seconds. The bomb's going to need to be frantically dropped across. There's 6 seconds. Bomb not going to be planted. Bestia
he didn't grab it.
When the bomb wasn't scooped up.
He threw the bomb to him, and he didn't get it.
Oh, Bestia. What are we watching?
Do you know what? I don't know. This is... And Keystars are the one that take the pause? Really?
I mean, it is very, very sloppy from Bestia. This almost feels like their first game back from that sort of month and a half off. The fact that we've seen 7 rounds of play and at least a good 4 of the rounds, sorry, 6 rounds of play, and at least sort of 4 of them Bestia have sort of shot themselves in their own foot. I suppose trying to get all your mistakes out early so you can try to deliver a bit more late. If it works out like that. I mean, I suppose the thing you can look at as well is Bestia on their T side can look unbelievable in a lot of the series that they played. Against the MIBR Academy side, they ended up leading 8-0 on their T side. Against Fluxo as well, they were 8-3 up. And at least statistically, sure, some of the games from a month and a half ago, I mean, their T side is superb, but right now it's far from it. Half the rounds played in this first half and just 1 round from Bestia. Break of this smoke. Cassin gets the 1-up on Lash, opening kill. And a much needed one for Bestia. That's a freebie for Nacho. Deals damage to Cerebra as well. Gets the information that there's 1 more over towards B. For a brief moment, it was a 5-on-3 for Bestia before that trade came through. This has to be a round in which the CTs can actually deliver. Matios again long, and there's again going to be players testing his position. CK Downs found one. Matios with the first. No one close enough to go for this trade. Cassin holding the line, will deliver, and it's back to a 2-on-2.
Gotta win this if you're Bestia. Like, absolutely have to. I think it's just fundamental for the momentum, and that is a great catch. Cassin will find Zariba, and they're just going to hightail it because Zariba's that player. You've just seen him rotate in towards lowers. So CK Zhao is just going to plant his feet over towards the A-bomb site in desperate hopes that they are going to overcomplicate it and go A. Instead, Bestia find B, and CK Zhao should save.
Yeah, softened up the B-bomb site taken. 2 players to find. I mean, he'll know as much as we do before the digits even punched in that this is a play towards B. And he's at least having a little look towards these doors, seeing if anyone's giving something up. Seems like he might back himself, actually. Creeping ever closer. Is at least looking, just in case any of the T's make a oversight, overstep. Give up something, but as time is ticking more and more, CK's out being spotted. This is going to be Bestia now hyper aware that Let's not let him get on this bomb site, not let him get a ninja diffuser or anything. Manages to find one more kill before he backs away himself.
Terrorists win.
CK's out as he goes down to the bomb there, so it'll cost him his own life. And money's not actually a good spot for Keystar, so it's a pretty important weapon for CK's out to bring across. But Bestia, they're up to 2. But from the opening start that they had with a kill out towards middle from Cassin, a kill in towards B, and half of Zariba's health chipped away at, and still Keystars can bring it to a point where Matios maybe could have even found more and long. I mean, they ended up having the man advantage off of that Matios kill. Bestia keeping themselves afloat. We've got 2 premium rifles, but a lot of pistols and SMGs, and Keystars are trying to catch off Bestia, and they were being able to do so. So much damage is being dealt, but Bestia on top by 1 man.
Still winnable. It really is winnable. Cassin. If he drops the ball, that could be the way in, especially because Lash has got an AWP. Bomb will make its way over now, and all the attention is turned, and Cassin might be able to be catching either an MP9 or the AWP. That's massive. Good trade out of Matios, but the follow-through isn't good enough onto Buddha, and in fact, he goes 1 step further, catches Zariba. AWP will be not scooped up, oh dear, so that's kind of expensive.
Yeah, Timo's actually got to sell a bit of util to drop that across. But Bestia being up against the USPs in this one, this should be a pretty clean round for them to try to sort of recuperate some of that money that they lost from that AWP. And as well, they can bring themselves within 1 round, within touching distance of Keystars. Obviously, were leading 4-0, 5-1. Whatever you want to say, it wasn't a great look for Bestia from the get-go, but it seems like they've sorted themselves out to some degree. Obviously, you pointed out on map number 1, this is a semi-final, grand final spot on the line. Elimination is 10 rounds away from Keystars, so pressure is at an all-time high for them. Lose this, you're out. Win this, and it's a clean slate. We move on to Mirage, where the victors of this obviously will play up against either LP or Imperial, who are sitting on the other side of the bracket, waiting for this game to be up. 1, this should be relatively clean. Rainbow will manage to catch off 1 pick beforehand. AK's upgraded from that Galil. Do lose 1. Not the end of the world, but Bestia have at least got themselves a little bit to work with now on this T side.
Alright, they're back. But for how long? Let's start a dialogue, Bestia. Fast play out long for 2 of these players. Not the AWP. Instead, he's staring down top middle. Alongside the rest of his friends. Never mind, I've lied. He is out long. Tomasin and Nacho. Ready to swing in at short. And Util's out for Matios. So he might not be ready for Nacho. Wow. Alright. That is one way to win a round immediately. All the fights going in favor of Nacho on Tomasin. Lash and Zariba can't do anything about this. 5-5, all tied up.
One planted just to confirm things. Nacho on for another. There's his 3rd of the round. Zariba to try to keep hold of this M4, but look at the minimap. Look at the T's already swarming. The HE grenade could do the trick. It's going to be a volley that lands onto Tomasin instead. Zariba goes down to the flames before his smoke ever leaves his fingertips. And all square now, so 4 on the bounce for Bestia. Still the chance to win the half, and with them removing everything from Keystars, just going to have to really contest with a half buy in this one. And it feels a little reminiscent of Bestia on that CT side of Ancient, where they got to the point they were making a lot of costly mistakes, and then they just 8-8. They sort themselves out a bit. Obviously, go on to win that 4-round streak that puts them on 12 map point. Make sure it comes down to the wire still. But it's a similar story here. Poor start, a lot of sloppy errors, a lot of mistakes. Whether that being miscommunication, perhaps that cost them, or just players doing their own thing with the sake of Timo jumping down in CT. But either way, they are here to play and keeping Dust 2 at least competitive for now. 5 apiece. Got a couple of HE grenades purchased in a bit of a tech pause form now, so still haven't seen this full investment from Keystars just yet. Issue seems to be on the side of BESTIA, so hopefully can all be resolved sooner rather than later. There you go. Freeze time ticking down, not too long for that tech. As we're starting to see what Keystars full buy is shaping up to be. Lash going to keep his money slightly higher for the AWP. Mainly consists of these pistols. Actually, not much armor behind any of them, so this should be a pretty simple round for BESTIA, all things considered. Oh, not quite ready to go live yet. Type it in chat.
No.
Back into a tech, it seems. Maybe BESTIA's issues not quite resolved. And a bit of a Molotov battle into it. Yeah, it all breaks into anarchy.
Shake my head. We good now? Lots of typing going on. No one's rebought.
Yeah, a little concerning.
What's the issue? What do you make of that second semi-final?
I actually think it's going to be a fun watch. I'm quite a big enjoyer of LP. Only got to watch a handful of Imperial games here or there, but they certainly can make a meal out of a few series.
Oh, yeah.
That's for sure. But equally, when they are at their best, they can be a really scary team. We saw in Series 3, I mean, even then, they made a bit of a meal out of a few of those games. Alka, I believe they ended up being up massively on both Mirage and
yeah, no,
Nuke.
me and Matt watched Alka.
Yeah, there you go. So got to witness that almost fumble from Imperial. But again, it's equally we end up seeing Imperial obviously face off against LP there, and that was just unreal display from Imperial. It only dropped 8 rounds across both maps, 13-7 Mirage, 13-1 Inferno, and that's the thing. Games like that you can watch from Imperial, and you're like, okay, this is a team that when they play at their best, you know, there's not many in the region that can stop them. So I think it really depends on what version of Imperial show up today. But I think it's fun that we've got a bit of a grudge match just 3 days after that semi-final from CCT Series 3. Because LP, they're certainly going to want to rectify that display that they had. And they themselves have been making a lot of deep runs in these last couple of months. So already a semi-final here, but you know, it's been a couple of months since they've won an event. Be great for them to go on to do so. I probably would, just because I watched a little bit more of LP, I probably would lean towards them, but there's no real rhyme or reason, particularly after we saw the absolute shutdown from Imperial last time out. More of a gut feeling than anything logical.
Yeah, no, I feel that. Especially, yeah, because LP got owned last time. Yeah. But maybe LP have got revenge in them. I could see that, definitely. No, I'll be honest, Charlie, I don't know what's happening with the game.
Yeah, not an update on what side it's on. It was obviously on BESTIA initially. Now...
Oh, Oh,
Nice.
hello? Type in? No. All right. If it's okay with Prod, I'm going to put this one to a break. And when we come back, we can continue. Have I done it? Have I faked it out? No. All right. Well, when we come back, we're going to have Bestia versus Cade Stars.
Tick.
back, hopefully for good. Round number 11 is where we left off. Just about to jump into the midst of this. We did have Keystars on a half buy. Bestia were down 5-1, but they brought themselves back into the equation 5-5 now. A chance for them to take the lead as Keystars money is in a rough patch, waiting to save so they can bring out an investment in the final round. Flashbang gets intel. You got Matthias towards long. He's just been pretty key for Keystars over there. As Bestia now take this space over towards short. Mentioned it in, I say the first half, we're still in the first half. Mentioned it, what feels like
an hour ago
now. Yeah, a good while ago that. Bestia, when they have played this map, sure, a couple of the games from a little while ago, but they have been doing a lot of their best work on this T side. Best they can possibly find is 7, but they are still certainly going to be feeling pretty good if they can manage to find that, particularly after being 5-1 down.
Yeah, if they can get 7 here, I mean, that's phenomenal. They're going to go in towards short, and that is brilliant out of Buddha. CK's out, dropped and dealt with. This should always be a 6th round here for Bestia. So I'm not worried about this one. It is the next one that I start to think, okay, well, look, if Bestia are able just to recover the situation immediately, if they're able to make this 7-5, then that's why you start to fear a little bit for Keystars, because this has been dominant to start with and then very lackluster. And going on that basis, that's where it can start to get a little bit dicey. A's gone, he's had enough. Oh, he's back now.
Don't know what happened. I'm back though.
Bestia will be able to keep all of these weapons. We probably will have the CTs look to push on in. Cassin finds one. Rifles now line up, and yeah, no real chance. Always going to be difficult pushing through that tough chokehold of long doors, but there's Bestia's 6th, as you pointed out, was expected. Went so cleanly as well, so not really giving anything extra for Keystars to work with. No AKs or anything, but they've still got more than enough for a full weapon round. Only one defuse kit notably, so if we do see Reba go down, make sure the CTs recognize exactly where that kit drops. 3 early towards B as we've got Cassin posted with this all, but a smoke blocking off any vision. Start to see these T's perhaps maneuver towards lower tunnels and look to join Buddha out in middle. Just going to leave Cassin, leaving Nacho instead to watch tunnels for now. Re-aggression towards short from Keystars. 2 players nearby. Timo is holding for any aggression, but the CT's not going to go any further than this. Nade in mid. Buddha barely clinging on to life. Mazin is not ready for this short play at all. Surely he gets found. Realizes there's 2 now. And Bestia, didn't even have a thought in their mind that the CDs would have done that. Thought that at least some contact would have been made. At least they would have had some understanding of it.
It's a nice idea. Break on the smoke to spot out players, but instead it is Cassin that spots out both 2. And the smoke fade isn't going to go well for CK's out. So Bestia are back in it. Low HP for both Buddha and Timo, though. The same can be said for Zede. And Nacho is now trying to tangle with him. Zede has to move back. It's Nacho that pushes forward. Zariba, is he able to get the trade? Just about. 3v2 still looks scary, especially when there's 20 seconds left.
Yeah, got to make a decision now. Bomb being dropped from Timo. What's his teammate in Buddha? But this orb can't sit back along. They've got to push. Util actually allows Lash to get this understanding of where they are. He was completely exposed to what long flashbang is sent. There's no time for the bomb plant. Buddha has to drop down and find his kill. There's not going to be the chance to do so. Keystars win the round in shocking fashion, really. I mean, it's honestly the util that was sent. I mean, Lash was posted up towards short at the ramp. He would have just been found if a gun was out. I mean, was brought down low, but managed to find a couple of kills. Bomb wasn't able to go down anyway after that. And Keystars will walk away with 6. I mean, don't forget, Keystars did lead 5-1. So, I mean, it is still a decent recovery from Bestia. It's just more so in the context of those sort of 5 initial rounds that Keystars have won. Bestia really made life good for themselves. Round onto the second half. Keystars on the T side. They're the one setting the tempo. Molotov towards lower tunnels, but Zeddy finds a pick on Nacho just beforehand. Cassin winded off the angle and has to back away. As mid is under control of the T's, they'll re-smoke towards short to ensure that. That's Cassin, sorry. Then I'm taking this space. Zeddy will get one pick, but all the pressure is on Thomasin. This is quite the effort to just elevate someone up, it seems. And Thomasin, too many targets, not enough support, and Timo in a 1v4 to deny Keystars winning the pistol. And Zeddy finds, completes things with a quad kill from him.
Oh, Bestia. So confusing. So confusing. They just can't get anything going. They really can't. It's kind of upsetting to watch, to be honest. I really just expect more. I really expect more. We're just not getting it.
Yeah, I think particularly after Asia as well, when we saw Bestia at their best in that first half, what they could do. But I think it's evident we haven't seen them at their best here at all on Dust. Managed to find a couple of kills. Reba is going to fall. I mean, this is an eco, and this has already become quite costly. Flashbang straight in front of Lash. Bomb being dropped here as well. Obviously, there is no armor on any of these CTs, so one bullet could spell disaster. Cassin spots a lot of damage to CK Zhao, and with Thomasin finding one, bombs being recovered. HP favoring the CTs. CK Zhao is baiting this. He's not actually committing. 2 HP saves face the Keystars and stops them losing to near enough a full eco.
They are
Still,
lucky.
economy is in tatters now for Keystars.
That's crazy. Fair enough. Like I said to Bestia, I don't know what we're playing at here, and then Keystars are just all over the place in this round. That is just USPs. USPs, and they nearly lose it. Well done from CK's out. Thomasin, definitely, you feel like should have won. Didn't. Oh, dearie me.
It's certainly been a strange game to watch here on Dust 2. We've got bank accounts fully drained for Keystars, the Scout on Lash, a Galil, the rest AK. So the buy's not actually horrific or anything for Keystars losing all those players, but it's more so what could happen if they lose it. The Bestia very quickly take the lead on this map. Lash will be found as Cassin's ult rings true. Still 2 players towards the suicide position, but I doubt they're going to be fancying giving Cassin too many gunfights. So eventually just stay tucked until Cassin loses his patience and starts to search elsewhere.
Okay, it's interesting here right now for Keystars, because again, you've just got these players just going on individual missions. It doesn't feel great when you're watching. At least there's somewhat space here for CK Zhao, but Buddha's protecting. You've got this double layering over at long. Timo can help out both the long doors angle and catwalk. 55 seconds. It feels like you just are committed into this.
Cassin taking down Matios now. How is this bomb onto Reba going to get onto this A-bomb site if it isn't for Zeddy and CK Zhao and Cassin? You pointed out on map number 1. Want to see a bit more from Cassin. I mean, was present, but never really relevant in a lot of the rounds on Ancient. I'm pretty sure he finished with the least deaths and least kills. So he was just around. Yeah, only 9 deaths he had on Ancient and 10 kills. I mean, obviously, least kills on his team, but yeah, I mean, just didn't really have a huge amount of impact on map number 1. A moment like that, though, from Cassin on the CT side of Dust could be exactly what Bestia need, just to allow them to sort of continue this streak, allow them to push themselves even forward. Got a nice quad kill there, up against this force fight of Keyed Stars. Should be seeing Bestia take 9 if all goes to plan in this round. Through the smokes, not quite going to connect, but we have had short being taken from Keyed Stars. Got a player in Mathios towards tunnels, just making sure no one re-aggresses. Gives that option for a play towards B, but out towards mid, Keyed Stars will go. Nacho's watching this. The scout is going to peek. CK's out, won't connect the shot. So this is information for Nacho and the rest of the team. Flashbang's good. CK's out will be found, but he gets a tag beforehand. That softens him up massively as these pistols push on in. But it's handled well.
Nicely done.
It should be all 5 alive as well, and it will be. So the force buy finds absolutely nothing for Keyed Stars. 8-8, exact same score. We actually found ourselves on Ancient as well. I suppose that's one positive you can give to Keyed Stars, regardless of where this game goes. And look, there is a great context in terms of Bestia have made a lot of mistakes in this series, but I think Keyed Stars had the exact same thing against Bounty Hunters. I think there's a real conversation you could have had for Bounty Hunters being the one to make it hit the semi instead of Keyed Stars, but it's the fact that even if that happens, at least Keyed Stars are still keeping this game competitive. Against Bounty Hunters, they were actually able to capitalize on the mistakes and win that series because of that. Still got a chance here on Dust 2, of course. But they are very much testing Bestia and not just rolling over.
That is true. They are giving us a really competitive game, which is exactly what we'd want out of a semi-final. I think Keyed Stars, they've been down and out quite a lot just in general in this game. So it's nice, it's just really nice to see them just boosting their way forward. That's a nice shot. Shouldn't be any more, shouldn't be scary. Kind of is getting scary, but then, oh yeah. Expensive. That's the name. Very expensive. In fact, that day is still not done. 1v2. Now waiting incredibly patiently. Tomasin surely will clear him. And does. But it didn't need to be that expensive.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit like the round that we saw Bestia having against Keyed Stars when it came down to that 1v1. I mean, obviously, due to the fact that none of the weapons were ever going to be able to be upgraded, it never felt like the round was going to be won, but it still gets very costly, like you said, so it stops Bestia being able to have too much money heading into these future rounds. Still got more than enough on Buddha, on Thomasin as well. Nacho will be able to buy on the next, so we'll be able to see a buy if Bestia lose, but it certainly knocks Bestia's economy down a couple of pegs. All away from the finish line for Bestia, though. No AWP for Lash to look to contest with Cassin. Have to make do with this rifle. He's been another player that you probably wanted to see a bit more from on the Keyed Star side of things. Both himself and Zariba a little quiet on map number 1. Both single digits in the kill department. Lash here as well, 6 and 15.
Yeah, that can't happen on a map like Dust 2.
I mean, not against Solid like Bestia as well. When you will need players like Lash to deliver. He's one of the higher rated players in recent months. On this Keyed Star side, probably is the highest rated, as obviously CK Zhao hasn't exactly hit the ground running since joining these guys. No contact made just yet as we're approaching that 1 minute mark. Instead, it's going to be Keystars having 4 players towards tunnels while they leave CK Zhao to hold, and he rotates towards short.
Okay, so Warp isn't here, which is the nice luxury, and rotates pretty far away. So it's your classic, your B defenders need to hold on to the B defense. 40 seconds. Mid to B smokes drops. That's going to preoccupy the A players. Nacho actually thinking about taking a look. This is dicey, but that confirms that there's no one truly there. There is only one player, but Tomasin, maybe he's the only player that Bestia currently need on this B bomb site. They are shut out from this round, Keystars. You've got to save. And that is Bestia going up to double digits. It feels like normality has been resumed.
Yeah, and Thomasin actually almost up the damage to find Mathios as well. Brings him down to 6 HP. As soon as that happens, you know that Mathios can't really go through that smoke without just being the sacrificial lamb. Are we going to see them look to remove these guns after time? Seemingly not. Bestia are actually just content to focus on their own money. Make sure it's in a good enough spot. Where even if Keystars do start to find a few rounds back to back, Bestia can still invest. But, I mean, that could have been quite a lot of pain actually for Keystars if they lost those 2 players after time, or even if just losing one of them can certainly throw a spanner into the works. But instead, it'll be this half bar around these 2 saved weapons. Look how light this util is for Keystars. Nothing remaining. It's going to have to be brute force.
Yeah, and that's going to be really tricky, especially when you're just going up against all this util and all the weaponry and Teemo's headshots. Come on anymore. He now knows that you've picked up that rifle. Tomasin will make it in towards lower. CK's out right behind him, but not for very long. 2 players remaining. Lash, as you say, struggling. And what can they really do? Not a whole lot.
Ooh, okay. Gunfights are being given up. Flash. He finds Thomasin. You don't have Cassin, who's instantly in a position to get a quick trade. For a 2v5, down to a brief moment for a 1 versus 2. Does get a bit sketchy, but it's still around for Bestia. We spoke about how they're building their own economy anyway, so not the end of the world that they end up losing those 3 players. So close to the grand finals now are Bestia, 2 away. Within touching distance, Thomasin has been tagged down. He's wielding a secondary orb on this occasion. Just going to be trained on this angle towards B, while Cassin towards the lines, towards lower tunnels. He tanks the flashbang to go for a timing shot. Won't connect for him, but he will know that was at least 1 player towards lowers. And Nacho, that's a cheeky way to find a pick with CK Zhao. In the meantime, Thomasin lost his life in B. Then he's trying to apply some pressure to at least draw rotates, but the Molotov has to flush him away. Bestia have rotated a lot of players here towards B just off of Zeddy's contact alone, so this could be the perfect time for Keystars to look to exploit up towards A. Scout misses his shot. Buddha is a bit whiffy between the 2, but eventually Buddha comes out on top. Cassin's AWP strikes. Zeddy is continuing to lift his team on his shoulders. But Teemo, is he going to be behind Zeddy in time? Not quite. Spots nothing out in middle, and finally Keystars will head towards that undefended A-bomb site.
Yeah, but it's good timing overall here for Teemo. You should know that this has to be short, and they're applying for it. So now here comes the fight. Z8 spots Teemo, but Teemo hits a headshot instantly. And now Zariba, who, as you say, has been a little bit absent, now needs to step up in a big way, but gets owned by Nacho. Bestia up to 12. And yes, there's a bomb plant, but there isn't that much money.
I mean, this is just going to continue to streak. 5 in a row now, that is for Bestia. So, I mean, at least loss bonus is high, but it's not going to be an AWP for that. He's going to have to make do with the rifle again. Really nice attempt from Zeddy there. Good kill towards B. I mean, you can see how heavily Bestia sort of rotate away. And even when it looks like they find the kills in middle and players who are holding for those rotations, Zeddy's there again to sort of clean up. Unfortunately, still means nothing. Yeah, it feels like Bestia have probably eaten a good few slices of sort of humble pie this game, and it feels like this is them playing correct Counter-Strike most of the times, and more so players doing what they need to do, players hitting their shots. 5 in a row from them, looking to extend it to 6 to wrap this one up. But that actually is 6 rounds in a row from them. See, they lost the pistol and conversion. They were 8-6 down. These stars, they find themselves once again in a position where they need 4 in a row to bring things to overtime. They managed 3 on Ancient, but were unsuccessful at the final hurdle. This one they've got far less to fight with, and worst of all, BESTIA have far more money to work with. Cassin waiting for CKZAL to make this jump up. Finally does come through, but Cassin's been forced back from this angle. Just the trading of utility. Cassin spots one out. We'll drop this smoke grenade, allow the CTs to cross to help support A, which inevitably is going to be this final destination for Keydstars.
Not bad, to be fair. Like, really not a bad position to be in, unless that molly doesn't spread all the way to Buddha. And now you have no idea. So he can just let you walk by. And yes, he'll bait his teammate. And oh, a second teammate, Buddha!
No.
Disaster.
No, Buddha.
Bomb has been planted.
You silly Billy.
Sort of has gone as poorly as it really can. I think you play that out 100 times. That's the worst possible outcome. I mean, BESTIA still do have chances, but yeah, that's going to be a bit of a kick in the teeth. Doesn't even get the double to sort of rectify, letting his 2 teammates die. Matios on towards Cassin. A big weapon to actually remove. Not so much in terms of Cassin won't be able to have an AWP, but the fact that Lash will now. So just going to strengthen this buy of Keydstars. And I mean, it's inevitable that that was going to happen, wasn't it? We see 6 in a row from BESTIA. And as soon as they hit 12, as soon as they hit map and series point, that's when the streak dies. Final attack pause here for BESTIA. Should at least be able to get out this buy and the next buy. It'll be interesting what happens if we do get to round number 24. I mean, obviously, saves can change the narrative slightly. But they should be relatively decent for most of these rounds. Okay, Thomason's actually bringing out this second AWP again. We obviously saw him do it once in the second half. Was found by Zeddy.
Not a fan.
Feels strange to... I mean, it's always a strange conversation in double AWP, particularly when it is sort of your star rifler.
Yeah, I don't like it. I like the little ad-libs we get from Hayes. I agree, but then if Tomasin gets this kill...
I mean, we'll say it's genius, won't we? If he goes on to find a triple, you'll say it's great.
Exactly, then he's the GOAT, you know? But instead, he falls off the boost. Nade is brilliant. CK's out, dead. Nacho, that's what we call bullying.
Yeah, that's a rough way for Keydstars to start this round off. Nacho has his number, as he did that a few rounds ago onto CK out in that exact manner, really. Just catches him off, trying to elevate up towards E-Box. So Keydstars have to make this one work. Disadvantage. Don't really have a huge amount of information as to where BESTIA are. You just got to hope that they're playing a relatively standard setup. Nade. Slightly too shallow to do too much, but will chip away at the Reba to a nice degree. A lot of these players are going to start to be one headshot to these M4s. Timing, there's a lot of pace behind this. Thomasin goes down again with this ball. Buddha spotted towards CT, trades a C, it's back to a 3-on-3 as Teemo has to sacrifice this space and back away towards long.
At least he's alive.
Planted.
Yeah, at least he's alive, right? Because now you can walk in here and maybe just catch a player. It's actually Nacho that gets the kill hilariously, but BESTIA are now swarming. Mathios, nice dink, but it's not a kill. And now it's all up to Lash. Maybe spotted in Gandalf. There's no utility to flush him out, but there's plenty of personnel to do it. He will catch off the first. Is there any way that he can do this? Yes, just by the swings. Cassin will get the kit and the defuse. That gets way too scary. Way too scary. But Bestia are able to prevent overtime again and book their spot in the grand final.
I mean, wow. I actually think that final round is a pretty good example of how this series has gone. Actually, I think Bestia win the round, but it gets way too uncomfortable. Just like that final round did. Cassin securing that one for Bestia. Grand final spot. I hope at least they've got a lot to learn from this one, because you get it over the line. You are the better team. We're expecting you to take this one, particularly expecting you to take it 2-0 after you won Ancient. But I think there's a lot of issues that need ironing out if you are Bestia.
Gotta unmute the mic. There we go. Figured out just in time. Either way, good to be back with you, lads. Good display from Bestia. Like you say, definitely some scrappy moments where there's quite a few question marks, where it wasn't always down to Keatstars having the best performance, but sometimes just down to Bestia making some poor mistakes. I will say I'll focus on the positives with them having won the game. I thought there was some good mid-rounding from Biru in the first half once they got going. I think they had some good, they were kind of able to interchangeably go between their defaults and their set pieces on the T side. Like once it was 5-1, we saw that 4 or 5 round streak there from them in pretty convincing fashion. Nacho is just, he's been a bit of a revelation in this team, and it's very good to see him performing at this level. Cassin with the AWP as well. He's just like always hungry for the jewels, fighting middle, both T and CT side. He doesn't stray away from them. He's always backing himself, and it's good to see Thomason as well. It's like that's the trio, right? That Nacho, Thomason, Cassin trio is extremely dangerous when they're all on. And then you've got Timo. It's like, wait, Timo's the 4th best player in the team? That's such a reliable 4th best player to have. Like, are you kidding me? He can even have games where he can take over as well. Got like very sharp first bullet accuracy. So I think that's the thing about this Bestia team, is they actually have the highest ceiling out of probably any Bestia team that's existed prior to this one. Maybe they were kind of limited by Noxy before. He did obviously have a lot of experience, but was kind of like hamstrung the team a little bit in terms of his individual level. I will say for Keatstars, obviously massively lacked the contributions from Lash on that map, and Dust 2 just being like an AWP's playground. It was unfortunate that he wasn't able to really deliver, and you just saw that massive disparity between himself and Cassin. Cassin won out a number of head-to-head duels between the two of them as well, so that certainly didn't help Keatstars' cause. Again, Zeddy was good, and CK Zhao as well, but unfortunately, that is where the run will end for Keatstars. And like you said there, Brandon, at the end, it means that Bestia go through to the grand final, where they will play against the winner between Imperial and LP. Now, fellas, I'm not going to keep you here any longer. It was a lengthy best of 3 for a 2-0, 2.5 hours later after the start time. We're now only wrapping up proceedings. So, yeah, one more game to come before we get to the grand final later on today. It's going to be LP taking on Imperial, starting in about 30 minutes time, guys. I'll be joined by Mark and Vincent, and we'll see you guys then. Hello, everybody, and welcome back for the second semi-final of the Thunderpick World Championship South America Series 2. We already have one team locked into the grand final. One semi-final played out already. BESTIA have got themselves a spot in that final later on today, and now we'll determine who will go up against them to be crowned as the champions here. I'm joined by Vincent and Mr. Get the Bag, Mark. I always remember what I said that one time was like, Is that like a positive affirmation? Is that like a manifestation? You came up with that name kind of thing. Either way, welcome, fellas. You guys are locked in now for the second semi and the grand final. Should be a hell of a journey over these next couple of games. Let's get into the bracket. We can bring up the way that the competition has unfolded so far and maybe just break things down a little bit, because I feel like it's kind of played out for the most part the way that we would have expected, Vincent.
Yeah, I think it has. I think the expectation coming into this was that, likely, I think Bounty Hunters Keystar is like more of a toss-up than anything. But yeah, LP pretty easy win against Fucking Biru, and then Imperial and BESTIA on their requisite side of sides of the bracket. You expect them to be making it into a grand final. Just the pedigree of them as a unit. BESTIA, I think, more so than Imperial, who are still trying to sort things out. Sadson coming in, but still, yeah, it's exactly what you'd hope to see, even if things have maybe been a little bit tougher for Imperial than you would have expected.
Yeah, losing a map to Isurus is maybe a bit of a blip on their radar. Coming into this game, Mark, Imperial versus LP. It sounds like the consensus between the two of you in the conversation we had before we went live is that this is kind of leaning Imperial for the both of you. Am I speaking for you? I think that's what Vincent was thinking, at least. Where do you stand on this particular matchup?
You're not exactly like lying for me in this instance. I am, I am a big LP supporter, but today I feel like with what I just saw from Imperial over in the third CCT series, like it was really an excellent tournament for them, and I couldn't really like pull anything away. It was maybe like some of the same gripes that like you've had with this Imperial lineup. Like I think there was a lot of slow moments from Cello at times. I'm still looking to see like in these online games that to kind of like walk out of the room. There was some times where you kind of saw the growing pains, like maybe of like Sadson hopping off of this roster. There were some weird calls from like Vinny at times. It would have came down to like Sadson and Decenty and No Way. They played absolutely fantastic Counter-Strike, and it's the kind of Counter-Strike that they need to hit at individual levels for Imperial to be like getting back into the conversation of being like a serious like top 50 threat right here. And honestly, I would love to see them really get like their challenge out for it here versus BESTIA in a grand final, because CCT was a nice win for them, but they went 3 maps in the grand finals there versus Bounty Hunters, and it was in a stressful series. That was a very close 3-mapper. So I think I do get a little concerned at the loss of this Mirage. I think you could slip a map like that though, and the like 13-5 back-to-back storylines that you have here on a Nuke and Inferno versus Isurus in that series, I think are okay for me, but I don't really feel comfortable saying that like anything's been proven yet. Like they're looking good, they're calling kind of averagely. That's the way I'm kind of feeling about it. You're going to prove a lot today versus BESTIA, and if you can't even get there, then we got to have a lot of different things to say, Vinny.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm like really unconvinced right now by this Imperial. There's some times where I think it's good. There's some times, and I guess I'll give the quick hits, where I think Decenty's not quite living up to what he should be. I think Vinny is actually really lost on some of the calls, and sometimes it looks like he's his old self, but other times I'm like very, very frustrated with what I'm seeing from him. And I don't have any notes on Sadson, but I do think it's been hit or miss for Cello. In that quarterfinal, it was a hit. In CCT, it felt more like a miss to me, even though they won. So very weird stuff as we look towards LP here, Hayes.
Yeah, now, I mentioned to the both of you that I was kind of leaning into LP coming into this particular series. And then I looked at the odds after I said that. I was like, wow, okay, the bookmakers are not at all on my side of the spectrum whatsoever. And this is a team that have, for me, actually been consistently improving throughout the year, whereas I think there's a couple teams that have regressed, like Fluxo, teams that were like traditionally above this LP squad, Imperial, one of them as well. I feel like LP have actually been trending in the right direction. They won CCT South America. I think they won the last series of season 3. I think they won the first season here in the first series in the new season as well, the second one. I know they've already picked up a title. They've been making deep runs in online competitions, picked up some silverware, had some good results on LAN. And the thing that surprises me the most is that it's not like there's any new names, quote unquote, like new names that are in this LP roster that have led to them actually leveling up. It feels like we've seen an improvement across the board from established players that have all actually been able to step their game up. Like Allison is almost putting up star player numbers and has gone to a level that we haven't actually ever seen from him throughout his career. And keep in mind that this guy's been competing for like 4 or 5 years at this point now. So it's just very cool to see how they've been able to evolve. And I almost feel like that this is shaking things up in South America a little bit. Teams like Chinden, teams like LP that are rising up the rankings and are going to start to contest those tier 2 traditional teams like what was your Red Canids, like your Fluxos, Imperials, Bestias as well. I'd still put like obviously 9Z, Legacy, and Furia in their own echelon. But either way, Mark, we get a look at the veto now. Mirage, Inferno, and Nuke. What do you make of this coming into the semifinal?
I think where we get to immediately pull up a lot of very recent examples where we're lining up the exact same beginning of this veto that, you know, I just got to cover over in the semifinal of CCT, where it was the, you know, exact carbon copy of this series. I think literally all the way through. Yeah, I'm just trying to line it up now, even in the same like exact set of vetoes. We're getting this Mirage run back that previously showed up to like a really good look at Imperial. I mean, they were playing insanely well. Sadzen wasn't missing a lot of shots. To me, that's when they peaked over in that CCT tournament. It was like the best look that we got at them. But at the same time, I don't think it was like the greatest look that you could have gotten out of that LP roster. They just had a bad event, I think, straight up, and I think that's something to maybe be concerned about. But Hayes, I know you got to watch them like over in the RES Showdown tournament, where like they had a couple of great series. One that was a 3-mapper versus Shinden that they actually won, and then another 3-mapper versus Pain where that nuke was like pretty contest worthy. So I don't know. I think those worries from like the end of Series 3 are wiped out of the way because of those results, and I look forward to seeing them even with the same veto.
I do feel like this map pool bodes really well for both teams. I think it's like a big overlap. Cash just kind of looming. It was the one potential threat that could have snuck in, and I'm a little disappointed to see that it hasn't been brought to the table. I always like seeing underdogs trying to, like weaker teams that are trying to make their way upwards, integrate the newer maps into their pool to try and get one over the established teams and be stray away from them. Whereas you're a team that has a permaban and then a new map comes into the pool, then it's like, okay, we're vulnerable all of a sudden. So I was kind of hoping that maybe LP would have been working on their cash and could maybe bring it into the equation here, because Vincent, they've picked into known quantities here for Imperial, right? Inferno, it used to be called Vinferno, map Imperial have been very good on. They pick Mirage, and Nuke will be where the series is settled. I'm going to hand it over to you, fellas, and I'll catch you guys after the first map.
Well, I think the Imperial probably feel pretty good considering they dominated in the semifinal that you were talking about, or quarter? Can't recall. Over in CCT. It was a 2-0 for Imperial, but I'm in agreement with you, Mark, when you say that really LP weren't playing up to their level on that day. I really think that they disappointed. And I think that they can hope that they will be in better form today as we jump into this Mirage. Imperial selected, just lost this yesterday to Isurus. That was definitely pretty ugly.
Yeah, I think that's a concerning look. It's a Isurus roster that is obviously going through some struggles right now, but I mean, you know that players like Ataraxia can put up a map. Doesn't look to be too insane of a performance. They're going to have to show out individually today to have a chance against a roster that just picked up Sadzen. A lot has happened here for Imperial, and in their first tournament, obviously, online, came victorious and dealt with this very squad. Would have to roll that back. See to Deja Vu to actually get that, and it's a bomb plant. Decent will punch in those digits. Hap found the security on the Sadzen swing. This is insane. Because of that, they know where Allison is going to be fighting back. Decent, that's a great deletion of this threat inside of CT. I think Hap might be out of the round here. Imperial, they strike first on Mirage. Vincent, I would just like to comment that when I hear Vinferno, I think of you.
Thank you. And that really just goes to show that Vinny's been off our screens for too long. Bring him back. You know, I think that it's kind of interesting talking about this this map for Imperial. Pretty interesting pistol round, actually. I haven't seen them run that yet, and I've gotten to watch them play a lot of Mirage over the last week or so. Just straight up contact into the top connector smoke that they threw from spawn. Nobody accessing middle, and so it's a big surprise when 3 players, including the bomb, by the way, just phase through the con smoke and just dominate into the site. Even though there was still 2 players on the A site proper, didn't matter. They weren't really set up in a fashion at I think it was top balcony and then at default that made a lot of sense and was able to play defensively. So well handled. I'm really glad that that Hayes pointed out Allison as the key factor, because I think I'm the only guy like banging the drum about how damn good Allison's been this year. 2026 is the year of Allison.
Hey, I've been holding the drum for you. You've been banging.
It's true. It's
two-man job.
I will not disagree with you, but I do feel like a lot of people haven't been recognizing that. Shout out Hayes, all knower.
Speak of the devil. Got him right behind the smoke. Okay. Vinny dispatched him with that damn MP5 SD. The Vinny special, if you will. No way over the top with that MP7. I'm afraid that the rest of this save will be happening just on the A site. But yeah, you're massively correct. I mean, that's where you have to go. And answer the question of how the hell does, you know, a team of, you know, 5 players that like you kind of like had already formed the narrative around of probably just like playing at this level and maybe like finding a ceiling, you can always like take that next step. I think you kind of forget for, you know, how long these players play, what potential they still have like, you know, left at a young age. I think that's like kind of a cliche thing to say, but like, you know, Allison really embodies that well. And so honestly, you're really going to need to like see that like stride out of Allison. It was, you know, a big reason as to why they won that Circuit X LAN. And, you know, one of the reasons like that I get excited about that result in particular is that if they're going to want to win this tournament, they're going to have to go through Bestia. Obviously, it was who they played against in the grand finals there and won against in 3 very stressful maps, right? There was an overtime in there. It was a very interesting one. Imperial, obviously, you know, wasn't really functioning during that tournament. So that's kind of a new scene, but I got to say it's there for LP and Vincent. If there's anybody, you know, in this like set of casters that we got putting out the lines in this tournament, it's us that can like give LP the magic they need. We've been watching like so much of LP from when this came from like, you know, one part of X Nitro to one part of X Galleries with, you know, Divine and Allison. It went far, man. And I'm happy to see them pop into another final, right? I mean, where you're going and actually like, I mean, that relog tournament that just happened seemed to be a really nice feat for a team like LP, because that's an event that you don't normally like kind of just earn a spot to. I feel like it's kind of like a limited event. And so, you know, when Hayes is talking like about like certain organizations, and, you know, I was like running my mouth about this like last week where we were casting them in the other playoff. Like if you're a Red Canids right now, what are you doing just letting this team sit on the market? What do they want, like $10 trillion or something? Is this like VP holding Flamus's loan? Like, what are we doing?
Yeah, I don't know. The fact that they've been a free agent team for so long now, I mean, I think it was Brandon who mentioned yesterday that it's like been over a year now that these guys have almost certainly kind of just been sitting out there. I didn't hear this rumor that Hayes has said that Loud was potentially rumored to be signing with LP.
That would be Paul.
I don't know if that was not meant to go out on broadcast, but oh well. Sorry, Hayes. If not, a while ago apparently. So I presume that probably just like didn't happen. So, which is kind of cool because I mean, Loud. I don't know their other games, but like very significant organization within Valorant as like kind of the Brazilian organization. Well,
it's like the Sentinels North American joke.
Sorry.
It's like the Sentinels North American joke. Just sign a North American team.
Exactly.
In the space. I think it could be... I know Loud's quite a prominent organization. It would be maybe a bit of a surprise to see them, you know, pick up this sort of team and get into, like, maybe more of what I mean by that. And no offense here momentarily, because I feel like we're going to have some issues inside the site. That nade is going to confirm a kill unless I'm just going to be off the mark by a second. That was decent, but just slid it by. It's a 2 versus 4. No, he's going to hop over the top. If that happens, Hap is just going to walk back into market. LP is going to drop the ball in this round, but maybe get a couple more drips.
Ends up actually looking pretty solid out of Imperial. I mean, they paused for a second, and that's where things looked like they might have gotten out of hand with Divine on the scout, especially. But as you had said, HE walks in the kill in the apartments, and so no such worries for LP, or rather for Imperial. LP on to save or maybe hope to get an exit or two with these guns. I mean, yeah, and when we were in the green room, Hayes said, like, I'm kind of leaning LP, and I like chuckled a little bit. And I said, well, that's ambitious, but you know, to play a little devil's advocate, right? Top 4 in the last 8 events that LP have played. 3 of those events, they took the victory, both LAN and online, a CCT, the Bebop Storm event, and then the Circuit X event as well. That's the LAN victory that they had. Those are the 3 events that they won. And otherwise, they've been incredibly consistent. So, yeah, I think that it's not unreasonable to see that this team could upset an Imperial. But I think that's the key, that it would be an upset. But I've been saying this whole time, ever since I watched this new look Imperial with Sadzin in CCT, I am not convinced. They have not convinced me. There's been convincing moments, but I haven't watched a full best of 3 where I'm like, yeah, Imperial, they were there, they controlled everything top to bottom. That just hasn't happened yet. So I think potentially that LP game that I didn't get to watch in CCT was that being the case, but we shall see if that continues here. The gun round for LP starting now, playing off of middle, no vision acquired. Sending a little bit of a deeper look for Leo Monster into A ramp. Imperial take their time with mid control. As we approach the 1 minute mark, they're still a bit tentative, but slowly closing in.
If I may add on to that thought real quick, as we have this lull still, when I got to cast that game, I think it was about, you know, that first map that I really gave the respect to. I feel like Imperial were way further out of the game when we ended up getting to Inferno. That's why I felt like it was just a really bad go about it. But like, where you watched that Mirage, it was excellent from LP. I think it was decent, more so fragging, and let's see him sort of hit resume on that. Obviously something that, you know, want to see more proven to you. I would say that's certainly a stepping stone for Imperial, but obviously some of the first like 10 best of 3s this lineup has played together, and I think a solid performance today, doesn't look like we're getting that version of LP right now, could maybe add to that narrative in a positive way. It's half that trying to set up Allison to take a little bit of attention by that trade now coming through. All scoped on him. Sadzin gotta pull the trigger at some point. Drops down to him, and he's just played out by Allison. This is Allison going for the triple kill out here at the end, all the way from the top of Ninja. You know you're only supposed to negotiate for 1 up there, and he got 3.
It's the multi-kills out of Allison that really are the difference maker, and it's these types of rounds that I really think define him and his uptick on an individual level. And it's just the ability to play hard to get on this site. Really well done. Get LP into the mix and to shut Imperial down. Tight round all the same, and so continue. Imperial's rebuy consists of a wide variety of weapons. Cello just the Tech 9. Full mid take this time is LP. Need to try and force the fight, whereas last round they were much more passive.
No way with the big triple kill in middle. This just built the round off of his own back. All right, well, we might as well just wrap this thing up and send it away. LP. I've just clicked into one of their round 1 through 3 results by just getting washed out in middle. That is wonderful work by No Way. Vincent, what the hell, man? I thought we were supposed to have a round in front of us. Then it just walked out of here.
There's no way this round was meant to be. Something, something, yada, yada. You get where it's going. Imperial. I can't say that it's surprising. I think that No Way has actually been the most consistent piece in my mind for this Imperial roster, this version of them. I mentioned that, like, you look at the stats, Decency's ratings look good. But I think there's been a few times where I'm just not necessarily loving what I'm seeing from him. I think there's just some moments where he's going missing. And Cello, it's been boom or bust a lot of times. I mentioned that Isurus game was very much the boom. He walked away the MVP of that series, and he deserved it wholeheartedly. But in other times, it's been more of a bust, where I see him letting down. It's a nice recovery via No Way. Imperial bounce back instantly on this T side. I do think that this T side is where things are sometimes shakier for Imperial.
Yo will get put away by Always check. Resmoke into Palace also. This is just going to delay the timing. So a very good first impression that LP give back towards the A ramp. But it kind of looks like Imperial are just going to try and drag this out. Maybe back towards middle. I was seeing that by the posture in a moment. Yeah, the bomb is just sitting right back here towards this A emphasis.
A great example where I think Vinny has actually struggled from a calling perspective. A lot of hesitation on his part. And in these types of 4-on-4s, it's a smoke for window. He's actually got a second smoke lined up there, and that's going to be for connector. Eventually, they're going to go out, but it's all through Palace.
DMB might take contact into Sandwich onto Palace, and that would track them to lose Allison. Who actually walks back to Firebox. What a filthy entry that is. And now Allison will likely be burned out of the bottom of this A site. Actually is acquired by No Way. Divide in half here. We're just going to sit with the majority of the feeling to a lot of these rounds. They can't even just get involved. There's nothing they can do to have a reason here in the round. It's a 5th year for Imperial, Vincent. This is looking really good so far. I'm happy with this. I know we're seeing some struggles out of Vinny. Loving No Way and Decent getting involved like this. But I need my cello game. I need my cello game. Come on. I'm like picking on him early.
Hasn't
I'm
been
not a nice
necessary
guy.
yet.
You know me.
I mean, his time to shine
Not
is
necessary.
definitely the CT side as well.
Unlucky or bad? Oh boy.
I think neither right now. So his exit's though very valuable. Hap's going to stay alive, so $1,200 extra plus the AK-47 now converted to the next round. Stunner of an opening shot there for Decency though. That's the 1-for-1 trade No Way had. This is the shot I'm talking about. Great jiggle, and ZMB dead. Access onto the A bomb side, and the CT side where I actually am tended to be the most convinced about Imperial, though this was CT side struggles they had against Isurus. I don't think those are going to be recreated here today.
Quickly up guy. And Hap is just going to be sat down. Save right now here. I mean, this is round 7. Just completely over. Gonna save these 4 guns away. Are you satisfied with this pace from Imperial so far?
I am. I think that they haven't really found a lot of tests yet. That being said, a really nice call out of Vinny. I mean, we're just being critical of him. I think important to keep the praise coming as well when it's deserved. And this is one of those examples. I think changing things up a lot in these last 3 rounds. We've seen either somewhat late mid takes or fake mid takes, referring to that previous round with the A hit. And so this time they just kind of bust down the doors. Take space instantly and try to fight as aggressively as possible. Really like that. I think that's a great decision. And LP playing off mid, they get punished big time for it. 6 rounds out of these first 7 for LP. to continue losing would be a devastating look. They need to build up some rounds on the CT side, and that needs to start now.
Jello into under. LP just got to ride the wave into a round. Okay. What just happened? I think Leo
got a DC?
disconnected from the round. But did he disconnect inside of the smoke? Did you see that?
I did not see it. No.
It had the smoke element in the kill feed.
Oh, that. Yeah, I did. Okay.
All right. Well, that's not too good.
That is a funny bit. I didn't know that was possible.
Maybe it's our HUD, but
I wouldn't have noticed it or like.
he might have been
thought
in
about
window. Oh, he's already back.
Maybe a game crash.
Normally, when my game crashes, it doesn't relaunch that fast.
That's because you have it on your hard drive.
Remember when my game would crash every 5 seconds? Those were not the days. Those were not the days. Now we're good.
Oh no.
We play cash in the calm and the clear. Already got to cast it 3 times. It's
3 times.
it's not special anymore. Yeah, there was Imperial having it picked into them via bounty hunters. I can go down the line, and then where inside of I believe it was the grand finals again. Well, no, that was when. I need to have my memory jogged. I'm finding the game list. Hold on, okay?
That would have been
Entertain
bounty hunters. That would have been bounty hunters.
Well, I think I may have casted bounty hunters do it 2 times, but in what tournament? Anyways, yeah, now it's boring and now it's fine.
LP
Just
need a change up. They need something different. It's been an uncharacteristically slow game out of ZMP. He's actually both the in-game leader, but also a star for this LP lineup. Gonna be an A hit. A lot of these that Imperial tend to throw. And a lot of help very quickly available.
Leo onto Vinny. It's a very nice check. Maybe we'll open the smoke for a minute. When the slower rolls from Imperial executing inside of the safe bomb site, position over to the boost spotting connector. That's going to be putting a little bit of attention back to this side. It's going to be the double swing, and now they know Divine is going to be home. Need Divine to start making a difference. Oh my gosh! What a way for No Way to go and get the double kill. It's absolutely absurd, Vincent. I mean, Divine, before he could even go for his swing, he's just lasered through the wall. How the hell are you even supposed to reply to this?
Yeah, there's no solution to that, fortunately for LP. I will say that I think they probably could have coordinated a response to how slow Imperial were rolling things out at A. Probably better. That being said, that is a tough one. No Way ain't done yet. 3rd kill before the round ends. And he has really dominated. 11-2. Mini multi-kills. And LP calling an attack pause. Served on the mic, and maybe an interesting point to make off the back of that fact. Imperial still without a coach.
Yeah, that's got to be something that is, like, you know, unfinished about these moves. I mean, surely an organization like Imperial just would prioritize something like that, you know, a team unfinished until something like that has, you know, been added onto that roster.
Maybe they can go check into who the latest coaches available are.
It says that
News
they're
and information
analyst,
over at hotspawn.com.
ZQK. Oh, I am rolling.
Oh. Who is their analyst?
ZQK, and standing in is the interim head coach right now.
Okay.
You and I interrupt the ad read. How dare you?
Look at how active this is from Hap. I mean, LP definitely need to change something up. So I don't dislike this at all. And Hap's going to keep on going. He is pushed into the TV room now. Nobody's seen him. But they still haven't reacted. What is up with that? Divine's still stalling in apartments.
Trading utility with this player at default. Molotov back at him. Allison trying to peek out from triple. It's Leo that actually finds the first frag of the round. Allison lunges forward from triple. This is looking okay for LP so far. The 2 frags come back their direction. ZMB that catches his first frag of the game. And Sadson, still working on the other side of the map, has just gotten this kill over towards the catwalk. Cello is going to be just put away with. And so Sadson was good for a clutch or two over in their first championship effort in CCT, 27 seconds. And if he wants a second one in an Imperial jersey just days after his confirmation, he's got to maybe show up to this clutch, and not too shabby to the first shot behind the smoke here is Hap, and Sadson just not going to assume that. So LP through Hap and an op picked up at the end have a little something for Divine, a second on the board on the CT side, and maybe it just takes one. Hopefully they can get the ball rolling from here.
Massively mismanaged, though, on every single node. I mean, LP, they have somebody entirely through T-spawn, and for some reason, Divine is still just chilling on the B-bomb side. I know that mid was gapped, but he was watching apartments for so long. And then you've got Imperial. Don't get me started. Nobody's got guns out. Everybody's caught with a utility in their hand. I don't understand how so many players are caught unknowing, not a clue that they're under threat.
Big opening kill out of Divine. And there's ZMB rolling out the start of the round. This is, I was about to state, a clear, glaring example of the first result going like this for LP at the start of a round. Now, that point would be inarguable. This is really good. Now Imperial may just have to roll with No Ways Krieg up top. Let's get freaky. What was this for, like, him trying to, like, tee up the jump spot just right, get the one tap? Kind of a interesting choice.
I would agree.
This is a no judgment zone, though.
That's not true. Absolutely false. In fact, you could argue I'm paid to judge.
That's true.
You-
We have an entire guy that's waiting to analyze this game.
Yeah. There's not even an argument about Hayes. That is his job right now. Yeah. An interesting set of events here, LP. They needed a statement round. Divine leading the charge for that. I think Keaton ZMB playing a little bit more aggro in middle. Definitely a change-up that was worth the while. Imperial happy to save this, I guess, which in fairness, they have all the utilities still, No Way and Decency. And so it makes sense to me. It's logical. Especially as we get deeper into this half, approaching the end stages of it. But Imperial, I want it to be very clear. This T side has already done a pretty good job. Anything more, I wouldn't consider it to be a bonus, but I think I'm already satisfied with the T round that they have already accrued. LP, it's up to them to recover this as best they can and claim these last 2 rounds.
Imperial could get any more out of this first half, you might be getting into a, interesting territory where a result like this could maybe even be better than their first series played in that other semifinal in Thunderpick. No way, we'll get boosted. There's that Krieg clocking in, a couple of nades exchanged. and the pack back towards apartments.
One-for-one trade, ultimately a pretty effective one for the T side. Going to put Hap under threat. He's just refreshed this smoke. It seems to me that Imperial might just walk through.
Now it's time. Hap right under the ladder, and he's just going to get the first. Sadzin was also very striking on the rifle in his first tournament in the Imperial jersey. Traded out. Gonna need significant pull here from Cello as soon as he can actually get into practice, but he's done. Leo dispatches with him inside of middle, and now Decenty, not a lot of time here to go and establish a clutch, but would have to now walk it past the scope, and that's just not going to be a scar that fades very easily. LP, they find a fourth.
Divine having a really impactful game. As soon as he woke up, got a couple of ops. It's impact in these rounds the LP have been winning from the AWP. And it's a little bit of a common thread that I've been noticing as well for Imperial. Some of the late lurks for Cello, and I don't know that it's really his fault. More, I kind of am blaming Vinny slightly. But whoever's fault it is, some of Cello's late lurks towards B in particular on this Mirage have been ineffective. It just feels like they're disjointed. Like, everything has to go perfectly on the bomb site itself for Cello to get value out of them, and that was an example of that. Final round of the half. Imperial have done well to manage their economy such that they can continue getting buys despite mounting losses. Vinny's the only one who has to take any sort of lesser weaponry. And there are plenty of AKs on the ground here. In fact, double op, got a backup rifle on the ground for Leo Mons.
Divine has just been in position again to get these big kills. Feels like one might be walking his way right now. No way, stays pretty stiff and under. Here's that flash that may get Divine to get uncomfortable, but he's not moving.
Big move from Hap again. He's in apartments, very deep. Head of his smoke. Cello has checked, but he hasn't seen it.
Jiggle from that right side. That's all for Vinny's Deagle. So ZMB is going to try and get a little bit more in their faces. Does dispatch of his opposing in-game leader. LP with a 4 versus 2, 21 seconds. And Sadzin would have to do some spectacular stuff on top of that rifle. Decent would have to as well. It's not happening. This is LP that have recovered quite well.
Yeah, they have. And this is, again, you know, a half where Imperial have got it done, but I keep, it's so perfect because the way that I have been describing how I feel about Imperial is pretty accurate to how this T side went. You know, some good stuff, some not that great stuff, some not so convincing game out of Decenty. You could see when No Way wasn't the activating piece, when he wasn't the one defining Imperial's T side, they weren't really getting anything done. So, you know, that's where I really do look towards Decenty, who's got to be the other aggressive piece. Oopsie.
Sadzin right here on the balcony to take these important duels with the pistols. Now posts only one.
Okay.
But it feels like in that time, may have done a lot more, just taking the eyes away from the site. But in that moment, Imperial didn't take the fights necessary. Still Cello, walking out of CT. You were telling me that the defensive space is where he does his best. Impact in the pistol round, but where have the rest of LP gone?
Well, they're still here. Of course, Imperial don't necessarily know that. The bomb's got to make its way back through on the back of Divine Happen Palace.
Now they inch forward, but very coordinated, very controlled. And these fights are going to be very difficult, so being together is important. Cello, not even checked. Will sign a third here, potentially does confirm it, and there is Vinny figuring it out over the top. That's going to wipe away a lot of the concern here. It was Hayes that just pointed out to Vincent and I as well that a lot of this performance is bent on Noe and Sadzin right now. A moment ago, combined, Decenty, Vinny, and Cello's performance was under 8 kills. That pistol round changes things, especially for Cello.
Yeah, huge impact from him, absolutely. At a similar scene, the trio of Leo, ZMB, and Hap for a second there on the CT side of LP, probably 7 rounds in, probably looked very much the same. On a technical pause, but it's a swift one. A little bit of an issue for Imperial, but they have corrected it very fast. Want to see more where that came from. Sadzin, gonna say, only got a USP, buddy. Don't you worry. Got the weapons out. This is a Glock round for the most part. P250 is the only addition.
That was a damn bloodbath in middle. Decent got a triple kill before he went down. Kind of got a little too close to the sun there, but I think we're all okay at home. It's Imperial. But now we're at a really good point to tip this game over. They have their access to a CT side. You know, if we're going to really see Cello maybe pop up with a lot of good anchor moments. Same with, like, Decent now can really just focus on this shooting and be positioned to just shove this game away. Obviously, you want to get out of here clean. You got Bestia in a grand final, and you kind of want to look intimidating. I wouldn't say these 9 rounds are exactly that yet. But potentially you can slide its own into the end because LP, you know they're going to attach a rhythm to their D side. That is very rambunctious. It's Sadzin with a triple kill here out of the sandwich position. Decenty and Imperial with a shocking hold of the A site.
I mean, lovely from Sadzin. You mentioned it, and I think it bears repeating, Mark, because Sadzin's rifling since joining Imperial has actually been quite strong, in my opinion. If you look at his stats, I was telling this to Brandon yesterday, and I think he confirmed it. His like stats on HLTV are weird. There's like some error. It's not only pulling from his Imperial stats. I think he's been way better than whatever they are looking at where it says 1.03.
Leo legit using, I would say the hero rifle to be what it is, but, I mean, it's got Allison as the sidekick. Blocks right ahead. Sort of just is on Robin now. I actually gave him that AK over to Divine.
Yeah, I've just realized
clearing out middle.
How weird the money situation here is. ZMB, I guess, like, bought one of those AKs. So he has, like, $0 and a Glock. But it's kind of working. 2 kills for Leo. Divine handed the gun, and now Allison has recovered another one. 4 on 2. And only one player, ZMB, lacking Kevlar. Very winnable. In fact, I would argue should be a victory here for LP as they path together through middle.
And 2 there in the backside. Shella will drop them both. Imperial maybe had a blind spot there of the 8 ramp. No way. Will be caught in one of those blind spots in one of those gray areas at the moment. Still an issue. Just to Cello now. We did chase them back both at the start, but ZMB did not go far. Just plays it pretty clear in the corner and gets a pretty impactful kill there for his 5th.
Well, that's an embarrassing one for Imperial. Leo just sent out mid, get 2 kills, and it's these times for Decency. I keep saying it, but you know, he's just feels very alone in these mid fights where he's taking duels, but he doesn't find a lot of success, especially here on Mirage CT side. And I don't know if it's a situation where he's just not being provided enough support or if he's letting down, but I'm not happy with it. And that's a good round of Imperials to kind of be the prime example of it.
Didn't see Leo has that smoke cleared, rather didn't see Decent at the bottom, Leo, so he maybe be a little bit frustrated. Is the only leg that was actually sticking out there. Sadzin has just found half, so this is going to become infinitely more difficult to actually make this a post plant. They're getting this far with the smoke still up, so barreling to it. It's another bomb that's going to open up the smoke towards this right side of the site. Is going to be infinitely difficult, but here is Cello just going beats for famine on a lot of these fights. So little HP in the tank. Allison is left with it. It's Decent also here around this corner, but Decent, rather ZMB hits a pretty impressive shot before he goes down. It's going to be little impact, and in large, his performance is not going to be something that we're loving on this map. Imperial, they glide to an 11th here, which is going to really present the goal of another clean map here and a semifinal on Mirage versus LP. They're 2 rounds away from taking it.
From 0 to hero for Decency, I mean, just mention his lackluster moment in that previous round that gave Leo the space. Well, he just gets some revenge. Big duel in mid. He's got the victory there, and it's a shutdown. The other side of that, he's sight closed. LP. Guns are out. Because of the situation with ZMB, he's just got a Tech 9 this round. Heavy metal presence, LP. No interest in being over-aggressive at this stage. Put a lot of money into getting enough utility, despite having to take some Galils and, of course, the ZMB tech.
Nobody home in connector at 45 seconds. Sadson just cleared it. And now check again. Decent has just found Allison, and this could be indeed one of the final A approaches an Imperial take right here. Rather, your Imperial endorse. It's Sadson from default that does get a kill. Decent has a really good edge there on the smoke, but he is actually going to be wiped away. Sadson here, practically the only player that can get involved in a bad mid shot. Just slid it right past him. LP going to take advantage of the mistake. Drop that. It's immediately going to be a 7th pinned.
With City, man. Population Decency plus Sadson in that round. Decency, a big kill in window, but unfortunately he had done a great job of finding that angle over the top of the smoke and didn't take his time and missed his shot. Sadson moving a little bit, though he was crouched. I'm actually surprised that didn't still hit for Sadson. Imperial broke. They're going to force buy for the double save, so it's an obvious decision. LP has been getting by the seat of the plants. They fly. One round here, one round there, despite Imperial staying in control the entire time.
Imperial on their force buy, obviously, aren't going to have a ton of mobility here. So seeing the way that LP were leaning, I was getting excited to maybe get Imperial into a couple of fights with his 5-7s, these Famoses. There's that, well, singular rifle getting into action. There's only one FAMAS they got up on their end. And it just found a kill. MP9 here in CT. Cello also did stuck his neck out a couple of moments ago. To really make a difference at this position, but alone, I'm afraid it's like going to be really impossible. What do you expect from an SMG all by itself? But bomb still left up here in jungle. All the attention is turned the other way. It's going to be a triple plant that is going to be extremely hard to get out of here. Hap is holding it inside of CT. A couple of these 5.7s going to pop off, but LP are probably going to be staying in place.
Yeah, Imperial will be trying to save some of these, I'd imagine. Or maybe not. Looks like they're pressing in. Indecency as the sacrifice. Shell is coming through CT.
Significant damage that No Way has found. It's 3 kills. Doesn't have a kit here. There's really no way to actually functionally win the round, which is too bad. That is going to be a very nice toll for Imperial to get out here. Keep in mind, this is their force buy, so still going to be very thin on their end. That's why saving the op here is going to be the right thing to do. Gets that for Sadson, who does have armor. I think we're back, Vincent. You're going to get kind of a run back of this half buy, but maybe only by a couple of these members.
Yeah, I think it's more of a save than the half buy here. Loss bonus, even now at 2. Or rather 3. They're not going to be too inclined to overspend. Odds to stay the same. The course of this map, even through some of the ups and the downs, is LP covering somewhat. Into the A bomb site where it's only Cello.
Sadson will arrive. Actually pops off onto Hap. Trying to level a little bit of distracting utility his way. Make sure none of this really stick to be too permanent. But Op has rotated over back to CT, and they're going to know that now. Sadson with a quick scope. USP is just popping from the corner. Leo Monster is going to legit level both of these players because he had to in that moment. Otherwise, they would have been on thin ice. Divine is also to the back of triple. This timing from the A-ramp. A dig landed onto Divine. 5-7 will get him. It's all down to decency. But Leo, I feel like in the long range that he will have this and not letting anything go too poorly. This is a guy that will keep it tight to his chest, not letting this thing fumble to the pistols, 2 away from taking Imperial to a tie. But their guns are back. I mean, you got to show up right here for real now. To timeout that they're going to get maybe from their analyst on the mic.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting point. I wonder if that's the case, or if this is just, you know, Vinny calling the timeout. Another, speaking of, really rough game from Vinny individually. And I don't have crazy expectations of Vinny, but, you know, he can't be putting up Kerrigan numbers. And that's
Agreed.
happened far too often for my mind. And even if he is, right, it's like I need to see like some of those impact moments, you know, a clutch in there or something along the lines, an X factor around, even if it's just 1 or 2 kills. He defines the victory. Regardless of who's speaking, obviously Imperial need to shape this up. LP have done better than their last attempt at Mirage against Imperial already.
Almost finding that jump spot at B. Kind of one of the faster hands that LP have played there. Leo gonna be legged down to 17. Still trying to have their hand towards the B site. Imperial just don't want to overreact, and they, I mean, have no symptoms of, you know, doing so. No Way seems to have really a good idea about how much is really present at the moment. So hopefully that remains the case as more players are going to be slowly joining back with LP. Vinny is clicked back in the catwalk and will conveniently get back in a position, but I'm pretty sure Leo Monster's taking his eyes wicked away. He should know what the situation is. Sadson is taking down Leo Monster, so this B hit. It's It's going to be online. Straight for Catwalk, straight for Vinny. He's got 1 kill, and now they're going to stare him down. No way. He just got that kill practically unprotected onto Allison. Divine is going to need to dig them out of this hole. Found 1 kill. You already have Hap backpedaling in this round. Cello, he's just been spotted. Didn't want to give up the easy fight.
I mean, they've already lost this round, LP. I mean, really, it's now a matter of Imperial keeping the net tight, cinched on them, so that then they can close in after the time expires if they would like to. Of course, their money's not good, so there's plenty of threat if they were to go hunting. And it looks like Cello, by his positioning, the decision's been made.
Counter-terrorists win.
Thought he was getting an AK. That was actually Galil. Goes back to the rifle with the M4A1S. Imperial. There's number 12. Courtesy tactical pause from LP. Despite winning many rounds now in a row, that was their 4th, they are still flat broke after just 1 round. 2 guns were saved, and everybody else, they're pinching pennies. They're hoping for the best with pistols, Tech 9s, and a limited set of utility. In fact, for Leo and Allison, handing Leo the AK for the hot hand. I actually think he has... No, he doesn't have the spawn. Interesting. Hap just putting the weapon in the hands of Leo. He has been instrumental, Leo Monster, in getting them many of these rounds. Round that turned the tide was Leo double kill on the opener in middle.
LP have another gear that they gave into this Mirage, but I don't know if they can shift again, quite simply. 3 in a row. That would have to be the mark. There's Decent taking away your in-game leader. He was walking along with a Tech 9 anyway. There's the singular AK that they got into action. Leo Monster, no option but to follow this up, but Sadzen, he is going to be the hunter that's chasing you down. And it's just to escape connector. It might have become a bad fight for him eventually. That's why he did reposition. It's Sadzen that's sort of all over the place right now. Cello going to be right on his hip. Hap had to have heard that scope and just waiting for the op to approach him. Does. Just waiting for Leo to get this trade. Sadzen, a pixel off of the mark. And now Divine has got to just get the trap set any second now. Will take his face away. And with this A site open, CT rotate developing. Is it really open though? If No Way is just going to walk up connector, crawl his way here, 32 seconds, and LP decide to go to the other site.
That's a very interesting decision here from LP. I mean, the time really isn't on their side. Leo trading into the op because he's got the lower health. There is obviously plenty for them to get the bomb planted, and Imperial not going to move before the bomb gets down. They have plenty. This is actually really close. He
just got
it,
it.
I think.
I believe it's going to be very close. Activated post plant. Imperial, they're going to be on the way. Took a big, bold decision to make it to the B site. Let's see if they can actually drop another round in the bucket. Double digits is what LP is after. And Divine, he's given the scope over to Leo. He has to activate on the rifle. Now Leo, outside of his wheelhouse, has got to win this round on the AWP. Back to Missile Pillar, and he can make it personal. Back with the pistol. No way knows exactly where he is. Does have a kit, but below 8 seconds. This may not happen. It will not. Double digits secured here by LP. They keep it pushing on Mirage. A good point to prove here. They aren't finished exactly. LP, though, they get so close to finishing these rounds, but I guess versus the questionable weaponry, things do get a little bit weird. Now they're going to be on that same buy.
I mean, half-handed Leo this AK, and he nets them 2 critical kills, and he's good for the clutch as well. Lovely from Leo. who's having a superb game. I know he's 16 and 13. Those numbers don't seem too insane, but he is the crucial piece in this comeback. As I said, the round that started the comeback was because of Leo Monster. It was one of 2 AKs. Unfortunately, he's gone. The start of this round, and he has nothing to say.
Barrel stuffs Vinny right next to that smoke in the B play. 3v3. This might be for it all. Imperial, there may be a little bit of a mind not to go for this because of the money. And it seems like they may just fold their cards. Or are they going to go quicker back into apartments? I mean, this is going to be one of the worst timings you could give yourselves without kits.
They've lost this round. If they were to just keep it going now, why the hell are you not going for this? It's 12-10. They had 3 players ready to go on catwalk before the bomb was planted. This is super silly, I think, from Imperial. Instead, they're going to hand the 11th round over to LP, and they won't even save all 3. Devastating decision-making from the Imperial camp. At least they get kills. And those are, I mean, they're worth something. I don't want to call them meaningless, but the decisions here for Imperial are ridiculous. It is a disaster class of decision-making for Vinny on the B site. So loud. This move through the smoke. What is he running for? Very poor from Imperial. Should have had this all the way. That opening kill into Leo Monster. No way gets nothing. And then Vinny delivers an absolute disaster class on the B-bomb site.
Just wonder where the urgency is. We don't have all day. I mean, you go back to this round, Vincent. I mean, those exits are going to be, you know, just fine to have as a little bit of a bonus to this round, but you're coming in off of a loss. I mean, you're the one that's got 2 SMGs. I guess that's, like, fine for Vinny, but no way. I would really appreciate him to have a rifle.
I mean, at least they got some
No, I'm not
kids.
the only one.
They had a big changing point in that last round, I guess you could argue. Here's some aggression. We haven't seen this from Imperial yet. Inserting Cello into ramp. This is a very common move that they like to do. Mid control for LP. That's the first step. Vinny in no way. Leaving Cat unopposed. Trying for a bait setup on apartments. Can be risky when your rotate is so far away. Thankfully, LP, they won't be opting into that bait setup. They're going to be heading towards A. Bomb toward the ramp. Cello set up to be the impact player.
Gotta find the immediate adjustment, and that is going to be one of the biggest kills in the entire game. 51 seconds. You've just lost your lurk. There goes Hap. He's going to be taking Decent away. Cello trying to backpedal onto the spray, but there goes Sadson. We'll sit down Hap. Bomb is sprinting back through T-spawn. Divine is going to bring this back to B. Here goes Allison taking away by No Way's MP7. 2 players separated, and ZMB's thinking he's going to make contacts, maybe pull them back to the A site.
There's just no world in which Noe is going to full rotate off B until he sees the bomb. After he catches Allison like that, so it doesn't matter if ZMB gets a kill here.
Goes down with nothing. Now it's all down to the AWP player in a 1 versus 3. This team has put him in this spot. It's a desperate play, but inside of this Mirage, it's at least going to be better than the last outing in the semifinal versus Imperial, but it is not a win, so how much better is it at all? That was a 13-11 loss this time instead of the 13-6. I believe I'm correct about that, Vincent, down in this series, but obviously not out. You got their own Inferno next door, but I gotta say, this is a result that makes me nervous from all sides, and I gotta say, I think I'm more concerned for rather Imperial going out of it than I was coming in.
I think that's a great way to put it, a punctuation there. Concern on all sides as Imperial eventually get the close after being in the lead for the entirety of Mirage. We'll see what Hayes has to say. I'm keen to see what his thoughts are as Imperial fumble their way through the end of map 1.
Yeah, aptly described there, mate. Fumbling their way through is kind of how they got to the finish line there. I feel like my mic sounds like it's muted in my headphones, but I see it's live on my my sound deck. Yeah, okay, so we should be fine. All right, well, it was very dominant from Imperial initially. They were looking super clean. They came out the gate swinging. It looked like it was going to be another easy affair here for Imperial against LP, much like the previous outing between these two teams, but then you start to see LP coming back into, and I think that Imperial, I really like the impetus with which they approached the map from the beginning. I think that they brought some really nice pace to a few of the rounds as well. We saw that very aggressive mid-take coming through from them with no way, just finding 3 kills in really quick succession. I mean, he had a blistering start to the map. He was just in outstanding form from the word go. And then you would also have rounds where they were a little bit more meticulous with their approach, a little bit more calculated. And you'd see them just flip that switch again straight in towards the B bomb site with a lot of pace and vigor. LP did seem like they were a little bit static initially, so it's like Imperial were almost just able to enforce and enact their will on LP. And then I think LP realized, okay, we need to be a little bit more proactive, and they started making a few more moves. You saw some flanks coming into the effect for LP as well, where they'd realized that Imperial were maybe playing not so many defaults where they were fanning out across the map. It was maybe like a 3-2 or a 4-1, and they realized that there might be some space available to them to try and figure out what's going on the opposite side of the map, and if they don't come into contact, then they can look to try and exploit that space. And you combine that with the fact that Divine actually started to come online. Vincent mentioned it as well, which was bang on, that Divine found his footing, right? There was one round in MILLE where he got a good multi-kill, and he continued to just chip away with the AWP and have some good contributions. Then we go into the second half, where Imperial have another good start. Obviously, there were only 8 kills between 3 players on the side of Imperial going into the second half, but they all started to kind of come online as that second half went on. So yeah, Sadzin's rifling, as the casters mentioned as well, was definitely it's been a good hallmark of his game, but it just felt like, I don't know, man, Imperial have been struggling to close games out lately. This isn't the first time I've seen them be in a very comfortable position with a significant lead, and it almost slipped through their fingers. The same thing happened when I was actually casting their game the other day against Elka. They were up like 11-4 against Elka, and that map ended 13-10, and then they were up 11-5 on the next map. That map ended 13-11. So it's just something that Imperial are struggling with at the moment. And yeah, just even mentioned in TeamSpeak here now as well, just a message sent through that the same thing happened against Isurus as well, with a 10-2 half, and that game went the distance. So I don't know if there's just like some complacency issues with Imperial at the moment, where they're struggling to close out these really advantageous positions, where the decision making just becomes extremely weird, like nonsensical with some of the things they're doing, not attempting the retake in the 3v3, but they're not fully committing to the save either, kind of like hanging around and looking for exit kills. And you got to weigh up whether or not even getting all 3 of these frags is really worth it by losing one of their rifles going into the next without having much money. Just the think tank. I mean, even this peak here from Decency, where he's gotten a kill in connector, which he probably shouldn't have gotten, and then he's just standing on stairs spamming the ramp smoke where there's nobody covering Palace. He dies to the Palace player. But it's like, that's such a basic mistake at 12-11 as well, where normally players go in the opposite direction. They become too conservative because you're on the brink of having the game sent into OT or losing it if you're the team that's down 12-11. And Decency's just standing on the stairs. It's like not even thinking all that much. And, you know, Vinny running around that smoke, you know, dropping the smoke and then running into the smoke as well. It's like you can just tell exactly what's going on there, making his own life a lot more difficult. And that urgency wasn't necessary either, right? It could have just tried to play for time, given up the bomb site, waited for some rotations to come through. Even the round at 10-5 where they lost to the eco, they knew LP were going to be ecoing. Why are they pushing up middle? You know, Decency, they're smoking con, and then they're running through their own smoke to fight top mid. Then you have Cello, who's in connector trying to trade, or it wasn't Cello, I think it was maybe No Way, because Cello died third when they're now reaggressing back through mid. It was a 4v3. Like, it's fine if you're in an anti-eco 4v3. You're not forced to try and make a play at that point. You don't have to try and do something. You're probably still at like an even keel in the round when you're in an anti-eco and you're still down 3v4. It's really not that big of a problem, but they're trying to force the issue in those sorts of moments there unnecessarily, and that's what's costing them a 10-5. That should have been the anti-eco 11-5 and smooth sailing to the finish line from there. I will say, I think LP coming into the T side were a little bit uninspiring. Like, their first 2 gun rounds were both just hits into the A bomb site without any sort of strategy about them, no depth in those rounds, and maybe they figured that would, maybe their prep or whatever, they felt like that was their best course of action. But once they actually started applying more strategic depth to their approach, they did look a lot more convincing. So I can't help but think, what if they had that same sort of nuance to their approach from the beginning and hadn't just been going as simple and direct as they did in those first 2 gun rounds? Because then they obviously had a lot less room to work with once those rounds went against them, right? So that is the first map done and dusted. It was Imperial's pick, and it was an arduous battle for them, a lot more arduous than it ever should have been. Hard-fought journey, but they eventually do get the map across the line. A 13-11 victory for them means we're going to go to Inferno up next, which is the picker LP, but still a very comfortable map for Imperial in general. It's what did he call it? Vinny? I don't even know what Mark called that. Either way, we'll have to rename it to that one, and you'll have to remind me. Vinferno, that's what I called it as well. For some reason, I was like, yeah, but that was the Vinny one, but I guess it's still for Vincent as well, right? Works for both. Either way. Gonna throw it to a break now. When we come back, it's time for Inferno. Second map of the second semi. Can Imperial get it done in 2 and then book a date with Bestia? Probably the 2 best teams here in the playoff bracket going into the grand final. Or can LP find a way to win their map pick and force it to a decider? We'll find out after the break.
DE Inferno, Vincent. That's the one we walk on to for our second map here in the second semi-final. We got Imperial coming off of another 13-1 in the other semi-final, part of another online event. Just played and won that, had to get through LP first. So LP's bar kind of on the floor, Vincent. 13-1 score last time. Sheesh. They got that one round. Oh my god.
And then they got smashed by Pain on this map too. 13-2.
Smashed. Ugh.
Yeah.
Maybe seasons are changing here for LP inside of what was once labeled their home turf, now covered in their blood. That is a triple kill out here held together. It's all 5 dead inside a lane or apartments. That was a vicious hold by Imperial, and maybe just a taste of what you're getting into.
Yeah, it's a good start from Decenty, who I really do think it did not deliver the goods on Mirage. Wasn't the X-Factor player that you would expect him to be. No way really had to carry the water for the rest of the squad, and Sadzin, to maybe a slightly lesser degree on the T side, but certainly did deliver on the CT side. LP forced by it this time. We saw them pure eco on the second round after losing the pistol of Mirage, which I found to be interesting. Not very many teams in South America T-side savers after the pistol loss. This is, as we've been highlighting a lot, the memes and whatnot, Vinferno. The calling here tends to be very good for Vinny, and on an individual level, he's also been phenomenal. He might be their home map, but Imperial, they've had this for much longer.
There was a chapter that LP are about to read. Well, guess they're checking off that first look against Cello. Things got legs to it. All 5 of these Tech 9s inside the site. Vinny trying to get involved first. This MP7, he's just connecting through the smoke. He's one of these iconic MP7 players. He's been doing it before. It was cool. Smoke down inside of CT. And then the re-up on that, Imperial are going to have a hard time getting in, even off of the Imperial spam. Even off of the Vinny spam, excuse me.
Hap's also on the flank. He's going to catch this timing, I think.
Still going to go on the site, though. It's kills out of that bunch, no way as well, so it's really gonna have to be a lot of impact here for Hap, and I'm afraid his timing may have been lost. Sadzin holding this defuse on, and correct angle taken by Decent, who's starting off to have a damn fine game, up to 4 frags that he is having. I was pretty impressed with his pistol round shots, and I just want you to see what I got to watch for what I feel like was the majority of Series 3. I mean, it felt like Decent was having a fantastic tournament from where I was standing anecdotally. He was putting up plenty of multi-kills, but I think in what you're talking about is maybe what you've been disappointed with Decent T and a longer period than that.
Yeah, I think that, you know, the fact that Imperial were showing struggles against Alka. They had maps. I mean, they lost to Mirage to Isurus last time. They nearly lost on Nuke against Isurus in CCT. You know, that LP series you watched in the semifinals there was the outlier. I mean, even the final against Bounty Hunters was not clean by any means. Even though on paper, they only lost 1 map in that entire CCT victory. So definitely been a little bit more cause for concern here.
You posed the question. Seeing Imperial drop maps to, you know, seeing these, it was the very first best of 3 they played, but that Alka series looked stressful.
I think that Alka series where they had like they had their analysts subbing in for 1 map, I think.
And or stand-in coach, as we've learned.
Yeah, so like that one I'm willing to give the benefit of the doubt to.
I agree.
I think that's a little bit more understandable. And if it were just Isurus playing really well, I wouldn't have a big problem with it. But every time, as Hayes really rightly put, just they struggle to close games. Like they're in commanding positions and then they aren't delivering. This is interesting for Imperial because they're in trouble. No Way is alone on this A bomb site, and they're not going to be able to get back in. No Way's got to have a big multi-kill here. Otherwise, this round is over.
That won't happen. There goes the A site, and LP tie up a T side round here. You can be happy about that, because I don't want to see LP get washed out of a series like this. I think it would put a little bit of a blemish on what we are, you know, sort of writing up for him. I mean, right before the player break, we're winning lands, you know, maybe a second place here or there. But now they're starting to see a couple of these, like, more powerful projects that I feel like, you know, back to some of these online events more consistently. For example, you're going to have to go through potentially BESTIA in this tournament as well. But that's why I was, you know, talking about Allison's performance within that Circuit X land that they ended up winning. He had like a 1.3 throughout the entire tournament, which I would say is pretty impressive. A couple of the lands they went to, like even under the support of Dash, maybe like hadn't gone too great, but like you have to improve. And those reps are hard to come by, especially as like a free agent roster where things are quite expensive. You got to fly yourself out, put yourself up, go to the land, pay for the team fee. It can get real expensive real fast, Vincent. And then obviously it finally pays off. So got to make sure you can sort of pump the same flame today. Starts here on an Inferno.
Yeah, I'm with you. I was saying in the green room that I'm really sad that they haven't had an organization come calling. I just don't know what else they got to do. Men set up for Imperial in the bracket. LP taking liberties with banana control to start this round as Leo eats an HE. Takes maximum damage. Under the 1 minute mark. And still no inroads in bracket. That's next steps.
Those shots come from deeper towards lane. So No Way still hasn't actually received the contact. You can tell he is so paranoid about the peak. And there is the first position paying off. It's a double kill out of that A1S. Sads and Peppers a little bit more into half, but here's the escape. No Way. We'll just try and stand the distance and survive. 33 seconds left up here for LP. And one of the options that is probably the easiest to reach for right now is the pivot to B, which now you're seeing Leo Monster just connect to the server. That happened during map number 1, but towards the beginning of a round where they were able to obviously stop it. Now this is a pretty easy invitation just to take the save off of the disconnect.
Yeah, I mean, considering that ZMB and Divine both have some money in their pocket, that actually isn't the worst thing to do is to call this save. Yeah, Leo apparently still dealing with some of those issues here and there. Reconnected quite fast, it would seem. But a very poor bracket take from LP. I mean, I'm just pretty disappointed with that. I think that they're mollying Porch twice over, like in different ways. Neither time are they really taking action on that. And then on top of that, they had no flashes with that. So I mean, you saw how paranoid, and I mean correctly so, No Way was waiting for the flash play. It just never actually arrived. So No Way didn't have to deal with anything. Leo's footsteps just been heard by Cello. Nicely played smoke that frustrates LP.
Cello now going to be on the run. He's trying to hop over the corner. He's trying to do everything to distract. And CMB that will finally whack him. 3-player setup here towards B. And right now, Vinny's still kind of left in the sandbags as a probe. He never really made his name known there a moment ago. Back towards the brackets, and this is what is so good about the LPT side on this map. They can mid-round really well. And now here, just towards this bend around the break of Arch, walking up with the smokes, decent on the flash. There's no way that they fall like that! Insane! All blind! Perfect support here by Imperial. That's what makes them perfect.
That's deadly. That setup on A was not poised in order to deal with a long attack. Decency had to get information, had to get a kill or two, really. And he gets all three. Escape made. Absolutely lovely. And the quad is confirmed. Decency yet to go down. He might have had a round lost, but he has not been touched. No.
So this is sort of what I was referring to about his performance over in CCT. That's excellent work here out of Decent, who's even yet to fall inside of this Inferno in totality, starting off 8-0. LP is going to call a timeout off of that because that was, like I said, a really good call. I'm seeing him come out of the smoke there. I feel a little off guard. Like, he has his head turned. That flash was like not even like completely instant. It was like one step away. I saw his head turn. I thought that like kill would come in immediately. That was absolutely crazy.
An impressive spray, obviously. And as I was saying, Imperial actually needed Decency to deliver there. They're set up with one player porch and one player mini pit. Really wouldn't have stood up to a long attack very well. The buy is quite limited here for LP. ZMB digging deep down to 850 for his hero AK. Everyone else an arrangement of Tech 9s and maybe a little bit of armor. Just deployed for Arch side. They aren't going to action on that. Moving over towards the B-bomb site, RLP. And for right now, it's just Vinny in defense.
That may have just heard the shift. He has a lot of backup.
I think they did.
Gonna get Cello on the boost. The exit. I mean, another bold call here from LP late. Thankfully, Imperial has built kind of a fortress here inside a pit between Noe and Decent. Not the name you want to see on the deed here with 14 seconds left. No way. Here at the first level. That AK even yet to break, and now it's gonna go. Quite a spray out of Decent. Could you expect anything less? This is amazing. Drops those pistols. Flashy while doing it. A famine here for LP so far. We've only found one. See it here at the end. It's just beautiful. I know it's against the pistols, but this is the pace that this man is going to hit for a grand final. I'm here for it.
Yeah, new look of Imperial with Sadzin. Has lost Inferno yet. Without Sadzin. In recent history with this iteration with Decency back. Played against Shinden. Lost it in OT. But Shinden a good team on this map. Sadzin gets active and he knocks down ZMB. It was lacking a better weapon thanks to his hero AK last round that got them nowhere.
Alson just gets his way out of Boiler there before the utility pops. Headed towards Arch. A pretty standard LP maneuver. Decent here. Couple of warning shots, and now they're going to send 3 players in through the smoke. 1 nade. Decent should get back. Vinny also around to contain. There's that audible potential here for LP to potentially walk into CT. That would be really bad considering the bomb position to really allow for it. We're going to explore that avenue anyway. And he found a more prominent position, try and protect after a singular kill or so. Now, should be out of this service, goes down, and now Divine will have to go and slip through undetected. Bomb will find its way to the back of B. Hap will just shove out. No way. This is LP again, showing that access to their game of not actually just being so committed to the one play. Fluid back to the B site. Vincent, they find this plant. How much is Imperial going to give this? They got 2 players in Banana.
Kello's being loud. I don't know that they should really try to go back in here. Yeah, and they're going to turn it around. Going to keep this the way it stands right now. I guess looking for an exit frag or 2. Cello in particular doesn't have much to lose. I think another misstep, to be honest, from Vinny on a micro level. The way that he's handling things there doesn't really feel that great. Couple exits for Sadzin. Both he and Decenty gonna stay perfect in as much as neither of them have gone down. Yeah, I think a pretty good round from LP. Calling wise, they were really hoping that Imperial would just bait, that they'd be able to bait a response from them on that long side, but no response came. As I said, I think a bit of a micro misstep there from Vinny in the way that he's jiggling and taking that fight. And it gives them the opening they need to access the B bomb site.
That's in. Missed shot. Not going to be absolutely the losable moment. So Cello makes up for it by actually finding 2 kills off the aggressive play. Then he made enough to this. Smoke to actually find his way out, but priority is to get a kill. Smoked up towards the top.
3v3, and for Imperial, this actually is very concerning. They don't have anyone on the A side proper. No way's the only one here. That HE, but doesn't actually give him access, and he's gone down as well. Round should be over. Johnson loses his life for the first time. Decency not being able to claim a kill already. They should be packing their bags. Vinny already feeling that that was the right call. Save. Certain. For he and Decency. Imperial playing quite reactive to LP's utility and space taking. This is the second time in a row that LP have successfully baited Imperial into a reaction where they're stacking a site and they end up just moving back the other direction late. An effective strategy.
Terrorists win.
Obviously, you saw that detonation. Vincent, I haven't even really poked around in your mind about that. I mean, in case at home you want to read a little bit more about that update. I know our presenting partners over at Hotspawn got a little bit about that, as well as the newest and most up-to-date Thunderpick news. So obviously, that's the place to be, Vincent. Hotspawn.com.
Imperial trying to change up what's not been working for them these last 2 rounds. And, I mean, one of the things that arguably hasn't been working all Inferno is Cello. I know he got a double kill last round, a pretty important one, but been making some interesting decisions here on the Banana side. Big duel comes out victorious this time. 7 health. Leo Monster dead.
Ball should land right in front of Allison and ZMB. Do they take the opportunity here to go for an altercation? ZMB is going to immediately tap out Vinny.
Looks devastating.
Oh my god, Vinny with the second kill on the run. Everybody goes down through the smoke. Imperial just pile on. They survive with all 5. They walk up to a 6th here. LP are going to be at about an interesting I mean, you got to save here. I mean, this is just gonna become likely a 7th, excuse me.
Nope, they buying. They actually had way more money than I thought they did. They've moved the pieces around such that they can get 2 Galils, an AK, and an op for Divine. Divine certainly not had the greatest of starts. But a big hold for Imperial, a big round for Vinny. Love the move. Leo has just been consistently served up as the opening kill.
Then you find him in apartments like 10 seconds later. This guy's all over the place.
Here we go again. Here's the stack. Vinny all the way down, deep on Banana. And it's clear that LP have a target on his back. Vinny's got another smoke, though. He can delay this for a while. Or he won't. Can't drop the smoke now.
He clears out brackets. That's absolutely automatic from him. And now Divine just left here. I guess this is the result I was suggesting, with his 7th coming up on the board, maybe in terms of a save. This buy just gets dispatched. Decency still yet to die. He's 14-0. Gonna stash this AWP up top.
It's incredibly impressive. Don't get me wrong. I mean, there's been a lot of... I've been on the Decency Glaze train for a while, and after these last...
Whoa. You came into the pregame going, Decent's got to show up today. He has.
What have you let me...
You had some problems with him. I'm just airing that out.
But it's been a little bit of a long-term thing after watching for the last week or so Imperial play, where I just have found him to be missing in some of these big moments. He's certainly showing up here. Fantastic Inferno. And everybody else having their rounds when necessary. Don't necessarily either love that buy that LP had last round. They definitely could have, you know, the argument was there, but leaves them in a tight spot.
It's gonna be darting straight through this. A bit of distance within that smoke. How fast these rounds happen. It's gonna be an 8th here. Oh my god! Leo just sees him running through the smoke. Cello's got everybody's backs. It's 3 kills himself. Decency added another. Imperial are absolutely piling it on. Like I said earlier, this is a dominant scoreline in what feels like a competitive map. I will be honest. I mean, when LP is able to like really push these rifle rounds, they're mid-rounding well. It feels like when they have the opportunity to do so, they can push. But when they pick themselves up, they're just flat on the floor for the majority of this game.
I mean, this is feeling very much like the Imperial that got to play the first 2/3 of Mirage. Were they leading the entire time? You know, if I told you Imperial led all the way through Mirage, 7-5 T side, 11-5 starts to the CT side, you're like, oh, great. And then I told you, yeah, it was a 13-11 win. You'd probably be confused. But we're getting very much the beginning of this from Imperial. I'm honestly just keen to see how long DCT can stay.
Me too.
With 0 deaths.
Thadson takes out Leo.
Go again. Leo's just got a target on his back, man.
Goku played a couple games for him over in CCT. It was an interesting substitution. Hap leaves apartments.
Oh,
Decent just smells his trail like a damn bloodhound. He's going to see him momentarily. There was the click of the smoke, and now the escape. It's an immediate headshot, and every ounce of information now gained here for Imperial. This is the last round of the CT side, so they can really get over heavy in the rotations. Every member of LP just got to send it. Couple of smokes that you got to worry about. Cello, he's wiped away after one, but they got a little bit of wiggle room here. CMB, he's going to be taking him out on the nade, and now it's all down to the in-game leader who dispatches with Vinny. 16 HP, 26 seconds, now has just picked up the bomb, but just needs to find one shot here. No way it does that. Shatters him from the back hall. What a damn first half. 9-3. I was talking about that previous 13-1. This isn't much better.
Yeah, I mean, a gun round here and there. A perfect half out of Decent 16-0. Doesn't die.
What a goat.
Hayes has just pointed out that all of LP have 17 kills and Decency has 16. Yeah, that is a great stat line to prove how poor it's been for LP. And ZMB claimed 3 of his 5 in that final round of the half. Put that into perspective. The start of round 12, that was the entirety, or rather, Decency having more than the entirety of LP combined.
We finally gotten Decency boosted. That took a second. All good.
4-1 set up here for LP. We're getting an itchy trigger finger, searching for info in middle.
Walking into this clock. Hap here. Just not going to be ready for it around the corner. No way. Same sort of opportunity. And he walked away empty-handed. B-site, I think, seen the bomb now. Cello walks through the smoke, takes a bold call, now to back call, has all of the control. Vinny secures a post plant. They've just walked away from Decency. Cello, he really warmed up towards the end of the first half there, has had so much impact in this pistol. Very well may be the reason why Imperial may pull it away. Vinny gonna get up here. This is a one and done position. Sadson also gonna play it next to him with it in a very bold way. CMB gonna clear him. Now Sadson has got to get them all the way gone. A second half Imperial pistol has been a constant in this series. They pull to 10. This is a nightmare for LP. When they walk into a server, they see Imperial on the other side in a playoff, Vincent. They may have a little bit of a doubt now. These are 2 back-to-back series that look absolutely damning.
Yeah, they do. Especially these Infernos. And when it's LP's best map, I mean, this is their go-to. LP, despite the fact that they lost to this Imperial, still have a 72% win rate. And that's crazy. And that's considering they lost 3 of their last 4 matches on this Inferno. Lost to Pain, this Imperial, and then Shinden. All respectable losses, in my humble opinion.
Go right into the stack here. Only got Hap on the other end. Then Decent away. Yeah, we don't want him to die. He's still 17-0. Absolutely absurd. Imperial just, they felt it. There's too much tension on this side of the map.
A lot more utility being pumped out there than you would expect if it weren't a stack.
Hap may not even get involved until later. We'll walk around to Boiler, try and get a kill. Would have loved the opportunity. Hey, he's popping off a couple of bullets. There you go. Presence inside of the apartments, but he's going to pull back. May just be the same for all of LP. Everybody but ZMB. Sticking around. Who's walking up Moto this early in the post plant? Nobody. Could all just watch on the little bridge right here. Find a couple of funny exit kills. Maybe Cello Farm here momentarily. This is going to be interesting.
Cello actually kind of low, so maybe not so much the Cello Farm.
Okay, what about one of the SMG players, please? No way, please? All right, they're walking in. Oh, he's going to hop around. There we go. There goes Tab. Right into the face. They're going to find them all. I told you. I told you they would show up. Imperial, they wipe LP completely off the face of Inferno.
That was nice.
That's in total terms.
That really was so well put together. The jump onto the balcony there to pull the attention of the rest of the team while everyone else is just walking through across the bridge. That was really cool. Very smart from Imperial. I think that, you know, those are the moments where I'm like, okay, you know, old Imperial, or the Imperial that I expect to see now back with Decency and with Sadzen. Like, that's what I expect. None of these times where it's weird, where good.
Beautiful flash. With how it's going today, Cello would just find one fully blind. At this point, it's really going to help them. The hopping, Vinny, 5 SD. It's a damn iconic, I tell you, Vincent. Still got Divine in here. He's unfortunately not the one that bought up 5-7 and was seen earlier. Sent out of here empty-handed. Poor Hap, I fear won't be able to separate them from 12, but he may be able to kill Decent, which would be a win in its own right. Oh, turn around, Decent. Turn around, please. Oh, he has. He's listening to me. Oh, my God. People are going to think that I'm flop. Oh, no. He goes down. There it's over. 17-0, no longer. That's sad. He probably got, like, all of his score streaks, though. I will be honest. I don't know of any other, like, kill streaks that would be, like, going above 17.
Yeah. I mean, also in Counter-Strike.
Okay, well, the nuke is not exactly I mean, what else would it be other than a kill streak? Okay, I'm dumb.
I was actually gonna leave that. I was gonna leave that because, in fairness, if 17 kills
in some games
isn't a nuke in the Counter-Strike context, then I don't know what it is. You know?
I would tend to agree.
Like, you know, I'm willing to suspend my disbelief.
I've seen players on Inferno have 0-12 halves. They've just died every round. And now we've seen what a Decent has done. Pretty good, you know, what, 14 rounds he survived concurrently?
Yeah.
And then died in the 15th, so we can't really count that. There you go.
He was definitely playing that passive. He was trying to maintain it.
I wonder if that, like, really helps his rating. I mean, it must.
Oh, yes. Definitely.
Had those stats.
Despite not having a very good map one, if Imperial win the series, it's very possible he is the MVP. I say if, like, it's not 12-3.
Well, it was a similar scoreline that went in our first series. I can't say it was as clean, though, for Bestia. They never quite hit a strike like this against Keatstars. I will say that Thompson maybe did mirror an energy of Decency. That might be something to look forward to in a final. Allison Hap, they want to give it one last effort, and it may not be their last based on what they've just done. Door open for Decent and No Way, but just seen, that's not going to be an easy transition. Wouldn't it be sweet to end on a clutch? Decent actually just going to walk it back into Divine's crosshair. It would be sweet to end on a clutch. It's just not going to happen now. 4th year for LP. Find themselves in a decent point to go ahead and push, but this is quite a place to start.
Yeah, it's got to be a lot more. Yeah, got to be a lot more. The question now is, can LP channel the energy that they put together on Mirage, where, I mean, even then, they didn't end up closing it out. They made the comeback, but they did not close the map. To a tied scoreline, couldn't do the final damage. Rough game from Allison. off series right now from ZMB. And Divine anonymous on Inferno after having a pretty darn good Mirage.
Running through that, Leo leveled after one. Cello had to be the one to chase in. Divine having a lot of impact here in intervals. I mean, disappears back into brackets. I mean, job frankly done. Now that you've seen the re-smoke, Imperial are interested in what this side of the map has to offer.
I'm not loving this from Hap. He needs to just leave. It probably will work out. 4-on-3, and there's no reason to be taking a risk here. There it is, working out.
Oh my god. That is so insane out of no way. Immediately mauls Allison. Hap does find his way back to the site, so wish granted. Eventually. Vinny will meet up with No Way in Apartments. Molotov and a smoke on No Way. Which angle does Hap consider first? That smoke is going to give them a little bit of breathing room around Divine, but not much. Vinny has found Hap. That's going to be extremely good for Imperial. This opportunity now is insane. Potentially put away the game, especially because the rotate is not coming in here. Delaying early from middle. It's the CT and both the library. Vinny going to take the contact.
This is cool. This is a cool setup. Vinny's got to take the first contact, though. No wait. Chilling.
No Way gets that kill on the ZMB. Now it's all against the AWP player. Imperials to lose, and here goes the peak. It is Vinny that sends Imperial into back-to-back grand finals ever since picking up Sadzin. But this time, we're cut out for him as they're going to be up against Bestia, who also took out their opponents 2-0 in the semifinals. A heavyweight for our title.
Yeah, Imperial not looking good on Mirage, but they ended up getting it done. It's very similar to many other series where we see some struggles, we see some pain, but we ultimately see a victory as we can bring Hayes back into the conversation. Hayes, listen, it definitely wasn't what we wanted to see on Mirage, but are you pleased? Are you happy with the Imperial that we got on Inferno?
Extremely, man. This is when they're at their best. This is where they're super convincing. Everybody's online. The systems are working well. Some great rotations, brilliant individual moments. There were some fantastic setups in terms of the way they were playing off of each other as well. I mean, sure, Decenty frequently was putting up really big moments, like those monster individual moments, but one of them was enabled by a flashbang when he swings long and he gets those 3 kills. The next one where he mows them down, where he's in pit, he's had his teammate who's taken first contact for him. So it was those setups and the enabling of each other that really brought out the best in Decenty. Something you even mentioned, I think, on Mirage, Vincent, was how maybe sometimes he's not necessarily getting the support that he needs to extract the most value out of him. And I feel like we saw that in heaps. Like I said, I feel like the reads were very good from Imperial on their CT side as well. Pretty much for the most part had a very good idea as to actually what was going on in the round and how to set themselves up accordingly. Rarely did they get caught off guard where they misread the situation completely. So yeah, that was a great showing. I mean, Sadzin very proactive on the AWP as well, which is good to see that he's taking that initiative and he's hunting for those opening jewels. I think it's something that we got a lot less from Levi, was that sort of initiative, that confidence to be making those plays. And it makes sense with how Sadzin's a far more established player, coming from Legacy, having competed at the highest level of the game, having accomplished some brilliant things with that squad. Obviously, even just won, what was it, CAC, where they beat Falcons in the final. So he's even won like an S-tier tournament. So he's going to be bringing heaps of experience and confidence into this Imperial team, which I think is much needed with the run of form we've seen from Imperial recently. You know, somebody to just jack them up again, just like a bit of a jump start for the team, a new lease on life. And I feel like Sadzin has probably brought a lot of that into the team, which is cool. Yeah, I thought LP, although they didn't really get a whole lot done in the first half, I don't think they played the worst T side. I think that it was just really good from Imperial. You know, LP were They were very calculated with the decisions that they were making. They were really trying to feel out the round. They weren't like throwing crazy gambles into the mix. There was even some like decent mid-rounding from them and some good decisions where that one round where they wrap through archers through CT and they clear Vinny, but they don't all commit. You know, one player hangs back and they cut off the rotations. That other round where they rotate back out of banana and they go A, only 2 players A for the CT side was the right read, but you just had another decency moment there. So there were a couple rounds where LP almost was like a little bit unfortunate, I think. But yeah, mad props to Imperial. Certainly deserved victors, and they look very good when they're at their best. You know, I even mentioned in TeamSpeak, I feel like when they don't reach that 10th or 11th round on the scoreboard, they're almost like top 5 in the region, right? They just seem to have some issues closing out games, but that wasn't a problem whatsoever here on this occasion. So it was very cool to see how they delivered. And now they're into the grand final against Bestia, Mark, where, as you just mentioned, this is going to be a hell of a game. You know, I think it's I'd say the 2 best teams coming into this competition, not the 2 highest ranked teams, because rankings are like pretty whack at the moment for Imperial in particular. But I'd say on paper, like name value and expectation, this has got to be like the people's final, right?
No, it absolutely will be. I mean, this is gonna draw a lot of eyes to it. That's something that will be not even a discussion. But I think where, as far as like you have even like map pool to map pool, like where we've gotten these teams like playing so far, it's gonna be really interesting. Like I know they both permaban Anubis, although like it was Imperial over inside of CCT that had to deal with bounty hunters picking cash into them, right? So they've had like 1 playoff game worth of experience on it. So like maybe we could see things really get crazy. I for one, am always, you know, excited to get back on the Bestia train. It's actually been like a little while since I think I've gotten to see them, probably like most recent to like when the Timo transfer was happening. Like it's been that long, and that's because they've obviously, you know, taken their European tour, and that's, you know, been pretty nice for them. Came back and obviously lost to LP. You won't get that rematch today, but like you said, I think we're getting the people's final here.
Well, keep an eye on Nacho and Thomason, because that rifling duo, when they're both on, I actually dubbed it as like outside of the legacy Furia and 9Z, like teams like at the top of the level. I think it could be like the strongest rifling duo when they're at the peak of their game in South America. Like maybe in Pain, you could say Peria and Snow, but still, I truly believe that Nacho and Thomason are just
Sharks outstanding.
Maybe too. Yeah, you see Sharks as well, because they've got 3 really good riflers, but when it comes to pure ceiling alone, I think Thomason and Nacho might just clear them. But again, it's very debatable. It's like one of those conversations that you could go back and forth on. You're in for a treat, though. I mean, Bestia haven't played a whole lot lately, but I think it'll be a good game. I mean, Vincent, I know you're going to be breaking it all down with Tony, but just any final thoughts before I bid you guys farewell?
Yeah, I think my final thoughts into that, just to tack onto that discussion real quick, is what's cool about like those 2 guys in particular is neither of them are a traditional star like you're talking about in all of those other instances, right? You know, Nacho's a small side anchor, and you got Thomason, who's like a relatively passive lurker on the T side, and tends to be a little bit more of a star on the CT side, but still very different from everything else. For me, I'm just looking for Imperial to give me the energy that they showed me on Inferno, not the energy that I watched them lose Mirage to Isurus on, or nearly lose Mirage today in that semifinal. Those are the big things that I'm kind of looking for. Very excited to see what they can show.
Okay, so it's all about what sort of version we're going to get from Imperial, because we've seen both sides of the spectrum in recent times, and even maybe today a little bit on Mirage early on against LP. Still obviously respectable opponents. We've now bidded them farewell, and we will be bidding me farewell now as well. I've done my 2 games, semifinals wrapped up. It's going to be the grand final up next, Bestia versus Imperial here in the Thunderpick World Championship South America Series 2. It's going to be, why not, Tony, I don't know, forwards, backwards. It is one of your guys' close friends, that's for sure. That much I do know. So you guys are going to be, they got the band back together, got the homie back here in the mix again as well. So you guys will be in safe hands, and I'm looking forward to the show. I'll certainly be keeping an eye on it. It should be a fantastic game. Be sure to tune in, guys. That game is going to be starting in probably like about an hour, I imagine. The pre-game will be just before then. So yeah, as Mark checks his proverbial watch, make sure to tune in and enjoy the action a bit later on.
What's going on, Thunderpick fans, spectators, gamers? We've got all kinds of Counter-Strike having gone down throughout the entirety of South American Series 2. And in this one, we've come down to the wire, to the final finish, to the literal end of all ends. It's going to be Bestia and Imperial who have made their way through the semifinals in today's matchups, who have now battled for the title. We got it on Vincent and Get the Bag Mark, ready to bring it to you guys. I mean, you were already here for those prior games. How's it feeling?
Pretty good. I think a little questionable for Imperial, which has kind of been the temp check for them, for at least from my perspective, for the last week or so. But ultimately they closed out their semifinal strong, and Bestia, I think they did everything you could have asked for them out of this entirety of this run.
Do you echo those sentiments, Mark?
I do, but I will emphasize the strong finish there for Imperial. I think the strong finish there for Imperial probably overarcs what was going on in that semifinal versus Keystars. I mean, you had a 13-9 out there, like a 13-11. I think there's been some excellent work being put in ever since, Cuts Moretz has taken a step down, and we believe Zareba to be calling. So it's an excellent push for them, and I think they could have definitely worked a map off of Bestia there. So in terms of the context of both of those score lines, I would say that Imperial are coming in a little bit hotter to this grand final, Tone.
I would definitely agree, having not only watched a good majority of those games, but then also I think if you just pull up the numbers, you'd probably be able to make a pretty decent enough assumption as to how those two games have gone. Relatively speaking, as far as Imperial are concerned, these are the kinds of victories that really make them a team in which, looking at the the whole page of the overview of the attendees, this is the team you would expect to be here. On the flip side of that, the inverse of that, Bestia also having gotten here with a pretty, I would say, clean way through, not dropping very many maps, but when it comes down to this game, it's an entirely new beast. It's an entirely new animal they now have to face up with against Imperial. And honest and truthfully, this is a game in which I feel like if you were to pull up the history for both rosters, I'm shocked to find that the last time they met was about a year ago. That's wild to me. You'd think that the spanning of matchups that come through in South America, these guys would have faced in one time in 2026, but no, you'd be incorrect. So look, the last time they'd met, it was practically an entirely different Imperial from the one that we do know now. And we're going into this one, and it's honest and truthfully probably going to be the best maps that we have available to us, as we've been spoiled. Us three are, at least if you have peeped into the discords in which we're in. Yeah, sorry viewer, but we can see what the maps are, and frankly I think this one's going to be a banger and probably the best setup for it to go all free. But I want to get your thoughts on the rosters before we start talking about the vetoes, because we've got Imperial with Sadzin, a little bit of time under their belt now also with him having been a part of their roster. Give me some first impressions, as well as how you think this team stacks up against Bestia with Sadzin as opposed to Levi.
So I have thoughts, I have opinions. I think that it's been somewhat questionable here for Imperial. I have not been fully convinced. There's multiple reasons why.
Okay.
I think that No Way's been fantastic. I think Sadzin's been fine to good to even great in some cases. I think his rifling even has been really good. The question marks are Vinny. I think the calling has not been that great. I think there's been a lot of just straight up boneheaded decision making, especially on the T side, from Vinny on the calling perspective. That being said, it's not an all the time thing. It is bits and pieces, and they struggle as well to close games, which I think is another aspect of maybe those struggles from the leadership perspective. The other side to those question marks is decency. I think he had a fantastic second map on Inferno. He was 17-0 there for a minute.
Yep.
Wow.
It was crazy indeed. But I think there's been times where I can't put my finger on what's causing it, but his individual level, it isn't good enough when this Imperial team sometimes needs him. It's not that he doesn't have the capability. I think my theory right now is that sometimes he's kind of being left out to dry and not given a lot of support. Otherwise, though, I think the heights of this Imperial are clear. The depths are where I have those questions.
Marky, I mean, I'll give you the opportunity to either add or retort to any of that, but if you'd like to move on to Bestia, that's your call.
I will add, unfortunately, to where at a line for a player I feel like we should have no real issue with, especially at this level, Tony. We're looking at a few best of threes. Keep in mind, we're coming out of the player break in South America, which is the only region where that was respected. It feels like Cello is on HLTV, he's posting like a 1.06 rating. And watching these games, Tony, he's really struggled. I got to watch their Thunderpick performance, or rather their CCT performance, and obviously their semifinal today, where, you know, Cello has had his fair share of moments where he's just out of these games, and it's really an issue next to a couple of the symptoms that Vincent was just talking about. I also need to see where absolutely some of these moments from Vinny have been very much a struggle at times. I think I can sort of forgive that where you have a new player in your roster, but for Sazin being that new player in the roster, it shouldn't be an issue. His rifling has been fantastic, Tony. I'm really looking forward to seeing Sazin in this grand final.
I do agree. I think that honest and truthfully, most of the matchups I've seen from Sadzin, he's like kind of adjacent to the Opera on the other side for a majority of the matchup outside of individual rounds of, you know, highlight moments. But when it comes down to the rifling, yeah, I'm actually super impressed with how he's able to not only slot in, but not look like a liability when it comes down to him needing to use that weapon. But we're going to look on to Bestia now. We're going to see what they have in their camp now with a new leadership shift on their own side, or at the very least, not new, but one they're still maybe adjusting to. And we're going into this knowing now that Vinny may not be up to snuff as far as consistency, regularly hitting on the calls, but maybe, just maybe, that's going to be something in which Bestia can, you know, sneak through the gaps and try and make themselves a little bit more of a lesser known entity to the players on Firepower side. And the only way they're going to be able to win this best of three, in my opinion, is going to be able to get under the skin of not only the mind of Vinny, but also the toughness and ferocity of those fighters on the side of Imperial. But given that, we've got Tomasin, Kaysen, and Buddha, who in that semifinal looked like three players to be unleashed. And frankly speaking, it didn't really look like they needed to do a whole hell of a lot of reinventing the wheel in order to do it.
I don't think that this team has to do any reinventing the wheel when they're playing well. The pieces really work. I think that they, like, every piece in this team feels like they can be like maybe underrated at their position, or maybe the expectation of what they could do prior to being on this team in this iteration, you might not have expected that. I think Timo has really flourished in this as now a little bit more aggressive piece, where before he was the passive piece. He was the small side anchor. When Nacho comes in, takes that over, and Nacho looks, I think, very good in those roles. Thomason, the guy that you typically expect, and Buddha, as I talked about yesterday or the other day on the quarterfinal, that bro, he's really been impressive how he's like changed up his whole flow to basically be what this Bestia team needs over the last year. It's pretty cool. So I think Bestia, in my mind, are the favorites here. I think they should be coming in confident.
Yeah, Marky, I think it's extremely interesting to look at the trajectory of somebody like Buddha, who went from that 9Z roster and unfortunately for him did clearly look like the odd man out whilst they were trying to scale, right? But now he goes into that crew roster, makes himself look like a piece, looks shiny, and then gets himself another opportunity against maybe more familiar, higher level Argentinian talent. And look at him now. I mean, as an in-game leader, I think he's shaping up not only tactically to be fine, if not good, to great in even some instances, but as an individual, as a fighter, as a shooter, it looks like he's not wavered in his level. Can you give me a little bit of insight as to what you're going to need from not only this roster in terms of firepower, from player to player basis, if they're going to take this one over Imperial?
I think where you're coming out to expect, where I think this will be like perfectly set up for me. I'm going to be loving to see a big Timo performance today. I know where you've been tracking these playoffs up the ladder. We had Hayes on the analyst desk just earlier making a massive case for Nacho inside of his performance. I see that in the conversation that like Vincent presents as well, and I really agree. But for, you know, where some of those roles shift, and it absolutely, you know, comes to Timo, maybe in a couple of those roles where I'm looking at the Fluxo series inside of Relog and that back-to-back versus Sharks, there was a moment there where Timo is very much struggling in that series versus Sharks, and that cannot be the case today if Bestia are to take this versus a hot Imperial. I think they're coming in the way that they are playing like the favorites.
Nice, well put, very good. We're talking about Dust 2, Inferno, and Mirage, and this was the illusion that I was trying to create earlier as to what the possible three-map affair could look like. And frankly, I think me personally on the analyst desk, I'm expecting it, and I'm going for the choice picks to be the places where all of these teams thrive and survive. Mirage, though, I do actually think there is a danger zone for Imperial if we do go that far, but I'm going to let you guys take this one and really let us know what's going down for it, because I'm so excited to see things get underway.
Absolutely, Tony. It's a massive pleasure to be here with the North American desk to throw this into a Dust 2, Vincent. This is an absolute pleasure, and I'm right there with Tony. This is going to be a great series we have on our hands rolling into this Dust 2. We got that, Vinferno, like we were talking about in our semifinal, up second. That's going to be very interesting. Obviously, that's where they absolutely shut the door so hard in our second semifinal just before this against LP. Free agent team went down 2-0. No way. Off of the nade will swing in and get traded pretty well by Thomason, who had a massive performance in that second map.
I love the aggressive stand for Imperial to start this round. Interesting that Decency's going to stick around with this, especially with the support he has, can afford to do it. But it won't be able to do that forever. Tagged low is Sadson. We'll have to fall back. It is a ton of damage traded in what's ultimately a 4-on-4.
Lull in the round for BESTIA go back to long. Timo, lead the way. Mr. 8 HP. He might be a sacrifice. Decent off the angle. We'll have to find him. Shuts him down with the headshot. But Thomason will just try and climb the ladder and make sure his life's not in vain at the start of this grand final. Nacho, a really good lurk timing, but actually Decent trying to expect it and takes down Sadson. That came with the headshot even at the 2 HP. That was slick, and jumping back over, had to bunny hop to get back to the site.
The question of how to assemble this, obviously, forward position, Cello repositioning back over to Cat, and Vinny sticking around. No kit either, so time is significantly not on their side.
A bit more contact. That's a great shot out of Cello. 13 HP, though. Nacho on the spam. He's got a triple kill already. Gonna make Hayes sound really smart all of a sudden if this is the performance he's got in this series. Nacho fades away. They run right into the man himself and puts him down. A 4K for Nacho, the way he wants to start it off in a grand finals.
That's the thing about Nacho, right? I think that when you watch him play, you're not necessarily going to be blown away all the time, but I do think that he really does come to life in these X-Factor moments, particularly in tough scenarios. It's he who breaks down the doors to the A bomb site, gets them access, and a smart move for BESTIA after trading 1-for-1 at the start of that round. Imperial are tagged heavily. Got a force buy. Cello classically on the CZ. And again, it's forward holds here for Imperial. Haven't seen a lot of their Dust 2 myself over the last week or so.
Decent to cut off Buddha. No way we'll get in an interesting transition. He's surviving and taking down Timo. That's actually absurd. Pick up the Galil from that. A very ugly start to round 2 for BESTIA.
Yeah, a little isolated.
Pretty difficult to win.
I think that they spread things out a lot in order to try and catch some aggression, but Imperial, they go for it, and BESTIA, instead of receiving that, they just get punched in the mouth. Man scenario, tag team, this trio, Tomazine, Nacho, Kaysen. And that refresh smoke in B tunnels is just going to be even more frustrating. Decenty now checked into a corner. I don't think there's a choice but then to walk through.
30 seconds to go. A great rotation by Imperial. They're going to have Decent in position. CZ pops out. It's the Cello special, Vincent. You know it's here. Shuts that down. The force buy pays off. Imperial standing leg to leg with BESTIA. And so far, you know this Dust 2 is going to be damning. I mean, no one gets away with that. We're messing around with the smoke. But you have to go back into the B site so late. As soon as you were in that 5v3, you knew it was going to be very hard.
Yeah, and this is an example where Decency, I feel like, is kind of put out onto an island, and he really flourishes, pushing into tunnels. There's no backup, but he's good for it. In fact, gets a double kill eventually, or that second kill on the site. Cello double. Going to be a B attack. Bestia readying for this execute.
Molly for Cello. They will, and he stands for 2 on the spray. Worth it. Decent gets 1 onto Buddha as soon as the smoke goes down. Worth it to get this post plant. And potentially you can leverage a little bit more damage here. Fresh smoke back into the window as well. Although Imperial will take their time. I think they were quite poised inside of their challenging series in the grand finals versus Bounty Hunters over in CCT. 2-0 versus LP right before this. Decent walking in the way to here. And that's just maybe a little bit of a hint as to what we were talking about in the green room. This guy was, what, alive for 14 rounds straight on Inferno. Had a ridiculous finish to the series. Hasn't been too long since then. Vincent starting 6-2 here on the second map.
Yeah, I think a decent performance, you know, along those lines that we got to watch against LP and that we're seeing here at the start, that absolutely could change the game and probably change the equation for me on my expectations. If Decent is performing up to this type of level on a consistent basis, is a win condition, clear and simple. No question about that. You know, I mentioned that I haven't seen Imperial play a lot of Dust 2. I've been seeing a lot of their games in the last week. Yeah, they haven't played it since the addition of Sadzin. Not a single time.
Even played Cash before it.
Yeah. So
I think today.
I think obviously they had to anticipate Bestia looking to pick into a Dust 2, especially when they don't really have a lot of options when they're permaing Ancient. So I think that this could have been a really quality punish for Imperial if they were to have prepped well for Bestia. At least in theory.
Timo taking his time. No, it shuts him down right on the top of the car. 3 in a row here for Imperial. Bestia can walk back after being broken early. Probably saw that as a gap. Wanted to test this Dust 2 at the beginning of a series. Not like it wasn't played before by Imperial, but always got to see how the rust is wearing.
Yeah, but I mean, when they last were playing it, they were losing to LP. They were losing to Uno MILLE, actually, at the Odyssey Cup. So I do think that there is maybe some question marks there.
We're talking about peak DRG, Uno MILLE? Hold that thought. Here comes Sadzin. Walking into upper tunnels. Look at this.
I love this angle.
Nacho could just feel something creeping close. Don't you dare tease us like this. Here comes Thomason. This is going to be such a hard flick, but challenging for Sadzin. That would just be a cheat to him, man. Never
pretty
doubt
unusual
him.
For Thomason to be the first activator in this round. No one else making any contact anywhere across the map for Bestia. Thomason, normally a later lurker. Clearly not anticipating that.
No way in the off angle. Team out. Taking his steps to go and check that. Now Kaysen gotta find this tally. Up on his performance so far for Bestia. Tracking where they have second highest rated next to Thomason. You know what type of quality he brings. Sends him back to the corner himself, but just a miff on that. Doesn't actually even take the shot. Decent in the corner. He might just go through the smoke. Not even off of a flash. It's Cello that will back him up. Imperial go through dry. They come out with a little bit more Bestia blood.
Yeah, that's a wild decision, just to be completely honest, from Decent, but it does work out. Love this flick from Kaysen. Thought Nacho was going to recreate the pistol round with this positioning on Cat. Decent handles that beautifully. And I think probably correct for Bestia to be calling this tactical pause. Get Sharpie on the mic. New coach, or well, new-ish, came in March when
interim.
All of these. Is it interim? Is that the
case?
case?
Excuse me. I thought you were referring to the analyst that you're stepping in for Imperial. No, you're talking about Mr. Sharpie. Yes,
correct.
New coach.
Yeah. Well, and new is got like some heavy air quotes there. March 10th was when he came in. That was when the change out from Noxy came through.
My heart.
Yeah, end of an era. He was at the helm of this team from 2023 to March 2026. Definitely a time for change, though, if I have to be honest. Bestia narrowly missing out. That's a really nice coordinated couple of nades to catch Buddha off guard. He's really having a struggle, and that's a big deal for Bestia because he is taking a ton of their T-side opening attempts. We were kind of highlighting it on the desk, but I'll mention it again here. He went from one of the most passive players as part of 9Z to becoming a star aggro player on crew. He's transitioned that nicely.
This is a lot of contact. I'm really surprised if Vinny walked away with this kill. They're coming to Imperial right now. And now peeking away with the Deagle. Sadzin is going to square you up exactly at your size. He pulls out the pistol to match the Deag. It's still going to be a 5th here for Imperial. Oh, it was just out in the open. Kind of was ready to box. Are we going to see the nade again? Come on, give me the nade. All right. Sadzin so precise so far. On top of, riding an 11-3 start from Decenty. This is going to be a wild day if he wants to continue like this. 5-1 for Imperial. No reason to slow down, but it's only really that 4K from Nacho. There's nobody really fragging here for Bestia. There goes their top notch.
Outside of that quad from Nacho, it's basically 5 kills for the rest of the team combined. It's very poor.
We kill some players inside a Counter-Strike. That is...
Again, Thomasin ends up first dead. That is not what should be happening here for Bestia. Obviously, they're just starting to filter through their default, and Sadzin being quite disruptive now multiple times where he's getting engaged in these opening fights. But it's not just engagements, it's successes.
Some contact up towards the top. Decent can find potentially Buddha with a nade in his hand. Kills him while transitioning back. That smoke is going to make it square. Kaysen really can't argue back for a trade out here. Uruguayan to lead Bestia up, Cat.
3v5s are just a constant for Bestia currently.
No way in a really good spot. Especially at this point in the round. 5v3. Gonna get flashed to fight. Needs to finish that shot onto Nacho. Does let me go again. He's reconsidering peeking that. You can't escape. Kaysen jumps to the ground. He's gonna be taken away. Decenty, but the bomb is here towards Catwalk. All you've done is secure your avenue out for a save. Sticks is going to be stuck here to the board. And I'm afraid Timo won't be able to take this AK away. Put a molly up. How hard are they going to box him in? Just right below the stairs, and Timo a lucky man.
All right, so they took attack pause, but they didn't really change anything. Bestia kind of running back the start to their default again. Not that they've been allowed to do that to any effective degree currently. But I need something punchy. I need something quick. There's got to be a change up here, and Kaysen's hoping to provide it. Flash forces him away, and he won't get another chance to take that shot. So ambitious for No Way. Inside this smoke at long. Thankful or Bestia that he's just backed away.
Very ambitious, just like when you're a decent walk through that smoke dry, get those 2 kills. Imperial are playing with like a vast amount of confidence at the moment.
As
And
they
that's
should.
what I was worried about. Absolutely.
Up 6-1 on your opponent's map pick currently in a grand final.
I just mean off of that Inferno coming into this very room. And it doesn't appear like they've lost any of it. You're absolutely correct. 6-1 stands to prove that. Decent on the investigation. Clears upper tunnels at a minute. That is such a perfect go. You might catch Nacho, but more pressure goes to the A site that Vinny just basically gets back to. Rare miss by Sadson up onto the corner, makes up for it for one, but Vinny, he's going to come down empty-handed. At times, we've criticized Vinny for his individual woes. Bomb plant here secured by Bestia. First round that they really have an argument win to take away. That is decent, sending a massive frag onto Kaysen. They're going to try and recover the AWP. Big stand here by Timo. It's got to be him. Access to the rifle. Didn't actually pick up the op. Could be no way. Just transfer all three. Timo to stand like a turret, but they take him. Got to find the kit. There's already halfway on this bomb, so don't let me panic. That was just an intense one. You needed Bestia to take that away. It's their closest feat, but now it's going to be one of the toughest pills to swallow. It's a 7-1 scoreline. It feels like this Dust 2 is flying by.
I mean, it might be a on paper close one, but bro, this is big misses. Kaysen, that should be automatic, my friend. But unfortunately, the molly that comes through on Catwalk, it gives them the space they need to try and collapse on the players in CT, but they don't take that opportunity. Instead, they end up lining up. Such a travesty in so many ways. Bestia, I was hoping to see them come in feeling good. Right now, they're looking lackluster.
And now No Way will stop doing that.
I mean, the fact that he's even teasing that fight just shows how confident he is.
Absolutely. Turning into disrespect. Which I'm not gonna blame you for. Feel big up in this lead right now. Flash up to Catwalk. Kind of clear the first row. We're currently smoked. Vinny, a doctor towards middle, paired up with Cello over towards the B site.
This is the best spot the Bestia have been in at 45 seconds. They've got everybody alive. They've got utility to do this. Mid to B seems the plan.
Vinny just ended up empty-handed on the A site last round. Buddha drops into CT, clearing out this entire B play. Imperial, depending on how aggressive they want to go, it's not even a question anymore. You're saving this 2 versus 4. No Way could potentially clip Kaysen, but that's just not going to happen. Bomb planted. Bestia are going to get their first round on the board, and they're going to end the Imperial streak of 7. That sounds terrible when you say it out loud.
Yeah, I will say props to Bestia. I mean, given the fact that they were able to develop the round legitimately for the first time in the entirety of the map, they actually executed really quite well. I was really enjoying the way in which they coordinated that. Buddha dropping down into CT. He ends up just getting plucked out randomly. I don't even think that the mid player actually saw him. Just a little unlucky, but regardless, the mid side of that attack is perfect, and the tunnel player pops at the right time as well, gets his kill. Very good stuff. Precisely what Bestia needed. So it's not via some quick attack or punchy play that I was calling for. It's via their default and a slow burn round where they go for their hit at 40 seconds.
Tadzin taking huge liberties here up towards Catwalk. Massive find at the start of this round. Second opening kill specifically onto the head of Thomasin. Gonna be so frustrated. Lurk smoke out. Bomb on the way to B. This is gonna just activate to try and just set a simple situation for Timo to find a kill. That's exactly what they were looking for. gets Thompson, rather, excuse me, gets Sadson out of the conversation. Cello peers out the smoke, by with a Nacho, and now Cello says hello right around the corner to the rest of this site and what it has to offer. They slow down, but it's Timo that's going to get put away. Kaysen is just getting here at a minute, and now Cello is going to put him out. What a ridiculous round, and what a ridiculous Dust 2 performance such coming from Cello. I mean, this is so good, Vincent. What we were looking for, 10-4, one of the best playoff games he's had yet in Thunderpick.
I mean, and listen, I think part of it, you didn't get to watch the Cello game that I did the other day up against Isurus. Cello basically muscled Isurus out of the way in those last 2 maps. He really was the guy, and that's part of the reason I haven't been so hard on him. I think he's done well in lots of scenarios, and this is one where he has been phenomenal on this Dust 2. It's another round where Thomason is the first guy dead. That cannot continue to happen. I'm going to keep on talking about it because it just keeps occurring.
Buddha does wipe away Decent.
The first as well. Decency not able to win his opening duel. Crucial that Buddha continues that vibe.
Had to choke that out eventually. Knew no way was going to be there. Good flash. Good positioning by Vinny as well to trade, but Kaysen hitting the confirmed kills this time. The ones that he should have no issue with. Cello getting aggressive. Had to find out something. All alone to the in-game leader. Separated so far from everybody. Thompson may not make us wait too long. As long as that bomb plant comes through. We got to get as much as we can here, folks.
Very nice scene.
Oh, boy.
That's
back turned.
Multiple different things that are going right in this round that have been going wrong. Buddha getting an opening duel. Decency getting shut down. Imperial, or rather Bestia, starting to anticipate the aggression. That flash. And I know Vinny's getting kills here, but this is not in a winning effort. It's... okay, maybe it is.
Bro. Here comes Vinny. 8 seconds. 8 seconds. They have tens of thousands of dollars. Only No Way does. Okay. We actually got Cello joining that wealthy club now after the loss bonus, Mr. Math. They buy up. Imperial will be quite comfortable to close the half.
Hello, my name is Mr. Math.
Mr. Math.
Pleased to make your acquaintance.
Okay.
This is my new character.
One of my worst nickname pulls in the history.
Need this 4th round pretty badly, I think, if you're Bestia. Obviously, their CT side can be fantastic, but it's the T side that they do their biggest heavy lifting on, and right now it's ugly. Out mid to B so quickly. Nobody knows about this. None of these Cat players have seen a damn thing. Cello's dead. Or, well, maybe not dead, considering he's around the smoke. Now he's dead.
Well engineered here by Bestia. I think I'm going to be satisfied with 4 out of the first half, given what the start of this half looks like. It'll really depend on how we're going to be swinging into the second, though, to see if this thing has legs on their map pick. But before, they weren't even walking. Right now, they're stepping to a 4th. It's Thompson. Backpedals through that smoke after the kill against No Way. Vinny and Sadson. How hard are we going to go here? You got to serve up your boy Sadson. He goes down, didn't even get sent in on the flash. All right, now it's Sadson DM, 1 versus 5. How many kills can he get?
I mean,
this is so lame. Exit through the front of the site so this guy can... all right, it's 1. There you go. I hope you're happy.
Nice save, pal. Nice save. I don't know. I'm memeing, obviously, but it is funny to me. Yeah, 4th round.
Got a base.
For once, Bestia feeling this success. It's 2 straight here at the end of the half. They won the pistol round, believe it or not, Bestia. Lost 7 straight thereafter. And it's Decenty, Cello, the 2 biggest hitters. And it's huge lacking from Thomasin, from Buddha. I think in technicality, might be the 2 highest rating players. I don't know if Timo comes in just ahead. Just below, I'm technically right. Which, as you know, Mark, is the best kind of correct.
Yes. Yes, I do. Oh, Sadzin. Sadzin don't care about no Molly. He's going to keep it going. Pacing right around that corner. Paired up with Timo. Now the A site. Imperial that are going to attempt to take it. Decent with the double entry. Not out of bullets just yet. Cello, he'll be out of time. Sadzin going to continue to pour on, specifically from Catwalk. It's important that Buddha cuts that out, but it's Decent that will continue to kill over the top. That's his 3rd of the round. So it's Thomasin, who was cut out many times there at the start. Was the victim of 4 opening kills. Now here in a 1 versus 2. Is really going to have to double up fast. He's convinced of the car, but now he will be pushed. They're going to drive right to him. Thomasin was right about this. The knife out for Vinny. He had no other choice, but Thomasin under the pressure will test it and take it to a 5th here for Bestia. It was all depending on this pistol round, and Thomasin brought them right back to their feet. That's so impressive.
Dude, just aim. Just shoot at him, please. I mean, in fairness, he was shooting at him, just painting a picture surrounding him. How is Decenty gotten 3 kills here, and it's not enough? It's just not enough. It should have been plenty. Everybody's whiffing. Nobody can see. Hand over face. It's ugly. But Bestia have just won their 2nd Pistol of Dust 2 via Thomasin in an ugly clutch. That is why the criticism of some of Vinny's individual performances comes through. But hey, they've still got a lead, and they've got a 4 spy. Decenty on the AK. The one leading through middle. This is right where things started to go wrong for Bestia in the first half.
Not kidding about that. After the pistol lost 7 rounds in a row. Gotta do better than this. And Nacho already delivering like that will be the case. It's a triple kill out of Nacho. Thomasin can't finish the round. Can no way milk a little bit more money out of this. I like his mindset. Thinking about the dollar bills. How much more can he get? Did he just throw that A1S out of the map? That's also monetarily minded. No way. Can't wiggle with the deagle to get a kill, but I appreciate his efforts, as I've stated.
I'm gonna get him on the Fed committee.
The Fed committee?
Yep. You know what that is?
Wow.
You know?
No.
It's the, that is the committee that controls monetary policy for the United States government.
There you go.
Different room, though, that joke bangs. Trust me.
Dude, okay. Probably called other things. Okay. Went through AP micro and macro. That one still flew right over my head. What did I take from that? It was during COVID school. Hands up.
That doesn't count.
It count. Well, exactly. What did I learn? Can't blame me.
Yep. Bestia doing their best to correct the record and right the ship after that horrific opening half. They're on the road to that recovery. Attack towards B again.
I'm gonna pop right out this smoke. Just at the time that Thomasin was walking up, he's a little bit out of position, but Nacho, he's comfortable within his. Gonna put the smoke down. Doesn't realize that he's under a little bit of pressure. He might be a dead man here soon. He's gonna dispatch with the USP on the run still. Sadzin will be taken down. Bestia holding this site together. It's just so ridiculous that Nacho has survived this long. Let him finish the job. But that smoke, it closes the door on Vinny. Bestia so quickly are going to make this a 1-round game.
I mean, this is how Nacho came to look like a star as an anchor on Shinden, right? I mean, that's the reason that he got called up to be a part of this Bestia team. It was quite impressive. I remember looking back at my notes, preparing to kind of talk about this Bestia team for the first time in like 6 months. As you were saying, it's been a while for me as well.
Good to be back.
I was excited to see them. This was ahead of the quarterfinal game, and you know, I was just doing some Nacho blazing. It's my fault. but like in my notes, I was looking back at like the Shinden era notes, and I had written down that I was just so impressed how he had managed to like forge a space on that team, even as a player that didn't have any expectations on him. 14-11 leads the charge right now for Bestia. Buddha, Thomason, and Timo all not delivering.
I mean, he takes a call up that IVZ didn't. I remember he made took an interview and was asked about that, and did explain that he wanted to be dedicated to that Shinden project, as they, have really improved. They're going to be at ESL Pro League. Really excited to see what they can do with that opportunity. Is obviously, 9Z wins I don't know how we're going to be classifying this event, but obviously $1 million tournament, a massive result. Cello, he's going to be getting an opening kill onto Thomason. Obviously going to be wary, walking right next to that Molotov. Vinny, also in middle here, is going to be under some pressure, wiped away by Buddha. Cello, going to actually be right on top of that. He's got Nacho out. Buddha falls as well. Timo sees Sadson walking in the smoke. Bestia still seizing the moment, but that might be the moment to walk away. They're going to split up, Vincent. Timo goes to upper. Kaysen, he's got to remain patient.
They know how low they are, because that's a huge indicator. 33 health for both Cello and No Way. Timo coming from upper, being watched, and Kaysen got to be the first to activate. Kit for Timo. He's got to be the one to survive.
There goes a little bit of the presence still outside the window. Cello matched up 1 versus 1 in the duel against Timo. Will take it away. You cannot escape. Decency with an automatic spray that we've got to watch all afternoon. There is spectacular.
This is
actually
lovely.
Upending in 9th. I feel like at this moment is massive, Vincent.
It's really impressive, Cello's entry pathing on this B-bomb side. I've been consistently really loving what Cello is doing. And I think that he just continues to show that example. And again, I'm going to keep on saying it. Thomason getting gapped right now. Absolutely devastated. He is the first dead in so many rounds. CT side hasn't changed that.
That's in, walking up close to Timo, and will find an opening kill in such a tight gap. Jason, your move inside of under is also going to get a little bit more curious about what's here, and actually will be right on the money, but not quite that close to finding that kill. Pixels away. Will find himself readjusting back towards this middle position, a stack towards the A site. Bestia, they bet on themselves a bit. Bomb headed back towards the B side. It's looking like through T-spawn.
Basically, that should be the end of the round. Jason. Oh, he's leaving just as they're getting ready to walk in. He's got so many responsibilities with both middle and B. Imperial are so quiet.
And at 30 health, how hard is he going to want to fight here? They're just going to probably kill him for the gun to get away. They know he was outnumbered anyway. And just the essence on removing the op. Bestia was also trying to play against the money. when just trying to line out outside of upper tunnels in round 16. This time, sort of drowning in their own right. We're going to keep up this eagle-less MP9. Maybe you don't. Probably isn't going to matter much. Buddha on the angle, pushing Cello down, who will get punished at the end of the day. Sadzen, a slick one. And Thomason should end up getting away with it. Gosh, through decency. Can he get the AK? A jumping man. Doesn't recover the rifle, but he's just lucky to be alive.
That's a turning point. Bestia were bringing this back, but they have been stalled 2 rounds in a row now. Teemo's 4th position. He's really trying to make this work, but it's just not enough. And Kaysen maneuvers away from the B site instead of sticking with it. Has too much to handle with both mid and B under his control. Well handled from Imperial. Have an easy access to this round, or at least they should. Also, we have a little breathing room. Make sure to check out our partners over at Hotspot. Lots of things happening in the Counter-Strike world right now. Roster mania and such. Hotspot's your spot to keep informed with both that and all other Thunderpick related news.
One of those big storylines obviously playing out right in front of your eyes. And I mean to cut you off, Sadzen in his 2nd grand final, just barely in the Imperial jersey.
Good point. Not that I think that those are the expectations, to be clear, but you know, I think Hayes also made it a really good point that, you know, Sadzen actually brings a level of experience to this Imperial roster. Not that, you know, they need more experience, but he's an experienced piece in a way that Levi was not. Right, he is in the last year won an S-tier tournament. Yeah, you know, that's legacy playing on the stage at majors.
Oh yeah.
Like that's something that I really didn't or wasn't thinking about when thinking about this move, but you know, he can be an additional cool head that potentially brings ideas. Again, not something that Imperial desperately need, but always good to have that.
I don't think you can put a value on a factor like that. And it's really rare to find that in the free agent market just at any point in a roster mania, right? Sadzen is a guy that was attached to Legacy that within the 2025 year, I'll say it in a cliche way, right? You can't tell the story without them. Such a storied team for so many months. And obviously making big moves. Here goes Teemo, a double up catwalk.
Oh, I love
Nacho
it.
just a little bit far, but Cello has got that far trade. So much has just happened here. All those kills come down in just those 25 seconds. Mason's still holding on to middle because guess where the bomb still is?
They don't know that though. They don't know that the bomb is still up there, I'm pretty sure. They killed the bomb carrier, but they had eyes off of it for quite a while. And so Kaysen's going to move out. If only he had an op. I really like that decision to collapse mid. Bestia needed something. They're going to go searching to tag team for Imperial as well.
Oh, wow. Beat up right here. Now Thomason, he's got to connect too, but right now the team kill, and Thomason will take over the mistake. Bestia needed that one bad. And when it comes down to it, Thomason in this map will stand up for the Bestia jersey the biggest. That was such an important moment. Avoiding 12, no less. Thomason is keeping them alive.
And it's the first time that Thomason really has stood up right now on Dust 2. I've been highlighting how much he has been getting absolutely demolished. Well, that 1v2 clutch is everything. Team kill or no. That was what they required. Look at the buy, though. Bestia, they're not in a great spot. Nacho and Buddha, it's constant aggression. They want to go for that mid-collapse once again. Bomb upper B. Imperial, somewhat prepared for this.
Oh, gotta be ready. Decency, gotta turn. No way. He had upper tunnels. Nacho can't escape at 18 HP. Vinny trying to catch you on catwalk, but this time Kaysen will be more aggressive. Will with that answer through middle, excuse me. Now rotating right to the B site. A Molotov that's going to be right here, and I believe it's Bestia that's going to be quick to action. Timo right behind him. But Kaysen has to go, and I think be the one to take the contact, right, considering that HP difference. This Molotov is massively forming this round to be way different in the post plan. It's a flash up above. There's not much you can do. By just try, Decent will hold them off. This is such a fight to get to 12, but Bestia punch up at the right time. Imperial, excuse me.
It's best of 3 being turned on its head as we speak, with Imperial poised to plant their feet. Their flag posted on Dust 2 of all things. 1 round away from confirming that. The buy, worse than it was last round. It's 3 MP9s. Limited set of utility. Kaysen on a scout. A devastating set of weaponry. The best you have to work with to fend off the completion of this map. No gimmicks. Nothing aggro. That was the HE that Jason just used to try and break the smoke to get a pick. That was their one chance.
Timo right around that corner. Buddha also forcing away from long. What exits is the bomb. Cello capped with the wall bang out of Kaysen's scout. That's really spectacular. Nacho, he's going to be here nudging Vinny out of the round. Imperial can't put this away just yet. Bestia understand how much importance is underlying here in the first map. They haven't actually played an Inferno here out of the player break. Things weren't too kind to them recently either. Buddha got a stand for overtime. Now being chased in the corner. Decent, just sizing him up. But Buddha sitting him down. 9 for Bestia, but a time to save for Imperial.
Well, that's a statement. Bestia are still in it. Crossfire. Very nice. The flash was phenomenal. Timo still got the kill, though. And Buddha delivers on his setup. Or the Timo setup, rather. Nothing's been working for Bestia. Buddha struggling to get the more aggressive duels and even take them, for that matter. Thomason getting dumpstered. Timo's been waking up on the CT side, but he was a non-factor on the T side. And Kaysen, very few ops to work with. But yet this game still kept close via Thomazin's clutch, Nacho's impressive performance, and multi-kill holds on the B-bomb site. As you said, Imperial lacking weaponry. They actually go for the force here. It's not the eco that you were anticipating.
This is going to make things very interesting. Timo, completely blind. A lot of pressure on to Timo and a lot of shots that hit him. I mean, on the spam, he goes down to 9 HP.
I think it was
Fades
only
back
the
to
one.
the site. Got to be careful.
I think he just got random headshot there on the run when that Tech 9 was spamming. Nice reaction for Bestia. Look at this mid collapse instantly happening as they have lost long control. And in fact, realizing that it might be a recenter. No more pressure applied towards long.
Nacho and Thompson step away. How permanent is this position? You might have just seen the shoulder of Thomason. Cello shatters him after just one shot. It's not like they're getting very much loot here. It's only an MP9 that Thomason dropped there inside of tunnels. 44 seconds. Still got this on a slow roll. Factors that really all facets. Sadson still sticking around with that scout. Vinny can tee them up through this mid smoke. A flash up to Catwalk in actuality, putting Kaysen's rifle to the test. This is just against the SMG and the rifle, but Cello just jukes him out. Time for Sadson to activate. It's just with the scout. So this is going to be incredibly difficult to smoke. That is going to just extinguish the Molotov. Cello making the biggest round of his Dust 2 so far, sneaking through the smoke, and they're both gonna line up for decency. He has a 27 frag Dust 2 performance, and in the end, on the force buy, Imperial figure it out. That's a big call by Vinny, and that should put a little bit more respect on what we've been talking about, because that was bold.
Impressive from Imperial. Beating Bestia on Dust 2 was not what I thought was in the cards, and off the back of a poor performance from Buddha, from Thomason, from Timo even, and Kaysen a non-factor, man, this was flat out ugly. Cannot say that this was the expectation. Very interested to see what Tony has to say as he breaks things down for Dust 2.
Hello, gentlemen. Well, I mean, I think that one was a little bit closer even than I would have expected, given how it started at the very least. Again, not the expectation that this was going to be a victory for Imperial, at least in this map in particular. But if we're going to be going based on that early spree of 8-4, I mean, the Tomas and pistol round steal, it gave them just enough room to be able to say, yes, we are still here. They started out this series being able, Imperial, to break down Bestia so very early after their pistol success. It was almost a necessity, to be honest with you, for them, as getting these Argentinian players to rev up their engines too soon could have jeopardized not only this half, the map, but maybe the entirety of the series. These kinds of guys are going to run with that sort of space. In particular, we're talking about Tomasin, who just couldn't get it going. Look, he had a couple of very solid rounds. He had a couple of moments where he gave them exactly what they would have needed to be able to say even that there was more in the tank. But frankly, Nacho's efforts felt like that they were a little bit wasted, unfortunately, for him. I mean, he looked already to be on one from the pistol round onwards. He was getting the kills that were needed, even trying in the follow-up to do so, but it felt like after the finances were so awkwardly skewed, it was their round 5 quote-unquote full buy that still looked a bit scattered, unfortunately. I mean, look, their major test wouldn't come until round 7, and even then, that far into Imperial's oppression, it was just so very difficult to find that every moment in which these individuals struggling to win fights found them at every point in time taking either mid-round aggressions or re-aggressions, and they could do no wrong, Imperial. It was unironically Thanos snapping on any opponent that was ahead of them. It felt like from any of these players, I mean, if they were being given a duel or taking a duel, it didn't even matter. And let me echo back the words of Vincent in regards to the fact that he was talking about adaptation and alteration to Bestia's game plan to try and recover, and honestly, I don't think there was a change to be made so obviously that would have rectified the wrongs being done onto them by Imperial's individuals. It was so entirely destructive, the force that was being put in, obviously, by Decency. We're going to talk about the numbers for majority of that game, and obviously Cello also by the end kicked up just a little bit, but I mean, they once again switch their sides and fall ill to the same symptoms. It was their T side first deaths that once again began to haunt them. First deaths, untraded, aggressive moves against them, proving perfect in both timing and general execution, and it took them so many different ideas to even try to overcome their woes. I think round 19's pincer maneuver in middle was definitely the closest that they got to being close to a victory, even needing a clutch actually in Tomasin's 1 versus 2, if I'm not mistaken. But even then, pinging and ponging off of one another looked proper. It looked good. It looked like they had their handle on themselves for the first time in quite some time. But going back into their setups, it didn't work out. It was once again plugged apart. And if we're going into Inferno, I mean, look, Nacho's successes are typically, by most metrics at the very least, an afterthought to that of his teammates' successes. But that's not true for map 1. And going into Inferno, where his anchorage is undoubtedly going to be tested further, he's going to need his expected shooters to be locked, loaded, and ready to continue in any way, shape, or form up the ladder as far as their performances are concerned. But if there is going to be a light at the end of the tunnel, it is going to be that of the fact that by the end of this one, I mean, I don't think Nacho was inherently all alone. We were getting some shots from a couple of different players here and there. It looked like they were starting to get into the groove of things. And the beauty about this is that there is at least one more map of Counter-Strike left to be played, right? So if Kaysen's scout getting a little bit better and better as this had gone by without too many AWP potential rounds, given the fact that they were, again, in awkward financial scenarios due to how Imperial were winning out these rounds, Timo also seemed to be at least a little bit more supplementary with weaponry better for him. That's going to be the best that they have to offer us as we go down the line of this one. But there's already so much that Imperial have been able to build up in this one map and this map alone. They've got themselves a lead, and they've got themselves their better map coming up, an offensive on Inferno, to see if they can close out their championship and claim the title in 2.
Imperial are coming into this Inferno arguably as the hottest team in the grand finals. They just took away Bestia's map pick, obviously, on that Dust 2, but I kind of want to like put a little bit more onto my, I feel like, short-sighted opinion of where Bestia have been, because these odds, a little voice crack in there, Vincent, it happened early on, right? In the second map here, so we can just wipe it out of the way now. I think it'll be fine. It's very interesting, right? They haven't played it out of the player break. So far, Bestia have participated inside of 2 tournaments, but in those 2 tournaments, this is only their 5th best of 3. Right? So they haven't had maybe the opportunity to see this Inferno just yet. It's not one that they're, banning in actuality. It just, hasn't just come up yet, right? Been deciders maybe, just haven't seen it played out. So, I mean, before that all went down inside of the break, their little European tour that I was talking about a little bit before, I mean, there were some excellent results in here. I mean, when back at I believe it was one of the Roman Imperium Cups that like names and numbers of that get mixed up, they have like a million of those. Like they won versus Wildcard and OG in a very comfortable sense. There was close games versus the very end of that like Passion UA squad. Like it was very interesting working back inside of the local LAN scene where it was comfortable wins against Fluxo and then a stressful look against LP, and that's where it stopped, right? So I think it was on an upwards trajectory in my opinion. So I kind of just wonder what work was put in. And to have that revealed in a grand final, it could be to their advantage.
Yeah, but in that same breath, they were losing to Marsborn on this.
Yeah, but that's the goated Marsborn, the magical Marsborn, before they all hated each other, allegedly.
Whatever excuses you want to throw towards him. Yeah, I think that Bestia is certainly questionable here on Inferno.
This new Marsborn might be magical. Got Nyx, apparently. This is going to be... It's going to be
Nicholas
wild.
X.
Yeah, it's Nicholas X. Not Fortnite Pro Nyx that has returned to Patina Stay Ferraris.
There's multiple Patines, multiple Ferraris.
Correct.
That's interesting.
When Cuts Moretz is driving him, you know that's the case.
You do be driving.
Maybe he would have drove, Keat Stars to close one of those maps.
Probably
Things
not.
are getting better for Zarep. Okay, that's your opinion.
Mid collapse.
Cole Thompson is going to get immediately cushed. Dadson finishes the job there. He's going to try and slip in Buddha with a very interesting line. That's back into the in-game leader. Important thing is that this bomb has made its way to the site. No Way has almost made this a non-issue now. 2 versus 4. Decent will put it away. This is crack of a timing, and just trying to crawl up lane. It's now a 1 versus 3 for Nacho, who dispatches with the first face inside a pit, but the pushback from Decent, who gets a double on top of Sadson's performance. Imperial, they're coming to this T side, and they're going to take each step with a lot of intention, because you can really rock the boat of Bestia here. You just don't let him even start.
Yeah, Bestia's reaction to losing their player in apartments was actually a good one. They regrouped A. When they didn't hear and see anything, they collapsed mid. Tom is in pushing into boiler. Those were really good decisions, and I think those are all the next logical step in the process, but unfortunately none of those ended up in fully succeeding in the round. Great work out of Imperial. Decent seeming to be picking up right where he left off on that Dust 2. And that's the thing. I mean, I think Bestia actually... The fact they got 9 rounds for how bad they looked and how good DCT and Cello were playing impressed me. So many nades on target, none of them getting a kill.
First spy back by Bestia. Loses both of those legs right at the top of car. Nacho. Dodges those bullets pretty cartoonishly. Still is going to sit inside of this pool CT Avenue. We'll let this latest smoke fade, and they refresh it right back onto him. The Opera will have to stand with the 5-7 inside a second orange. Stand for a single kill. Spam back. No way. Distract Nacho because of the shot. Seeing Timo get right back into the position of backhaul. Does have the Galil. Timo might survive back here nowadays. I am not.
Really not.
I'm not an expert.
Yeah, I'm not either.
He's
I actually
behind a
don't know.
wall though. A wall that's like made out of glass right behind him, which like
Wait,
in the safety
what?
theory, you know
Hold
what they
on.
teach you in school? Wait,
What
is there
do you
not like a
mean?
pane glass behind there anymore? Oh my god.
What are you saying?
It used to just be a big window that you could like spam out of onto the site. Okay.
And we're trolling.
Oh, and the observer's gonna make fun of me now. Okay, I thought they were about to stare at the wall. They're
Nice
staring
wall.
at Timo.
Nice wall,
right.
buddy.
He's gonna survive. See how thick it is.
I mean,
Come on.
obviously,
It's a
we're-
brick wall. 100 HP.
No damage at all.
Not a single bit of damage. What do we think about that? I think that's kind of a W game mechanic.
I mean, I don't know. That does seem a little bit implausible. There is a glass pane above him. I think there would be something if we're going down the realism route.
The realism route. That's a good argument, but I know we're all kind of wondering about it. It's actually pretty convenient that one of our presenting partners, Hotspawn, has a little bit of information on stuff like that in Counter-Strike. I know they like posted a bit of an article kind of explaining what's going on. Latest Thunderpick news also on Hotspawn. Back into this inferno with Bestia. I mean, Footstool relatively aggressive on the gas economically. We're not just going to sit around and not have an upgraded pistol.
Yeah. Not impressed thus far with Bestia. You know, in the past, this has been a Bestia map, though. Let's be very clear. You know, when Lucha was on this team, definitely a big factor. Aggression down banana. Thomason, one of the things I first saw from him was actually, I think, his T side lurking on this map in apartments. I don't know if that's changed, considering a lot of role swap have occurred with Bestia since I last saw them. But you know, it's a space he finds himself quite comfortable in generally. So, in theory, I think this team could become good on Inferno, but like you had been highlighting, we just haven't seen that happen.
See Nacho backing away from brackets. They will immediately pull up to Nacho. 5-7 is going to find one kill with Timo. Just completely pushed off of the mound. That completely broken. Case in right behind him. Vinny flying with the MP5 SD. Buddha will just stay back into place. Man, you're talking about the history with Luchov. Obviously talked about 9Z success going on currently. You know, both
Also Pete?
Luchov, yes, his first MVP
Yeah, pretty cool.
for the Chilean player, but both
Would never have anticipated that he would be
It's-
the one to get the first
wonderful.
of the MVPs.
Would you not?
No.
I don't know. It's kind of between him and Luchov always for a toss-up for me. And genuinely, when we get to watch 9Z, which is going to be obviously probably never now because they're so good, they'll have to, you know, come back and join us for probably fewer online tournaments than, you know, where they climbed up in the last year. Vincent, oh my gosh, it has been exactly a year since I believe it was the last tournament that, you know, Adam and Martinez played in the, you know, 9Z jersey. They won the second, you know, South American Thunderpick, before they like started the like Levi experiment. That was something. Dude, there's a ton of negative energy going out there to Levi.
Sorry, I need
he'll pop
I
back
need to
up.
answer your question. You asked who other than Luchov. Please put respect on DGT immediately and say you're sorry.
Well, like many, maybe have, you know, forgotten about DGT in the past. I have as well, just in this moment. And that's my apology.
Fair enough. I, on his behalf, have accepted it.
Both Luchov and Lionel Messi winning for Argentina in the last, 24 hours.
There it is.
And take that now. You get your shot because you got good mojo going. You know, you're still in the World Cup. We can't say the same, Vincent.
Sag.
Right?
Sag.
So it's got to be good vibes. It's got to be good vibes.
Big gun round here for Bestia.
Oh my gosh.
It is an airstrike there at the top of Banana. Buddha just takes a ton of damage. So It looks like Imperial not going to force the issue on that. The reaction is exactly probably what Imperial were hoping for. They just got to pop out. Yeah, this is exactly what they wanted. They forced a move there. Thomasin rotated over to B, and now they've got Bracket nearly for free.
Access to Archway, but it is Moto that is the moment. That's the difference. I think just in this maneuver. Up 3-0 are Imperial. Right now, Buddha will just audibly get back to the B site. Also, Nacho with a rotate here. 54 seconds. He has really got to hustle about where he is headed. Thomasin also with the heavy rotation. Sadson is going to have to awkwardly move around this smoke, but a very slick shot there on Nacho. And been praising Sadson's rifling all day. There literally makes the difference himself as the entry fragger. Talk about quality of all kinds out of your AWP player. Team out. Going to find Gope to save. Bestia empty-handed here at the start of this map. Don't let it get as bad at the start as the baddest start of Dust 2, right? That was, what, 7-1?
Correct. Yeah, and this is the why they call it Vinferno. Just expert manipulation of rotations. Bestia, you could argue maybe slightly overreacting to the initial nade stack there at the top of Banana, but I mean, the same look that Imperial gave them that round was the one where they had 4 players behind it previous, or not the round before that, but 2 rounds ago. So I really don't think that it's Bestia being too unreasonable in that case. Imperial very much just had them wrapped around their fingers. And a beautiful double entry from Sadson. You're right. You've been talking about it a lot, and it has been damn impressive.
Can this guy solve all of Imperial's problems? So far when he's joined the team, I think he's elevated the level of some of those issues, but obviously worries about the Vinny calling, maybe a cello performance here or there. But right now, it feels like, coming off of that first map, it's disrespectful to say that about cello. And Vinny does his best work while here at home on Inferno.
I just want to reiterate that I've not been on the cello disrespect train.
That's been me. That's been me. In all the games I've watched him, he's played, you know, poor to average for what I expect of a guy like that.
Oh,
Vinny connects a disgusting shot onto Nacho, the wall bang. Bestia can't catch a break.
And now they're going to walk out onto A. Oh, Timo gets tagged up so heavy. And Vinny's gotten through. Vinny's now on for the backstab at some point. Oh, they're getting the wrong impression. Imperial might think B is clear. Technically, it is not. Buddha's still there. It's just a 5-7. But watch out for that. Vinny's got the rotates.
Thomasin audible. Low HP on the Timo. How crushing. Buddha lifts the rest of the squad up. Kaysen is going to try and save you as well. 5-7. It's just got to stand. And actually, buys a moment. Kaysen gonna just take that kill over the top, and I think just have to face the music, understand that exiting this site is gonna be just about as hard as getting in. 5 in a row for Imperial. No artifacts of Bestia before they have to rebuy up fully.
Imperial showing no signs of stoppage. Bestia, like you said, back to the business at hand. Kaysen's been really trying to keep this off alive, keep his chances available. Passive setup for Kaysen initially. He's towards porch side. So fast.
Kaysen lightning out of that op. Can could be a difference maker for Bestia. Buddha, big spam onto Cello. A 5 versus 3 opportunity. That pops up for Bestia. Doesn't just pop up out of nowhere. They've, worked for this for 5 rounds. Now in the 6th. And pretty confident to leave a single man at B.
Not been a lot of these for Bestia over this best of 3 thus far. Imperial taking some liberties and just trying to be aggressive and push their advantage. That's what they were doing with that lack of utility on the porch peak. Like you said, though, confident to leave just Buddha here at B. Might be a mistake. The bomb's headed his way.
And he may not peek until they're just far up into the site, especially considering where the rotates are showing up. 28 HP seconds, excuse me.
They're saving.
Bomb is going to back away. Sadzin has just found the kill over here towards the A site. Will this be the last minute audible? Teemo takes out Sadzin. It might as well be the save now, but they're not going to give up on this play. Imperial, they don't have a reason to. It's a flashback in the site. 8 seconds, got to secure the kill. It's just not going to happen right now. Teemo will take away Vinny. Decent. How much damage can he do? Just been spotted, and Nacho will dispatch with him. Did that happen before timing ran out? I believe it did. He sits with 3,500.
Yeah, I think so. I was wondering the same thing that you just were asking. Couldn't tell for sure, but looked like it. Regardless, Imperial, they had so much money, 5 straight rounds. Not a big problem. Bestia, it's a breakthrough. But if they couldn't do it with 2 opening duel victories, then I really don't know what else you could have been asking for. Duel for Kaysen. Imperial. Will they get more of that?
There's an abundance of Bestia here towards the B site, and Thompson, maybe a symptom of that. Strangely sent into Banana there. And just between all of that utility, caught pretty easily. Imperial walking way back up to it. Buddha, he's an active in-game leader, and he wants to find out what's ahead. And just did, but he paid the price. Stowe did not show. Kaysen will also sign up to it. Look at the signs. It's Kaysen that is just so sharp at the moment. Let that smoke dissipate back. You want to have as much cover as you can against the op.
What is this lurk?
There's an entire other subplot happening this round. Our side characters, Teemo and DCT, what are they up to? Give them a how do you do, walk back away. I think Kaysen will sort of have the same formality here, a 6th here for Imperial.
Yeah, good news, they're going to be able to save. But Imperial, untouchable. I'm with you. Very puzzling attempt there for Thomason. I feel like he's, like I said, not often going to be the guy taking that type of fight. But they send him in. This is the things that are a little bit uncomfortable for Bestia on a map that they haven't played. Last time, back in May, a loss to LP. Granted, LP's best map, and it was an OT. Still, Imperial been happy to play Inferno anytime. Start on the T side, that's no issue for them. 6-1. The conversation that I continued to have on Dust 2, where Buddha and Thomason are just having horrific games. It just continues.
Continues to get aggressive back in the start of Banana, but this time Thomason will be back in his A spot. Basket Buddha into business and really well there into transition versus Cello. Takes 60 HP off of him. Thompson chips a kill against Decency on the lurk. Now it's a full play. Nacho at a new box. Will end up empty-handed. No way with a huge kill here. It's so simple for Imperial. But will it be the rest of the way? Their HP, it's a big problem. Cello just standing here on the edge of first orange. Vinny also recovering the bomb. This is insane. Boost up. Thompson taken away. No way. He's finding everything that you would believe him to maybe miss.
They don't have a smoke to get across here.
Toss that bomb over. Jason, a very rare miss at this level in the grand finals. It's going to be an aggressive tone by Kaysen. Going to be followed up by Timo. Takes that kill away and turns it into a 2v2.
It was nice work. They do have a Kaysen. Here they go. Back through together from Coffin.
Timo, lead us with the MP9. That's what the order is. Now Kaysen around the corner picks up the AK and lands the headshot. That's where you need to go as the AWP player. Back to the rifle for the argument's sake. Gets a second up here for Bestia. But to challenge, I mean, the effort coming out of arguably Imperial's best player. You know what type of quality Sadzin's been bringing on the rifle across to the AWP. And that is Sadzin. Kaysen trying to go and like match that himself. It's a big 1v1, especially here considering where the second map sits. A timeout here for Imperial.
Must win there for Bestia, no doubt. You know, they need the CT side to actually get going. I'm not even saying they need the rest of these rounds. I think Bestia could be capable on the T side. We have no backdrop to set up to contextualize what that T side might look like. It's brand new. Been over a month since they last have spent time on this Inferno. As you say, Imperial taking the tack pawns. The ups and the downs much more easily weathered on the T side. Win a round, lose a round. Well, they've lost another.
Be a different look. I will, you know, eclipse to the same thing. You see that indifference of where Imperial aren't exactly taunting to an aggressive B tone. Get a little more slow for it. I don't know if patience really the right word, because look at Vinny. Molly right back at it. Control to a minute 20. Buddha may be about to get his hands dirty here, sharing brackets with Thomason.
Ah, that's beautiful.
So many big setups like that you see are bold for Bestia. Taking kill for kill, step for step. That's where Nacho is exactly going mentally, knowing that he's got to be maybe, you know, quick on the rotation before it gets here. He has to be patient for these kills to come to him at Moto, but they don't end up actually that deep. Bomb dropped inside a boiler. 1 versus 3 for Cello now. Saving Imperial. And they put such a cushion to the lead behind them. I think you can just give one up.
Oh,
Bestia.
yeah.
Big play inside of brackets, Vincent. And there's Kaysen. Quick to react there against Cello.
Dude, talk about a jump scare, though. There's a much more Bestia-like round. Thomason looking like the guy that we've been missing throughout the best of 3, throughout this grand final. Big double kill. First on Arch side, then he rotates back over to Porch. He traded Buddha there and went down. But importantly, Buddha getting his as well. Nice setup. Finally, Imperial on an eco. The first of the kind, and it's in round 10 of Inferno.
This role from Kaysen the last couple of rounds has really got me excited about what Bestia could bring back to a series like this. Buddha's been so aggressive to fight, and he's like not turned down his confidence even for like the 3-8 scoreline. Peeks over the top, Nacho, and then Axis with Buddha back towards the site, but this Glock will actually dispatch with Nacho. Room for a bomb plant here. Imperial don't deserve this, but they get it.
I mean, they
Pushing
bullied
them
their way
so far
in.
off of the mound. Be careful, Thomason. Careful. Be careful. There's no way we're not clearing this right now. Oh my goodness. Thomason You have to take account of CT first. What am I saying? A double spray down. Bestia, they pull away with all the kills. The defuse. Only Nacho, that was the casualty.
Happy to get a bomb plant, though, our Imperial. I think that's a nice injection of confidence for Thomasin in particular. Turning 180 in order to convert that kill onto Cello. One thing leading to another, and Bestia are quite considerably back into Inferno. Banana early, Bestia. Putting a lot of resources here. And they have successfully bullied Imperial back just a little bit, but it hasn't been as if they are maintaining a stronghold of control. Meanwhile, Imperial lead bracket and take space. This is a long take.
Oh my gosh, no way. Swings back to Nacho. Thomasin. Bird off the tick inside of the site. This is going to be a very clean sweep for Imperial. Hello may be getting a little too greedy, but honestly, it's worth the deal. That price paid. He gets 2 bodies worth of information on that. Knows that Buddha and Kaysen are backpedaling towards the B site. Imperial hit resume on this T side. They get a 7th.
Wonderful decisiveness out of Vinny. I've leveled some criticisms at him for the calling. This has not been a problem at all in this grand final. He just sees the amount of utility that is being thrown at Banana, knows that it's a 3-man setup, very likely on B, and he assembles the long take, so they're fully getting through arches by the time that there is any chance for Bestia to react. Isolates the 2 players on A, and he just goes. Really nice stuff out of Vinny and out of the Imperial camp. Up to that 7th, 12th round, the final of the first half, and Bestia could be beat 8-4.
Difference of that, in my opinion, for where we're sitting tonally isn't going to matter much. It feels like Imperial still are connecting really good energy out of the end of the first half here. I think Abe secured that, even if they do give up a 5th here. But Bestia sitting with 4, I think will tonally be dragging them in a negative direction. We need to see them secure a confident round here. The smoke's gonna clear soon. Buddha playing anti-flash. Thomasin with utility to set them up from the site, but might just have to go in dry. Thomasin getting into position with that flash. No way, he's gonna give him the fight before that happens. Buddha, you've got to be more focused than that. He was caught sleeping at the wheel. And now Thomasin, because he did engineer that flash, they should know about him. They should know about him. And Vinny follows it up and gets that instant trade. And this is going to be the retake out of your nightmares right here. Bestia in a grand final are struggling against a very spectacular Imperial at the moment. They're not leaving much to be argued against. Kaysen, such an effort, but he's essentially been avoided. Timo taken away onto the upper. 1 versus 4. Does have a 5-7 kill. Rifle will dispatch and give him his best chance, but it's 8-4. There's no discussing this anymore.
After the semifinal, Hayes asked me my vibe about this grand final, and I told him what version of Imperial are we going to get to look at. That's what should define how this thing goes. And I put Bestia at the forefront. Well, Imperial, they have shown that they have lived up to this competition. They've been playing down to some of their opponents. Given the chance, they're flourishing. And over on that banana fight, whether it be No Way or Cello or even Vinny, it is all gone perfectly for Imperial in the first half. 8-4. Wonderful stuff. Bestia now flood into their T side. Bomb going through the apartments. That's 3 long haul for now.
No way far up lane. Decency is the backbone of the setup. Imperial organized to 3B stack. They're gonna have to get moving soon. Double smoke. 1 for Arches, 1 for Moto. Now No Way realizes the pressure he's under. Dispatches with 1, and that was kind of on the go right now. No Way. He's just gonna be overwhelmed here by 4 players standing for Bestia. Rotation that's fast in through the bottom of Banana. 2 through CT. Imperial, you'll really understand how impossible this is. It's essentially Cello that puts himself out of the round. They're going to save these 3 sets of Kevlar. If Vinny has nothing, Vinny, go have fun. You know,
I was about to say he actually had a flash. He just threw it in there for fun. Yeah, now he definitely has nothing to lose. Looks like he won't be so interested. They're hoping for exit kills.
Right behind you, Sadsin. You heard that. Pivoted around. Give it a look. Fairly. Oh, Cello, that's a little embarrassing, my friend.
Yeah, it is.
I'm afraid. It's up here for Bestia. This is where things were starting to turn around, and that Dust 2 took a ridiculous Thomas in clutch. Vinny missed the blade. You know what happened. This one was obviously not even worlds close to a tenuous situation like that. Pretty comfortable. Bestia win here in the pistol, but Imperial, they're going to buy back.
Yeah, much better. Imperial, though, ended up kind of just stacking the wrong site. Very committed to that stack. And Bestia, because they walked through the long haul, there was no indicator for Imperial until Bestia were exploding onto his bomb site.
Cello with the double sprayed out on the CZ. This is insane. Getting any more would be cinematic, just purely. Does shove a little bit more of an issue back into this conversation between Imperial and Bestia at the top of Banana. What a ridiculous double kill.
That shouldn't have been possible. The floor was lava. Strikes from the air coming in, the nades, and yet still Cello survived it all. Doubled up.
And
Bestia.
Cello is the case for the 5-7. It's just so great.
Bestia struggled with this in the first half of Dust 2. Lost after winning the pistol round.
ECD around first orange. Smoke right into CT. Big damage. That's not insignificant. What was just dealt to Thomason. Decent, gonna be right in here. Distraction with utility, and they all disappear! Vinny just waves his wand through CT. Decent was the man that had to take the honest fight, and he just tapped out Thomason. Tell me this isn't meant for Imperial after you see a result like that.
Yeah, Destiny might not be in the server tonight, but it certainly seems like he's playing a 6th man. A hand over the heads of Imperial. Out of nowhere. Double kill from Cello. A double spray down, no less, on the CZ. Not very often you're going to see that.
Read it and weep. That's what I say. You anti-CZ user. Look at this! For Cello! Fourth with the smoke, making all 5. He learned that right. Kaysen ruins the fun. Imperial looking flashy to pull out 10. That was a murder spree through the smoke. Cello on a different blood sport right now. 3 rounds away from taking it, our Imperial. Sometimes you just gotta hold mouse 1 and hope it goes well.
Again, it went damn well. Imperial, they couldn't have drawn it up any better. Love and life. 2 biggest rifles for Imperial are these 2 Galils, ironically. Bestia on the full eco. They forced last round. They got wiped, smashed, ruined.
Pistols. One at a time. 1 to 20 odds. Currently, as it stands, it can't even fit inside of the graphic. The odds are so bad. That is disrespectful. Thomason walking away. Badson wondering where they are. There they are. Spotted them. 5-7. Rather, MP7. Excuse me. Has that long range.
Wrong 7.
When you play with Vinny, you have an MP7 buff naturally.
That is how it works.
He was
I've been
Mr.
told.
Hipster for years. He was like, I'm going to spend more money on the MP7 because I like it.
Well, you know, it was okay before.
It had the same stats, did it not? Like, wasn't this like a UMP thing? Or it was just like the same?
No.
And somebody looked at it differently. Somebody like Vinny, you know?
No, technically it did get buffed. The I forget which patch it was.
The more you know.
But
There
then
are
the
a lot of
MP9 got
patches.
nerfed as well.
Ah.
It was that combo. All the SMGs got a slight buff. And it was the MP9 that got nerfed. The running.
Facing a little jump spot around the corner, not seeing anybody, but there are many members of Imperial up towards the brackets. We get a little bit more help, and it's decent. That's going to rotate with a full belt of utility, no less. Bestia doing a little dilly-dallying on their own accord. In terms of that B consideration, it feels like this will have to be Nacho and Thomason reaching before this, brackets reach comes down. They do walk back. I'm not sure if Sadzin is actually clearing this rather than just sitting on the angle. Now going to get confirmation.
They pulled Vinny though.
Oh, man.
Oh, Vinny's on the way back. Smalley buys time.
Vinny going to be in CT. He has no utility, but I got a feeling he's just going to send it out of this smoke. He's got an SMG. Why not go and try and wrestle with them? Cello with the 4K spray down. That's insane. This guy is playing out of his mind. It's a grand final that gets him out of bed. Cello finally wakes up, and Imperial out of the player break with a new face on their roster to their second grand final. And this one is looking like a specialty. Inside of CCT, they were dropping maps. Here in the grand finals versus Imperial, they're looking to take a very clean 2-0. Cello answering to all the criticism, 16-9, the top performer inside of this second map. Imperial with so many reasons to be happy at the moment.
He's poised for the MVP. I mean, he had a fantastic Dust 2 as well. Don't forget about that. What a spray down. Lovely. Jeez, he can't be stopped. 2 for the price of 1. Plucks him away.
This is going to be very stressful 70 seconds. Could see a little bit of something slipping by here if Bestia picked the right moment to hit B. Vinny is rotating into backhaul, but it's essentially Vinny alone that's causing the issue for me. But it's Vinny. It's a Vinferno. It's 12-5. Make the winning play. And he goes down at the end. It's all good. It's Vinferno, so you have a reason to retake. You're up by this much.
All 3. Ready to go. So much utility here for this potential retake.
Oh, if you're running into an omp. The buzzsaw of Imperial. Ready to break one more branch off of Bestia. Through. It feels like they may have a little bit of cold feet here, but maybe one more send. No way. Decenty, Sadson on the brink of commitment here, and they clear out CT. Somebody find the bomb for a Thunderpick championship, and I believe they're late. Sadzen, you'll have to be patient, pal. That's going to be a 6 for Bestia. They were just a millisecond or two off.
Tom is credited with that 1v3 clutch, by the way. Originally how it works. According to Tony.
According to Tony.
Yeah. He says it's truth, which, I mean, no one's ever said truth when it's not true, so... Also, Tony would never tell me wrong. That sounded sarcastic, but I do mean that truthfully. Well, Imperial taking just a little bit too long to assemble that retake. It felt like I mean, granted, Bestia, the amount of counter utility they were throwing is the reason Imperial were delayed. It wasn't as if they were just, you know, chilling for fun over on Banana, but still successful 1v3 clutch for Thomason. Imperial losing to the time more than anything. 5 Galils. That's what they rock up to this round. That's their prize for winning the last.
5 Galils against 6 tournament points.
Who wins?
I don't know if that's quite in the same weight class, because here goes Sadzen over the top. Disappears Nacho, who's had a disappointing performance here in map 2, 5 and 17. And that might be the last time you see him. Rotation back towards A couldn't be at a better time.
Yeah, but they're not even all that deep. I mean, they're getting there.
Let it be Cello. Have more impact. Flash for Cello. And the moto player to swing. Bestia. They now know what they're getting into. This A site is going to be infested.
Oh, they're going to go through.
Cello going to pop Thomason. Happy to. 3 versus 5. Fire inside of the pit. Also forcing that in lane. 2 versus 5. And it's not going to happen. Timo with 1 more kill. No way will wipe this away. It has just been a invigorated Imperial. Ever since Sadzen has joined, they worked within these 3 weeks of the player break and into their first 2 tournaments. It's back-to-back first place prizes.
Beautiful stuff. And the delivery of a position in the main event here for Thunderpick. You love to see that. Imperial going the distance and bringing things together. I did not anticipate to see a 2-0 victory in this best of 3. Tony, I don't think that you expected that either, did you?
No, well, obviously, I think we had kind of broken down a bigger, better looking best of 3. I think we were anticipating this one to be a little bit of a barn burner, and we were hoping for it to be one in which there was a little bit more of a, I wouldn't say necessarily a stomping out of Bestia on Dust 2, but at least something that didn't require them to honestly pull rounds from out the hat. And it kind of brings us down to Inferno, where we were like, okay, well, this one is unfortunately feeling as if, you know, logically speaking, it's wrapped. And unfortunately for the side of Bestia, it looked like that as well. Going throughout the entirety of Inferno, it was almost as if the script of what we had seen on that first half of Dust 2 had just been rewritten for another map. I mean, like, frankly, it just felt like there was just more and more of that, except there was a new challenger, a new contender in the conversation for a lot of those instances, being Vinny. I think his competence in the rifling department in this map really does go to show that it gives them so much time and room to get everybody else activated in some of these rounds, where even honest and truthfully, it wasn't even necessary for them to be able to come online to them, because there was already forfeiture from Bestia once Vinny had come online. So give me a little bit of your own insights and maybe references as to what you think Bestia's breakdown for what they couldn't accomplish here on Inferno in particular looked like.
So I think the 2 biggest things, right? Like, and this maybe extends to the entire series more than anything, but I think the amount of times that Bestia need Buddha to be a very valuable piece in activating a lot of their plays, that just didn't happen. The entire best of 3. And Thomason as well. He was getting picked early in so many scenarios, and that wasn't as much the case on Inferno, but it did happen way more than I think it should be. You follow that on with the fact that Kaysen didn't have enough ops, especially on Dust 2. He did have a pretty decent Inferno, in my opinion, but it didn't matter. And Timo was, I mean, just kind of along for the ride. I don't think I had any complaints about him necessarily, but like, the breakdown was at the forefront of them not being able to start their plan because Thomasin's dead early and Buddha was getting nowhere.
Marky, this is a little bit of a difficult question, and if you want to maybe like rephrase it or find your own way to answer it that isn't direct, then go for it. But if you had to give me a percentage of how much of this victory for Imperial comes from their own pressure, how high to the level they've played, or to the defeat of Bestia, did Bestia lose this, or did Imperial win it more? Is what I'm asking you basically.
I could probably quantify it for you, but I'll say that I think that probably 70% of this, in my opinion, is because of the way that Imperial has been playing. I think that, like, certainly when you see, like, the depths of that Inferno, things are looking, like, really poor. Where you have at times, I feel like just a disjointed Bestia. You were saying it looked wrapped for a while. I kind of agreed, but like because of that Dust 2 and how well it went. I mean, it was so dominant off the start, and where you're like riffing into the beginning of rounds where, I mean, Vincent just said it, like you're taking Thompson away in like the first 30 seconds because Sadsin's just going insane. It's a shame that Kaysen couldn't have like gotten more involved there on Inferno, but like the fact of it was that Imperial were just like not even giving him the opportunity, because I think certainly he could have like had an impact like that. I think that where you see Cello coming in and really putting up a difference of a performance there, even at the end of our second semifinal, and then especially here to close that Inferno, is just like iconic. And me and Vincent have talked about this team a lot, and I know that Vincent has like had a lot of questions about Imperial, but where do we come the questioning of the calling? It was a lot better from Vinny inside of both of these maps. I think that Sadsin is looking amazing. You see what he adds to this team as an X factor in terms of rifling experience, however you want to quantify that. But it seems like Cello may be back anew as well. That was my big gripe, Vincent. I want to ask you, is this enough for you to start believing in this Imperial? Because it doesn't look imitation to me.
I think it is. I think this was the type of game that I kept on searching for. The convincing, everybody playing well. You're getting all of the bits and pieces. Vinny having a good game where I didn't walk away thinking, yeah, they won, but man, did the T side kind of look rough at times. And I didn't get any of that. And so yes is the answer. No notes at all. I think this is exactly the type of Imperial that I've been hoping to see, and they did it against the best opponent that they've played so far.
And listen, I had to do this yesterday, and I'm going to do it again today. I'll start by prefacing it by saying that there have been a lot of different players that which we've sang the praises of for the side of Imperial today, and I think that Marky kind of hit the nail on the head a moment ago with the ones from the final at the very least, especially Cello, that deserve that. But top performer for the entirety of this tournament on HLTV at the very least, the one rated at 1.33 across these 7 maps they've gone through playoffs, no way. He is Mr. Consistent. We have not at all sung the praises of this guy enough, in my opinion. And like I said, I had to do it yesterday because honest and truthfully, you're not really going to see it based on the stat pages or based on just the eye test alone if you aren't paying attention to him in particular. But he was always, and I mean always, finding his one here and there, the damage required, throwing utility to support in some way, shape, or form, supplementing the success of every player on their team and facilitating victory for them. And Imperial, they've got a really, really good core of players, honestly, firing at all cylinders right this second. In no way as the highest rated, maybe the MVP for the entirety of the tournament, Cello for the final, but Imperial outweigh, blow every piece of competition through the water. And I think that we're going into a new, I wouldn't say necessarily era, but we're returning to normalcy for what we come to expect from Imperial, given that no longer with Tri, this was a roster that was starting to flounder a little bit. So here comes a new era with a new sunlight and a new look and a new trophy claimed, a title, another for Imperial, in a 2-0 victory over Bestia tonight in Thunderpick South America Series 2. We're closing shop on this one. It's been a blast, and I'm sure that we will see each other again real soon. But until then, have a good morning, evening, noon, night, whatever the case may be, and we'll see you in the next one.